Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. And greetings tonight, family. This is Bomani Tyehimba of Africa for the Africans Tourism Investment, and I'm here with my good brother Genesis from Genesis Radio and the Black African Infrastructure Organization. And family, we're the kings of Pan-Africanism with a vision towards nationhood. So another great topic tonight as we get into really seeing seeing who is really down with this movement. We've been tearing them apart to let people know that what they see is not real. And so here's another dynamic topic from the genius mind of Genesis. Right? Does your ideology and political beliefs have happiness and peace as the end goal? And family, this is the Afrikstan analysis. So, brother, what a dynamic topic. So, this let's get a quick introduction from you about the topic. Then we go into some promo information, and then you just get to the stage.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Like an intro like this. Since the dawning of mankind, right? Mankind's always quest is for what? Happiness. Okay, no matter where you are, you could be an Eskimo living in an igloo or whatever you are. There's somewhere on this earth, men have tried to find happiness, eternal happiness. We all know we have to go through trials and tribulations, right? But the end goal has to be happiness, right? If somebody has an ideology and everything like that, and they'll tell you about trials and tribulation and no happiness, then you got to run from like you would a black mamba, a cobra, or a rattlesnake, because that is a cult. They're not giving you any angle. Where are we happy at? And this is what's happening to our movement, because people have decided that they want to do everything besides land infrastructure, nationhood, and the end game of a nation state of our own, which we can protect ourselves, we could build for ourselves, provide for ourselves, and be happy. So we chose everything else. We take on an endless argument about reparations, integration, Black Lives Matter, and inclusion, critical rate, wherever it is, right? It's not going to bring you peace and happiness. Okay, let's change the immigration laws. America's too white. Let's promote interracial marriage. Let's do everything we can and everything, but none of it brings you to happiness and peace. Why? Because those are short-term fixes for a problem of happiness. Only nationhood, right, in a collective sense, if somebody calls themselves a nationalist, somebody calls themselves that they care about their people, can they bring happiness, right? And we're going to talk about that tonight, right? Every last single community in America has had Black activists for decades, right? They tell you and I, we ought to listen to these people. Go get such and such lecture. Go get such and such books and tapes and everything. Many of you Negroes got books and tapes and whatnot in your room of lectures and CDs and everything like that. And you're still not happy. You're still searching. The person that you're listening to died angry and died miserable, right? So what we're saying tonight is, right, what are we going to do? What is your definition of being happy? As far as like being a full, complete human being with your dignity. If you believe that being ruled over by another race of people in a country, right, that you have no power, 500, 400 years, and you still have no power, you have no, you could actually be happy no matter what America gives you and everything like that, it can be taken away. And I think the problem in Black America is this: Black people in America are simply not happy. Slavery, slavery happened. You're angry about that. You can never be like the Jews and say never again, because you don't have a state of your own. You don't have an Israeli defense force of your own. You don't have a global media propaganda and built yourself up and everything by which everyone will respect you and everything. So you're at the mercy of another race of people in this country that's trying to replace you with other people across the world and everything. You don't have any. You don't even have a right to your own pain. I was watching a movie just a little while ago called Antebellum. And I said to myself, I just tired of the slave thing, right? Then I looked at the reviews. They said, yeah, a lot of critics they had these hot looking Black women and slaves. And it was just basically a redneck fantasy. Well, man, trust me, white guys think about this. Man, I would love to have been back in those days and everything. So the slavery and the Jim Crow, everything that happened to us nags at us all the time, right? This is why we can never be at peace. We can never be happy in a country that did so much to us, no matter how much success we have in America, right? We are just not happy. This is why we go against everything America stands for. America says left, we say right. America does this, we do that. So therefore, we're not happy, right? And then when you give a solution for happiness, how come we don't want a nation of our own? Oh, no. Our ancestors built this country. We built this country. We built this country, right? So you're not happy. And what I'm trying to do is prevent those unhappy people from infecting the Pan-African movement, because those people that are not happy in America are not going to be happy there. You got to find happiness in yourself, right? I'm a happy person, right? I'm satisfied with my life I built here and everything. And my happiness, my Pan-African vision, my nationhood vision is I want to expand on that happiness, right? I want to go above and beyond what I have. I got everything that I need from America, right? So now it's time for me to have something of my own. And that's going to be the ultimate happiness. Do you think every Jew that goes to Israel was living misery? No, some of them were happiness in the world they came from. But the ultimate happy was when they could sell their nice house in Westchester, right, and live a modest life among their own people around Jews all the time. So that's what we mean by happiness, Are you happy? Does whatever you believe in bring you happiness? Now, there's a lot of people who see that the Jews are happy, and the bottom line says Jews are happy. The world hates them. You see people cheering for Hamas. The Jews need to give back their state of Israel. Why? Because there's somebody that did the right things, built a country, and they're happy, and you want to destroy it. You say like this, you come up with some cockamamie talk about all the Palestinian indigenous people. Do you understand that the Palestinians you see right now, 2,000 years ago, were Jews also themselves until Islam and Christianity came about, and all this other religions came about? So therefore, you just basically, it's not about the Palestinians. You don't care about the Palestinians. The Palestinians are never going to be happy. Okay? You just don't want to see anybody else happy. You don't want to see the Jews happy. When you look at history and everything, what people do is this. They look at a country like Rwanda. Rwanda is doing really well. Well, and they're happy. They're happy people, right? Sure enough, as in true Negro fashion, right? Well, Paul Kagame back in the thing helped the war in the Congo and whatnot, and he's stealing minerals and everything. So the Congo can't get its act together. They're miserable over there. Rwandans are happy, right? So it's Rwanda's fault, right? They dare to be happy, So we're talking about that tonight, right? Do we let the misery merchants and everybody rule us and everything? And there's a lot of times people walking away from good Pan-African movements, right? Because there's too much happiness involved. There's too much common sense involved. There's too much peace involved. Our life is supposed to be always in turmoil, pain, suffering, agony, death, and destruction, everything like that, It's time to ask the question, right? What you believe in, will it bring you happiness? So we'll open with that.
Yes, College Genesis, it started out on fire. Yes, brother. So that is the topic that Kala was giving you a nice introduction into. And that's how we do it, family. We'll just get you ready and be prepared. So for those in the comment section, appreciate all of the wonderful, positive comments. So we've started out on a very positive page. So far, no trolls, but after a while, it becomes midnight and the trolls come out.
Yeah. I'm not even looking at the comment section because I want to stay in a good mood tonight.
It's nothing but positive energy. It's all good. So let me share some of the positive energies. Patricia Matthews, happiness is us being self-sufficient and not rely on other nations developing our own villages, towns, and cities of our own.
I agree.
So that's what Khalid's talking about, building the Afrikstan. So, and like he's always mentioning, when he used the state of Israel, it's a great example. No one is picking sides of whatever is going on with different factions of people. But we look at examples on what we're trying to build. That's what we talk about Singapore, Qatar, and other nations. And it's not to distort in your face.
Yeah. It's Lee Kuan Yew. He built the country from nothing, right? Didn't do anything wrong, right?
You
He's the most qualified man in the world, Why? because he created a happy place, you know.
There you go, happiness. So this is G Star. No one obtains happiness today. Topic is very philosophical. My philosophy is that life is objectively painful and and filled up suffering.
This is what I'm talking about.
You always got a character out there. G Star. Once we open it up, come on in, brother. And appreciate you sharing your thoughts on those things. You know, we always want to hear people's thoughts and things like
That's
that.
like
But,
90% of black people.
part of life is unfortunately dealing with the pain of this things that goes on in life and things like that. So
I want to break it down tonight, folks. So I'm glad G-Star said that, because I'm going to put that comment up there, and I'm going to talk about the Japanese, how they had happiness one night, you know, and how other people have pain and suffering, but they have happiness as an end goal and how they achieved it, you know. But eternal pain and suffering, no. You got to get me to an end game.
yes, blessings, Kala and Bomani. Appreciate the blessings. And this person, Abdul, I am monitoring the Israel and Gaza conflict for situational awareness only. I have no dogs in their fight.
Exactly. Neither do I.
Singapore is an excellent example of how our Afro diaspora must build our Afro epic center, the Afrikstan plan.
Mm-hmm.
I got trolls calling me on private. Let them keep calling.
Mm-hmm.
You don't gotta call them private. All you gotta do is just wait for the link, join in. But if you're a troll, if you're somebody with a bunch of foolishness, we're not here to talk about those things. You know, like that guy always talking about everything that's going on is responsible is Jews. The Jews. It's like he's just lost grip of reality that his whiteness is collapsing and it's not as relevant as it used to be.
I know. And he's about to do his transition and whatnot, you know. He's gonna do his transition, you know, to a girl.
Yeah, you just never know what people are into nowadays. But nevertheless, family, we're gonna keep it strong because it's all about, right there, the big banner, Pan-Africanism and Nationhood. So Pan-Africanism towards nation is the vision. So yes, family, let me get into a short update on our Africa tours and investment schedule so you can be open and clear if you're interested in joining us on the incredible journey of a lifetime to many different parts of Africa. So that is our website right there, and the big banner. And once you look below the screen, you'll see the website, my phone number, and email address. So for those who are serious about connecting and looking to this, reach out and connect with us and connect to the African continent and do the ground building work from tourism to real estate development to industrial development to this nationhood. Definitely reach out. If you're just looking to just enjoy a tour itself, definitely reach out. But make sure you're serious. Make sure that you visit our website and make sure that you just breeze through the information, take your time and read through the overview or the itinerary of whatever different journeys that you may have interest in. So once we scroll down to the website, you'll see a various amount of different photos from many different countries and just us showcasing our energy in Africa from 2006 to 2023. So that's 17 years of the journey of a lifetime, over 30 different journeys across 8+ different countries. So then we have our MP3 player, this nice mix of music, mainly soul and reggae music. And then when you scroll down, that's where you get all the details for our Africa tours and investment. So the first thing you see in the main menu is Black Star Pan-African Community. So that is our end goal. That's our future. That's us working together with our partners in Ghana to build a nice Pan-African town where we can bring in different people from different parts of the African world and different part of the Black world to this connect and build a town together in this work as an example of this, the many wonderful things that we can do, this work our way into this competing instead of just waiting for everyone to just do all the development. So a very interesting project, a lot of hard work. We have laid a foundation and we're looking to build onto it. Always open to people who can connect with us and work with us, because that's what we're about, looking for good Black partnerships and looking for this incredible partnerships in general. So for those who want to reach out to us, reach out. I'm available throughout the day and so on. But as we scroll down to the middle part of the website, that is our tour schedule, and that is the same thing on the main menu. And the main menu represent all the tour schedules and details, and also all the supporting information and details. And this is strictly for our Africa Tours and Investment operation. So we're on to our next journey of a lifetime in the next few weeks, and that's our Tanzania Roots and Culture, November 16th to the 27th journey. And that will be our fourth time to Tanzania, and we're going to just explore our way around Tanzania from Arusha to Zanzibar Island to Dar es Salaam. And then we're going to close out the year and start the year off in South Africa for our Roots and Culture journey. That's December 24th to January 4th. And that is a nice way to end the year and start the year. So looking forward to showing everyone as much highlights as possible across our different social pages and website and so on. So those who like the energy and want to join us. It's it's an epical situation that we build in. It's more than just doing tourism. As I mentioned, this is the energy that leads you to building the energy that you want to build in Africa, where we're connecting with our people. We're not just going there, just demanding citizenships and passports and things like that. On to the next thing. So 2024, that's where we're going to set it off with our Liberia Reconnection and Investment Tour, March 29th to April 9th. So that is our foundation journey of a lifetime, and we're looking to build onto that energy. And our good brother College Genesis is working with us and have built the great connections that he has worked and built with. He is connected with us, so we're partnering in this incredible journey as we look to basically just build our business energy right there in Liberia and just make it a nice foundation where we as a people can come together and build something on a stronger energy for repatriation and Pan-Africanism in a country that our ancestors built. And so looking to also this, do a lot of positive, wonderful things, and looking to this get more of us together to this work and build along from Liberia to Ghana. And then the next journey we have after that is our Ghana Repatriation and Investment Tour, July 11th to the 23rd. So we're getting closer and looking to show more details on all the development going on at our Black Star Pan-African community. And both Ghana and Liberia looking to do some exceptional investment conferences where we just open things up to let our people from the diaspora know, if you're looking to move to the African continent, in these two countries, we got you. And we're looking to work with incredible partnerships to make sure that your dreams and your vision, and as Kyle about to get into it and break it down, your pursuit of happiness is accomplished. So we don't want people to, give away their life savings and their livelihood and make a move and things just fall apart for them in Africa. We've heard enough terrible stories. Now it's time for us to make more successful stories and be more positive and be more progressive on this movement. So when our people in the African continent see us, they know that we're serious about business and we come to this, make things happen. So those are our spring and summer journey, and then on to fall and winter. They have Egypt Roots and Culture Tour. That's November 21st to December 2nd. And that is the Nile Valley Civilization journey as we take you to the most popular parts of Egypt, but also just connect you right here on a tropical resort right there on the Red Sea, and this give you the ultimate 5-star journey to the ancestral land of Egypt, so you can see all the great histories and also just enjoy paradise at the same time. So we got an incredible Nile Valley cruise, so you'll be able to just enjoy different aspects of the journey. So that is what we have set up, and looking to just take Egypt, that energy, to another level. And then we're going to close the year out and start the year back again in South Africa. That's our Roots and Culture journey for December 24th, 2024 to January 4th, 2025. So look into this. For those who miss our journey for South Africa this year, that's your next chance to make that journey, and then we'll just keep on rotating countries. And then we're going to set off 2025 in the spring for Senegal and the Gambia Roots and Culture Tour. So for those who are interested, definitely reach out ahead of time, because we're just looking to this, make sure that we have schedules that people want to commit and connect to. So that's our schedule details, and additional details, conference call information and things like that is right here as you scroll down, and all of the social pages where you can just check out all the things that we've been connecting to and sharing with you on the African continent since the inception from 2006 to now, and some documentation go back to 2004. And then when you scroll further down, you see all of the list of our incredible Africa journeys of a lifetime. So appreciate everyone that's ever traveled with us, everyone that's ever referred anyone, and all the people that have supported this energy. You don't stay in business for 17 years and do this kind of work with from COVID-19 to Ebola crisis to world financial crisis. So appreciate all the support and energy, and appreciate all the other people that have came along and just added to the energy by doing tours investment and by just making it around the different countries. Not saying that we inspired everyone, but I always tell people that we're trendsetters. So this is our energy of Africa for the Africans. And as you scroll down, you'll see the list of 30 plus journeys across the African continent. And then you'll see one outside of Africa, which is Brazil, which is another incredible place. So wherever we can find incredible Black culture, always open to going there. But the main focus is always the African continent. So you see these journeys in the 2020s. This was all during the time of COVID-19. So to let you know that we're serious about your safety and serious about making sure that we can still make moves and not just sit around while everyone else in the world make moves and build connections and build a future for their people, their children, and so on. And then you scroll down, this will take you all the way down to 2006. And I don't like to scroll down, but it's a whole lot of photos. So take your time, family. Take your time and visit our website, africafortheafricans.org, and reach out if you're interested in connecting with us on anything. And we got your back. That's what we do. So back to our scheduled program with my good brother, Kala Genesis. So he's going to break down the incredible topic that we had earlier that he gave a great introduction on, and we're going to continue on it because Kala's going to break down the vision of our pursuit of happiness and how we're going to be happy in all the turmoil that people say that's going on. And I'm telling people, you got to make a move. You know what I mean? Whether you make a move of building your pursuit of happiness here in America, or you join us for the ventures that talk about me and Kala is building in Liberia and Ghana, and especially Liberia, since me and him are working specifically on that project and that connection. So far, so good, brother. Yes. Get into it, brother. Let me know where you want to start at. And if you have any videos, you can post them.
I'll be sending you some videos, right? One of the things I want to talk about is people that I always admire is Japanese, right? Now, America has always accused the Japanese, right, back in the days of why are they industrializing and not raising the standard of living of their people, right? The Japanese were the hardest working people in the world, right? The Japanese basically were working in hard conditions to industrialize, right? They had a rocky island called Gunga Den, right? Where Mitsubishi set up a coal processing plant and steel processing plant, right? They said it was like a prison, right? You couldn't leave the island, you couldn't do anything, right? But that was a price they was going to pay for industrialization and modernization. They had dormitories. It was really, really, really bad situations, right? Now, when we look at the situation right now, and this is very careful what I'm about to say, right? All the time, right, when Japan was going through this hardship of building their country and everything, America was going through the roaring 20s. Remember that? Everybody's partying, drinking alcohol and everything like that. That's what the Japanese looked at in America. America's a decadent society and everything like that. But the thing is, like, who was happier? Okay. When the Japan was like, they had a thing called the Tanaka Memorial, right? The Tanaka Memorial was Japan's dream of a global empire, right? And they mapped out. It was a Tanaka Memorial was interpreted in textbooks and history books and children's books and everything. How they first were going to go take Korea, then take Manchuria, then go into China, right? And then go into Southeast Asia and expand the empire. And Japan rationalized they had to build an army a certain way. They needed raw materials from the Southeast Asia. They did all stuff like this. So the people sacrificed, right, for that glorious day and what we call delayed gratification. So in other words, people work long hours in factories and grueling conditions and everything, right? And then the first bit of happiness, right, when Japan defeated 1904, when Japan defeated the Russians in Russo-Japanese War, right? A country that was just is in so much. It was like Japan was like a hell on earth to the world. Wow, these people are just slaves in their own country. But when they defeated the Russians, they were dancing in the streets, celebrating and everything like that because they put their individual happiness for the collective aside. And they said Japan was now a world power. It defeated a major power like Russia, right? The first Asian country to defeat a major Russia. So that gave Japanese a sense of happiness and pride in their country, right? Country and everything. And so that's why the Japanese were happy at the time, right? Because they achieved that victory over Russia. And they got the South Korean Peninsula and parts of Manchuria and stuff like that from the Russians, right? So they gave Japan's prestige as a nation, you know, in Asia. So therefore, and then also they signed the Anglo-Japanese alliance was the first treaty between an Asian power and a Western power between the British and the Asians. So Japan had this idea that they were going to be happy by building their nation up and making their nation collectively strong. Although individual Japanese, right, their standard of living or their money income did not change as much, right? Their collective, with when they saw the Japanese flag over territory and everything, and they had all this influence and power in the world, they were proud and they were happy, right? That was their end goal. End goal was to basically conquer Asia, drive the Europeans out of Asia, and create this East Asian prosperity sphere. And Japan was going to rule a new Asian empire, right? That was their version of happiness, okay? But us and our people, right? Okay, they achieved that. And then Japan went on to bigger things, right? When they challenged the United States. And the biggest thing was when they basically bombed Pearl Harbor, right? There was this, it was 80 years after Commodore Perry, almost 90 years after Commodore Perry sailed into Edo Bay and opened the Japanese up. See, the Japanese are different than the Chinese, right? The Chinese went through 100 years of humiliation. They were sad people, right? They were happy, but they're sad because they basically were on opium and they basically went through what they call the Century of Humiliation. Well, the Japanese were different. The Japanese, the very thought of being humiliated as a nation was enough for them to sacrifice and take action, right? So when they basically achieved, launched those fighter zeros against of aircraft carriers, and they snuck into Hawaii, they said Tora, 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 right? That means we achieved total surprise. That means basically Japan actually had won. They said, look, we were intimidated by this country called America. We were humiliated and all stuff like this. Right now, we are happy now because we're fighting. In fact, many military announcers acted in Japan, they really didn't have any ambition above bombing America. So in other words, basically they struck back at America and Pearl Harbor. That was their war they won. They thought it was over with, you know. So what I'm trying to say is this, though. When people are truly trying to be happy, they're trying to be at a better position than they were, right? Now, post-World War II, Japan basically, economic might has caught up to the rest of the world, and Japan became one of the leading suppliers of electronics, automobiles, and all kinds of things like this, right? Another way of being happy as a people, okay? At the same time, what you see in America, right? America has all the things, but America's not a happy country, you know? And Black America in particular. Can we tell one time in Black America, can we say that we were happy, you know? That we had everything, everything was going right? We cannot do that. Why? Because all it takes is us to hear one headline, somebody got shot, a Trayvon Martin, and whatever happiness we think we have, boom, goes away. You know, when Black people were happy in the 80s, what happened in the 80s? We had the Howard Beach incident. Then we had the Yusuf Hawkins incident in Brooklyn. Okay. And we had the instance of Forsyth County, Georgia. So therefore, everywhere you look in Black America, right, people always talk about racism, white supremacy, police brutality, all the stuff like this, right? So therefore, there's never been a time where Black people ever had peace. It's like you're not allowed to have peace. If you say that I'm happy and everything like that, it's to ignore real problems that go on in Black America. And so I asked a question tonight, right? Is your ideology, whatever your ideology, will it bring Black people happiness and peace, right? You cannot basically tell somebody to listen to you and everything like that, and then you cannot protect them from the things you say that's inflicting them. You cannot basically go out there and say, look, follow me and listen to me and everything like that. Do we ever see, like, look at the Nation of Islam, right? Does any of those guys seem like they're happy? No. The Nation of Islam has been around for 90 years and everything, but is anybody happy? No. You know, there's no happiness. There's no peace. They never had a time period where say we're satisfied with it. It's always, oh, the white man this, the white man that, and we got to do this. Well, geez, it's been 90 years, right? And we're still struggling and going through the same thing that we did when Farad Muhammad appeared on the scene. You told us the white man is this, white man is, why are we still going through this? And same thing with a lot of other organizations and cults that came by, right? They never delivered any happiness. They never delivered any peace to Black people. Yeah, it's an end game. It's almost like they're telling you. And I remember I had an argument with a Nation of Islam guy back in the 90s. I said, shouldn't we be talking about building a nation of our own? No. The messenger never said that. You know, I said, then what are we doing this for? Well, we just got to keep fighting and blah, blah, blah. I said, look, so in other words, basically, you're telling me the white man's always going to rule over me in America, right? He's always going to have everything. We'll always be dependent on him and everything. So what's the point of me joining your organization? Well, we got to go. No. I'm not going to give you 30 years of my young life, right? For you telling me that nothing's going to change. And was I right? Right? 30 years later, you know, I see the same guys in Nation of Islam when all they did was grow older, you know, and they're out there with their final call and everything like that. They have never made any sort of happiness. They have transitioned to anything better than what they were when I first saw them. So this is what I'm talking about. And Brother Bomani will talk about that too. You know, we were on people for decades, right? And they're doing the same thing, right? Where's your happiness? Where's your peace? Where's your peace? In order for you to be happy, you have to want something that's going to make you happy. You got to make yourself happy. You got to find happidness. You know something? This will make me happy, right? If you stay in the bounds of Pan-African or nationhood, right? What can make you happy if you adopt that as your ideology and philosophy? Well, working towards an end game of a nationhood and stuff like that, and knowing that I may not be able to see it, right? But I know after I'm gone and everything like that, somebody else will eventually achieve this, right? But if you take away the Black African Infrastructure Organization and what we're talking about with an Afrikstan as the end game, right? Then there is nothing left. There's nothing left. We're the only organization, the only group that says our end game should be a nation of our own, which we could build from the top to the bottom and everything, where our people can go there and have peace, security, sanctuary, and a sense of belonging and everything like that. And they could be unapologetic. We control the media. We control the narrative, right? We don't have to worry about racism anymore. And we don't have to worry about stuff. If Black people say racism is so bad, then wouldn't you want a nation of your own? Wouldn't you want to be around that? One of the things that triggered the Jews to basically build Israel was the prejudice that they faced in America and the Western countries. They say, look, everywhere we go, man, we're mocked, we're ridiculed. People will make cartoons of them up while Jews were cannibals and all kinds of like this. This is miserable. And a lot of times they have to hide their religion. Black people can't hide our race, but Jews have to hide their faith. They have to hide this. So they're saying, look, you know, if we're going through all this, wouldn't it be nice if we had a state in our own homeland, which we control and we're the majority and we could be happy? And when you look at Israel, the Jews and everything, they're very happy because they achieved that. Now you say, well, they took land from the Palestinians. Look, you know, things happen, right? When people underestimate people's desire to be free and desire to be happy. You know, we as Black people don't want to go through what it takes to build something for ourselves and make ourselves happy. Our ancestors did that in Liberia. They said, look, you know, they went there and said, look, you know, we'll do everything we can to build a country where you can have and I can have, but we want to have peace and happiness, right? And the Liberians, our ancestors went to Liberia, they were very happy. You know, they were happy because of they were so happy and they were successful. We're not one of the most hated people on the planet. You know, how dare they be happy and everything like that, and have a nation and build a republic? How dare you do that? You know. So what we have is people who are determined, right? No matter what our philosophy is, no matter what we do, that we cannot be ultimately happy. You know, we cannot be happy. You know, when you go someplace and everything, you say, look, this is what we would like to do over here in this country right here. Oh, no, you can't do that. You know, oh, no, you're not a citizen. Oh, no, you can't have this. You can't have that and everything like that. You know, yeah, you gotta go back to your country every couple of years to sign up again, everything. Nothing's about making you happy. You know, nothing's about making you at peace and everything, you know. So therefore, we adopt and adapt to situations where we aren't happy, and we end up giving up the whole movement altogether. So this is what we're talking about tonight. You know, are you happy on what you're doing? You know, is your repatriation plan? Are you going there to be happy? Are you going there to suffer? Are you going there to be afflicted upon? Are you going over there to a thing, whatever it is? Are you going to have happiness and peace? And every civilization, every human society, right? Happiness and peace is always going to be the thing that drives any sort of movement, right? I don't care what your religion is. If you have a religion, right, your religion is always going to bring you peace and happiness, right? It's going to give you a roadmap how to live peaceful in this life and life on the hereafter, right? Why? Because if you do all these things and whatnot, you will be happy, you know, and you'll be peaceful. You'll be at peace with yourself and your soul and everything like that. And you'll be edified. If you have any sort of ideology, religion, or political view, right, where you are not happy and you seem to be angry all the time, you are doing something wrong. Yeah, I'm just going to tell you like it is. Now, it doesn't mean everything's going to be nice, like to G-Star's point, nice and everything like that. But there's always got to be an end game. There's always got to be, okay, if we get to this point right here, we'll be like this. I may not get there with you, like Dr. Martin Luther King said in his speech, that yeah, we as a people will get to the promised land. Right? I may not get there with you tonight, but here I get with you, but we as a people will get to the promised land. You know, this idea at Black American culture of the promised land, you know, is very, very pointed. What is the promised land? The land of promise, the land where we have bounty, the land that we have peace and happiness and everything. We've lost that idea of the searching for the promised land in Black America. We just resigned to basically live in a thing. We listen to different, we sit back and listen to social media types and everything, tell us how effed up our situation is, but there's no end game or no solution to get us out of the situation. You know, we've lost that. The Black people of the 19th century were different. Some people went west. Some people settled in places like Nicodemus, Kansas. Some people went to a place called Baja, California, established a town called Little Liberia. Some Black people, African Americans, went to France. Some Black people went to the Dominican Republic. Some went to Panama. Some of us went to Russia, you know. Many of us went to South Africa. So the whole idea is, where are we going to find peace and joy and happiness, right? We were never this sort of people, right, until recently, where we just resigned to the fact that suffering and racism and affliction is the norm, and we just have to. Now, look, if that's the norm, that I could live with that, right? But tell me, why do I gotta listen to Dr. Such and Such and Guru Such and Such listen to me talking about the common ass whooping we're getting every day? I can do that by myself. Like you said, I can do bad myself right now. If we're just going to sit here and suffer in America, right? What the hell I need you telling me that on YouTube every day for? You know, what do I need you telling me for? What do I got to send you super chats for? You know, what do I got to send you donations for your building for? You know, and we're just going to be suffering here anyway. Okay, I agree with Carl. A lot of radicals are angry, or it's like they participate in their ideology out of hate and true love for people. Yeah. A lot. I'm mind to like be mumbling. Let me read it out loud. Let me read it. I agree with Carla. A lot of radicals are always angry. Like always, it's like they participate in their ideology out of hate for enemy instead of true love of the people. And also, I'm gonna tell you right now, a lot of the people who are angry all the time, they really don't like Black people themselves, right? Because when they see black people who are actually happy, right? You know, they see black people, they hate, the worst thing they hate is black people who are actually happy. They're saying, all right, you know, I can't do nothing. You know, I work my 9 to 5, my bills are paid. My God. They're like, oh man, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. Like Umar Johnson. See that when Umar Johnson, when he was on that show, and the guy said, well, I did all my stuff. We gotta play that video, bro. You know, we gotta play. Bomani, that's time.
Yeah, just post it whenever you're ready and play it.
Yeah, we gotta play that show. This is exactly on point what I'm talking about tonight. You know, and I'm not gonna. It's not gonna be an Umar bashing tonight, but this is what I'm talking about when somebody is not happy and they're miserable. You know, and the bottom line is nothing is ever gonna make Umar Johnson happy. So basically, whether it's talk about black men with snow bunnies, which is not a really big problem in our community, right? You know, it's always something. You know, you ask them about this. Oh, well, you know, listen, the middle class black people, they ain't giving enough to the community. So in other words, you go out there, make your money and do the right thing. Everything, find some sort of peace and happy. I got a wife, kids, everything like that, right? Someone's telling you you're doing something wrong. So therefore, what we have is an ideology and a thing where black people, just like the slave master, right? People had this idea that the slave master wanted a happy slave. No, he didn't want a happy slave. Because that happiness, no matter how small it is going to lead to you desiring more. So they always had to keep you in a state, or you had to believe that you are just so terrified of his whip or what it can do to you that you either project misery on him, right? Because if you're happy, right, and he sees you're happy or not, you're saying you're equal to him. He's going to remind you of your bondage, your slavery at all times, right? That's a form of control. You have to constantly remind somebody that of their place in that thing at all times, even when it's not necessary. You know, a slave could go out there and work a job, did everything like that. Next thing the master said, hey, you know, there was a jug of molasses missing. Did you do it? No. And he said, well, you were the last person there. I didn't do it, master. Well, you calling me a liar? No. And this is his number one slave that did everything right and everything. He was snitched on other slaves when that. But he's getting hauled off and tied to a tree and whipped. Because you cannot have, when you're oppressing somebody, you cannot have them happy at any time. You know, even in your misery, you know, you have to know. And some people say, well, you know, if a slave's happy, no. People have no idea how brutal this system was. When you break somebody's spirit, right? You break their soul. You take their soul from them. You can't have a soul. When you break someone's mind, body, and spirit down, right? He has no ability to resist you. So no matter what he afflicts on you and everything, you just have to accept it, you know, because you're at his complete mercy. And the idea of a slave, somebody in bondage being happy doesn't fit with the program. So this is what I'm going to talk about tonight, right? Some of these people in our community, right, that influence our people, they're not happy people. You know, they're not happy. They don't want you happy. So if they're not happy, then their ideology and what they're preaching is not going to bring you happiness. If someone's preaching to you and you're following them and everything, if they can't say, this is how we're going to be happy, this is how we're going to have peace and everything like that, you know, you can't listen to them. It was very simple with the Black African Infrastructure Organization. It said, look, if we basically had our own state on the African continent and we invested in it like everybody else and everything, we could pull our pension funds, whatever like that, to invest in the state. And we had a state that we could trade with, and that state is going to be our representation in world bodies of governments, and it represents us on the world stage and everything. We had a voice in the UN, even though I don't like these international institutions, but the Black people in America have no voice in the UN. We have no voice in the World Bank. We have no the World Health Organization. We have no say-so over anything on the global stage. We're American. Well, the bottom line is this, you know, America, the idea is that who's American anymore? Anytime anybody can just come across the border and they get the same rights you have it. So basically, as you. So there's no significance in being Black in America anymore. You know, it used to be, you know, but it's not. So now we're living in a global world and everything. It's like, where's our identity at, you know? Are we supposed to just forget what our ancestors went through? What about the future? Are we going to let another race of people rule over us and dictate to us for the next 100, 200 years? What about what Marcus Garvey told us and everything, that we need to build a nation of our own? We need to redeem our continent. Well, we got all these countries that no. Most of these countries in Africa are puppets and stuff like that. We need to realign these countries. We have the black men in America and the West have a duty to redeem our ancestral homeland and build it, And so therefore, when that happens and everything, and we could build a continent and everything and realign the continent with us involved and integrated into this modern African societies and everything like that, there will be happiness and peace. If someone's not talking to you on that level, then they're not really serious about what they're doing. So any
Yes, Color Genesis, keep it live and keep it rolling. So I can put up a few comments. We go back to Baruti.
While I look for this video,
you play the video, and here's a comment from Baruti. And let me look for your video.
Okay.
You're calling you're mumbling, but let me read it though while you're doing what you're doing.
I wasn't reading the comment. I was mumbling to myself. Let me see. Go ahead. Read the comment.
All right, Baruti, Kala, even though I have no dog in the Israel-Hamas conflict, Palestinians are sacrificial lambs in the pursuit of Zionism. To have a homeland, Israel is a theo-racist settler colony. Your thoughts? So this was an interesting one from earlier. I didn't want to interrupt you, so I want you to focus on.
Well, I don't have a dog in the fight either, but why is it that when people say Zionist, right? I would love Baruti to come on here and discuss this in some comments, right? What makes the Zionists a settler racist and not the Palestinians? And really comes down to it. Aren't everybody that want independence or anything racist? If a Jew says I'm a Jew and I want this for my people, okay, he's a nationalist. I would say nationalist, right? If a Palestinian says this, then they're nationalist too. If a Greek says I want this, every group of people have a right to say this is what I want for my people, and this is what it is. Now, if it comes to conflict, may the best person wins. They had a war. The Palestinian side lost, and the state of Israel was born. And so the bottom line is this. So my whole thing is, when people say they're a racist colony, a racist settler colony, well, how could that be when they have black Jews there? I would really answer that. So don't they have black Ethiopian Jews there, even though they suffer discrimination and stuff like that, right? They're still Jews. There's even Hebrew Israelites, black Hebrew Israelites from America, from Harlem, that live in Israel. Most I got Ben Israel, whatever his name is. Remember him? That came from Detroit, Chicago, and he went to Liberia, and then they ended up settling in Israel. So there's always been black African Americans that settle in Israel and live as a Jewish faith. So when people say about they're Zionists, so just say, Baruti, you don't like Israel because they're successful, right? They're a wealthy country, did everything right, and like John Henry Clark also said, right? If black people were smart, they would do something like what the Israelis do. They got the world Jews for the most part get behind their state and support it, And so we don't have a state that we support in America, Black America, right? So all we want to do is hate on people who do the things that we should have done 100 years ago. There's no difference with what Jews did with what Garvey was talking about.
Yes, Carla, appreciate you breaking it down. So Baruti, if you want to come on, that's the link there. Icon Fire, welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood. I wanted to know if you wanted to make a comment on Baruti's comment or something Carla mentioned.
Of course, I don't have no skin in the game either. I don't have no pity for none of the parties. You feel me? I don't care. I only have I have a lot of love but not enough outside of black people. You feel me? I got black people in the Caribbean. I got black people all over the South America. I got black people in Papua New Guinea, the Solomon Islands. I got black people all over Africa. So that's a lot of love that I have to give. You feel me? So, and that's a lot of people. So I can't be spreading my love all over like that. When it comes to the Palestinians, do they think? Hold on.
While you're making your point, there's a comment in reference to what you're talking about. But go ahead, brother.
Yeah. When it comes to the Palestinians, do they think that North Africa belongs to Africans? Or do they think that it belongs to them and their cousins? So why would they have a problem with Israel if they are also invaders? You feel me? So they depending on they are Egypt. Egypt is an invaded property, and they are the ones who is in Egypt, Libya, Algeria, Morocco. It's all their cousins. They have no problem with those invaders in our land. No problem. But we supposed to be sorry for them and be talking bad about Israel. I think that if I was, geopolitics would permit me to be against them and pro Israel in terms of if I'm Africa right now, I would team up with white people to get rid of Arabs out of Africa. Seriously, if I was like the man in the AU, you feel me? If I was the man in the AU, I would team up with the far enemy to get rid of the close enemy. That's what I would do. So I have no problem with enemies with Egypt, Israel holding their ground and putting these bitches in their place, because they act like wild dogs, like nobody can fucking disrespect them and their Arab god. You feel me? Fuck, what the hell ever with them? I don't care. I mean, they don't care about us. You feel me? I never heard about no Palestinians acting up or saying anything about the people of the Congo. Or about Rwanda genocide. Where was Palestinians? Where was the voice of Palestinians in the Rwanda genocide? And I don't care about those set of bastards. You feel me? Go ahead now, my people.
Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. You know, my whole thing is when you have a religion, right? And your religion, like Islam, one thing about Islam, like I said, the pursuit of happiness, right? Islam does not guarantee anybody no happiness, you know? It just says one who submits to the will of God. And then who's God? It's interpretation of a man. We have the Shias and we have this
Arab God.
Well, they have their own version of God and everything. If your God could tell you you could blow somebody up and bomb somebody and everything like that, didn't have nothing to do with you because or you could basically in Iran right now, they basically shot a woman in the street because she dared to have her burqa off and her head and whatnot. You know, that's what you're supporting. You know, that's what. So in other words, if you look at the pictures, Icon Fire, right, of the 1970s, the 60s and 70s Iran, that was Tehran. That was one of the most modern, beautiful places in the world. People were driving cars, you know, and stuff like that. They were going to movies.
All right. I want to say something to you about that caller. You feel me? You see, not so modest dressing. I don't really have no problem with not so much, but this white people, right? These white people, they are demons. It's not just the dressing. It's not just ordinary stuff.
Yeah. My point was this. My point was this, right? And tonight's about just happy, whatever that makes you people
Got
happy.
so liberal until everybody.
No, I'm not a liberal. I'm a very modest person myself. But what I'm saying, well, my point I'm trying to make is that when the Ayatollah took over and everything, and these people started pushing this Sharia law and all this kind of stuff like this and all this kind of nonsense. Same thing with Afghanistan.
No, listen what I'm saying, big man. Listen what I'm saying. There are things in Islam that I would never permit. But there are things in Islam that is good. There are things in Christianity that I would never permit. But there are things in Christianity that's good, like piano playing and choir and shit. That's good. You feel me? And I think having women in order and discipline is good. The thing I see about hijab is if a man don't see your woman, he has nothing to be jealous of. And that's how I'm psychologically thinking about it. When a man, listen, no man sees your woman and you don't see no man woman. So you don't see how beautiful a man's woman is. And a man don't see how beautiful your woman is. Only in the house you see your woman's beauty. So now no man gets jealous of your woman.
I mean, so if you're a man, if I'm like this, if you're a man, right, and you can't, if you're that insecure about your woman in public, then you're not a real man. You know,
listen, little American. I don't take no talk from you. Stop your playing, man. Well, not the only
like it is.
You cannot determine. No, Carla, you cannot determine what a man is. You're not the only goddamn man.
Yeah,
what
but
are you talking about?
Why'd you say that's your interpretation? Yo, look, bro. That's your interpretation of what a man is. I'm a man my damn self, and I don't agree with that.
Yeah, but so what? So what? That don't determine. You can't determine what a man is.
Just say that's my opinion.
Yeah, so what? It's your opinion. So what? I don't care about your opinion. That don't mean it counts.
Just say that's a kind of like this is what a man ought to do and whatnot. You know, I don't go around what I do with a woman. You know,
as a man, I don't go around trying to distinguish which man is not a man from which man is a man. Even a man that tries to be hold on, Carla. Just calm down. I want you to clarify your speech and careful of how you speak. Because let me just say this to you. You cannot determine, I don't go around distinguishing which man is a man. A man is a man, even if a man that try to dress like a woman, you're a goddamn man. Stop playing with yourself.
A man dressed like a woman.
Hold on.
A man dressed like a woman is not a man.
Yes, he is. Don't fucking play with me. You see, Carla, that's what I don't like about you Americans. What are you gonna do? You can turn a man into a woman?
No, he's a male.
I think
we have a language.
But I don't want to go. I don't want to go in that type of semantics. That's semantics, Carla.
No. I think we need to clear something up. Let me say this right.
That's semantics.
That's a biological male.
Yeah,
a man has a responsibility to sees the world differently. That's a male.
All right, Carla, all right. But that argument is too simple for me. You feel me? But this is what I want to say, right? I have no problem with men holding their woman in discipline. That's our problem in the Christian world. Our woman is wild. And they tried, and we allow them to, because of slavery, we allow them to go wild and go do what they want to do. And now they are a problem to us because right now, we in Pan-Africanism, we have a major problem, and that's our women. They are keeping our men away from consciousness. They are training idiots. All of the 17-year-old boys that grow up over right now, the 17-year-old boys, 90% of these 17-year-old boys that's coming out of the arms of our black women are crazy as cat shit. You feel me? And that's because we as in the Christian world as men don't have no power over our woman. You feel me?
Okay,
and that's where we fall short. Let me tell you, the Arab is successful because he disciplined his woman and train his woman that and give his woman specifics to train their kids. You feel me? And what our problem is as Western men, we don't give our women specifics in order to train the kids properly. All we have is wild people around here. And we as Pan-Africanists have problems with that. We have a problem with that because you right now on the panel, we have a problems with idiots coming on. We have grown men being trolls and all that type of bullshit. Can we manage it? We can't manage that stuff because we have idiots more than critical thinkers.
All right, can I speak now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, here's a problem, right? You said all that, right? Which I agree, right? We don't control women, but tell me what justification do you have for a woman to respect you? Well, you can't protect her, you can't provide for her, you can't do nothing for her and everything like that. A woman is not gonna give you no respect. Her man and the black woman's man is the white man. You know,
you don't need. Let me tell you something. You don't need no respect from your woman. All you need is compliance.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen, bro.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. We don't. Our women need force. We are men. We don't need to ask our women no question. We are men. We run things. You do what we say. That's how things go. You see, that's what I'm telling you. All this little democracy in between black men and black women. There is no goddamn democracy. It's supposed to be a dictatorship.
Okay, I got a thing for your campfire. What you want to do is I want you to cam up one day.
Bomani, do you agree?
I want you to cam up here and whatnot. We're gonna invite some sisters on here, and you tell them to their face exactly what you just told us, and see how that goes.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. They're a powerless woman. All they got is their mouth. They're powerless.
You made your point, but you're saying something else. You just called my name.
Yeah, Bomani, do you agree with my statements or not? No.
Now, I'm not going to say I agree with everything directly, but one thing I can say overall that we do need to have in order, and that's why I love the sisters in Africa, is the men have things operated to where some of the foolishness that women get away with in the system, they don't get away with there. So that's the thing about it. But you have to have some kind of order in a society where you can build a true family. Appreciate both of your points. So what I can do is we can get someone else on and they can just let us know what points
Jay Lion.
Because as we're talking about
Jalayan Selassie.
As the topic tonight we're talking about is basically the pursuit of happiness. So we can tie that into this situation.
And we want to see some happiness on this panel.
And then what I want to see is some sisters to get on to let us know what you think of Icon Fire. Basically a statement and basically the way he feels about how he thinks things should be. Now we don't always have to agree. It's one of those things where I want to always hear different people's point of view. And for those who are coming on that we don't know you, Shepherd King and Jeff, you need to turn on your mic so I can turn on your mic. Turn on your camera so I can see you. And then you can come on and join us. We don't have time for no trolls and the disrespectful stuff. And let's be respectful that everyone get a chance to talk. So Jay Lion Selassie, greetings, my brother. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. Let us know what part you want to talk about. If you want to talk about directly about the subject that we have up, or about the conversation now with Icon Fire and Kala, talking about how we should have things in order with women and what we're looking to
Um,
do to manage and run our nation.
yeah, I think that if you're a melanated person and you living in the Western world and you don't have like no idea of what the heck is going on, you living like uh, on easy mode and like fantasy world and all this stuff. I think that if you don't have no awareness, especially political awareness, you know what I'm saying, I think that um you're gonna be lost as a as a black person or person of African descent in the West. So I think that you know um I think a lot of black folks in the West are just comfortable, man. They comfortable, too comfortable just living being dominated by the so-called mayonnaise man or the white man or whatever, or you want to call it. You know what I'm saying? So and and a lot of them are just you know accepting a lot of foolishness. So I think so I think that being awake, a lot of people, they're not caring. They had an individualistic mindset, and then, you're seeing all this dysfunction and degeneracy and toxicity walking around. And like you definitely got to have some type of awakening. It's almost in a sense that like it's like people walking around like zombies. And I
Yeah,
think that
Jalayan.
huh?
Yeah, Jalayan.
Yeah,
Respect
yeah.
to what you're saying. You feel me? And let me jump in and answer this, Miss Patricia. I totally respect women. And it's because of the respect of women why our black women need force and into discipline towards our race. You feel me? Our black woman is very out of line. Yeah. Our black woman is very out of line, very out of control. Why aren't black women um 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 what you'd call into African consciousness and black consciousness on a more on a more what you'd call on a more larger level than what it
Um,
is.
I mean,
You feel
I
me?
mean,
No, I know the reason. You feel me? But I'm just pointing it out that look at what's going on in present day. You have Pan-Africanism and African consciousness, which is the best way for us to go as a people. And we can almost count on our two hands how many black women is in those spaces. You feel me? Guess which space they're in. Let me tell you what space black women in. Black women are in the twerking at the gas station space, and in Jamaica, they're in the whining and music and rap space. They're in the nightclubs and the strip club space. I mean, they're in that so much. You even have university chicks in in going to strip clubs. All they interested in parties and choosing. They just choosing men and they just doing what. None of all these things should stop, bro. These people have no focus on consciousness, no focus and they teaching the kids. They're the ones who teaching the kids. And they have no type of consciousness towards Africa, making Africa a world power. So in return, they can get protected.
it's pretty bad, and I think it's like I think just the Western woman in general is just done, man. You know what I'm saying? So I think that
And hold up, they discriminate on Pan-Africanism. They discriminate on African conscious people. That's what I'm trying to say. They actually
first,
come out their mouth and discriminate against these things. That's what they teaching their kids.
first,
That
I would
you
say,
know
yeah,
what that means?
yeah.
You know what that
My
means?
thing is,
Yeah, go
my
ahead.
thing is, I wouldn't even worry about it, man. I was saying my thing is that, um, there's thing is in the West, there's no accountability. The women can do whatever they want to do in the West.
No, dude. Hold on, dude. No, hold up. Law, bro. We are men. Ain't no
Well,
woman gonna rule. Look, just hold up, boss man. Just hold up, boss man.
yeah, you can
I'm
say what
not
all you want to say, but
ignoring.
look,
Hold
you
up.
don't control that white
Listen,
man system at the end of the day. You can talk all that
just
big
hold
talk you
on.
want to,
But we
but like at the
control
end of the day,
ourselves. Well, hold on, man. We control ourselves, and we are black
I
men
don't deal with
and
that. You know what
women.
I'm saying?
Black women,
I don't have time to deal with that, man. So like,
bro. Bro. Let me talk. I'm not arguing with you. Let me talk. I know what I'm saying. I ain't here yesterday. I know what I'm saying. My words has impact. You see me? And we dropping our arms and be giving up like some bitches. I ain't with that. I ain't no goddamn black woman or woman gonna rule our shit. We
nobody
need to
rules
have,
me, man.
we as
So
black men.
I'm not a part of that. So my thing is, I'm not a part of that culture. So my thing is that,
Yeah, yeah, but it's
that
not about you, my youth.
you know
This
what I'm
is
saying.
not
So it's
about
like,
you.
I
I'm glad
I'm not
if you.
dealing,
I'm, I'm glad
like I
if
said, my
you
lady
have.
is a traditional African
Yeah.
woman. So
Bro,
she's
I'm
not one of
glad
these.
if you have control all of that. I'm not here to talk about you or
Yeah,
your private life.
you made
I'm
great points.
talking about in general. You feel me? I'm talking in general. I don't care about nobody's personal life. I'm talking about our people in general. I ain't talking about one person. I'm talking about what is the 80% doing? The 80% that's the most valuable of us. What's going on? And
Uh,
I see, yes, sir.
yeah, brother, you made some great points. Now let the brother address you, and then let Kala respond also. And so Jay Lion, go ahead, and Kala, let's be on standby. Just
I think
then, and
because
please don't,
I would say,
and Icon Fight, please don't interrupt either one of them.
yeah, I would say in the West, right? And I think that you have a whole system, right? The whole system um caters to the women, right? And that system is controlled by like I said, a white system. So my thing is that the fact of the matter is that, like, if a person wants to go, you know claim that they're a woman, claim this and all this type of stuff, that's a lot of the Western white liberal society does that. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is that if you're a minority group in any of these white Western countries, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You don't control that system. So my thing is that is in the sense that and like, if you have basically, you have a, what do you call it, a court system that really is against you as a black man. I don't care if you in Canada, you in the UK. One person could just make a phone call and basically mess things up for you as a black dude, something like that. So it's in a sense that, like, and I think that's what it is. And I think a lot of black folks are living in illusion and stuff like that. Um, you're not gonna make up like a tiny percent of a white controlled country and think you're gonna say a whole lot or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like, um, it's in a sense, and it goes, and I think that's the problem. And I think that when you have what do you call it, a culture where there's no, basically they're claiming, oh, there's no gender, there's no nothing. It's like we got to a point where now is that, like, in the West, right? Um, gender is basically fluid, is interchangeable, all those different ideas they teaching, like, kids in the West, right? And basically, this is why you see, a lot of African countries, look, we ain't with all that now. No, we're not with all this, this alphabet agenda. We ain't with this and stuff like that. So, why they and they, they starting to see that. That's why China is having this masculinity thing. Is like they're not like no effeminized dudes and all that stuff. No, the world sees what they're doing, and like you said, the West here, it makes the woman very masculine. And everything's in reverse, right? They want the man to be effeminized and all this type of stuff. And I think it's all this agenda has been going on. So, and I think that is in a sense that, like, you have this toxic feminism, independent, I'm a boss, be all this type of nonsense, that's going on. Like, Nicki Minaj, Cardi B, that's the culture that's running around in the West. And like, you have immigrants that come here, right? Have African immigrants, East African, they they become part of that nonsense too, right? And you have the parents, like, what the heck the parents doing? You have these, them, it's like, what you call it? It's like a sickness or something like that. It's like, they get corrupt by the, this culture and that stuff like that. And it's, and it's a sad thing and stuff like that. So you fighting against a system, the culture, and all that type of stuff. So it's kind of like um what do you call it? It's like infection, like, it's like cancer and stuff like that. You have to you know treat the infection and cut that, cut it out and stuff like that, because yeah. And I think that, like I said, outside the West, you're not messing with that. I think it was some Afro Latino that went to Dubai. She tried to cause some stuff, and they got in trouble. She got in trouble. You hear some of these westernized chicks that black women, or they go to, like, go to Africa. They do all this stuff, and then it's like, okay, we ain't putting up with this type of behavior. Huh? So it's a wake up call. So, and I think that yeah, and I think, like I said, it's like the yeah, and like you're right. Only thing I can say is that, like, and like you said, the culture has become, women are very, very much followers. They make up the biggest consumers and all that type of stuff. So one thing I think a lot of dudes have to do, they just have to reject it. A lot of guys are just ruled by their primitive, things. All the women look good, it's and all this type of stuff, and and all that type of stuff. They're on that mind, and they won't have no discipline. It's like, look, I'm not gonna tolerate that behavior. But a lot of guys are just I think that's one of the reasons. So, and I think that in the West, it makes, the Western culture makes the dude weak, man. It makes you just like into the wheel of whatever going on. Huh?
Am I up?
Hi everyone, it's me, Patricia Matthews. I was listening to was it Ian Fire earlier on, where he was saying about the women should be controlled. Not all of us women hate men. Not all of us women are loud mouths. I'm not a loud mouth person, and but at the same time, I would, with your tone, the way that you speak there tonight. I don't know. I wouldn't, if personally, if you were to choose someone like me to go out and on a date, or I don't know if I would go anywhere with you, because I can't stand rough men. I like men who, they can be stern, but you don't have to be so hostile, you know. So what I'm saying is that not all of us women are out there that is loud, man. Not all of us out there dressed crazy, you know. I mean, I'm living in the US here. There's a lot of things I don't like what's going on here either, you know. I believe that women's supposed to dress modest, but each is his own, you know. I can't have no control of what the next person is wearing, but don't put us all in the same box, you know,
We
because
appreciate you, Patricia. Let me see if Icon Fire got a response to that, and then get a response from Kala. And do Raj, whoever you are, turn on your camera so I can see who you are.
oh sure, no problem.
Oh, no,
How about
No,
Patricia, you're fine. If you want to turn on
not
that,
you, Patricia. Not you, Patricia.
I was talking about Day Raj, and does anybody name that come up like a troll, because just trying to avoid people disrupting our conversation. So we're flowing good, but yeah, Icon Fire, let me get a response from you as far as what Patricia is saying.
I made you get a lady come. Let me tell you.
You can't hear him.
Your mic is not stable.
Our emergency situation.
Icon, he got to call. He got to hang up and come back in because his mic is
It,
breaking up.
I am really speaking to our men. You see me? Regardless of if a woman is hearing, it's because I love and respect our women. You see me? It's also for African women, because African women are, let me say, Africa is just behind time with the rest of the world. In terms of the rest of the world try to hold Africa in a space where it's a dark continent. So they subject the Africa to lack of information and lack of exposure. You feel me? And they have Africa as this place where they get to teach Africa everything like voodoo. So Africa is just there, and now Africa is getting exposed to the world and catching up. So what I'm talking about is what, Patricia, is what Africa is becoming, and so just see Africa as the 1960s America. You feel me? But when Africa becomes 2023, you're not gonna like it, to the amount of homosexuals the women are going to produce. Just like the amount of homosexuals the women are producing now in Black America. I don't care about the rest of the other races. I'm just talking about my people. Same with Jamaica. It's the woman producing these set of type of Negroes. You see me? They inspiring it. You see me? So what I'm trying to and it's just like hold on. Just like you, Miss Patricia, they don't like their natural hair. You feel me? They succumb, they bend to the status quo of renegating your hair to not being part of beauty. You see me? When you in yourself, you should see your hair as the most beautiful, and disregard everybody else's thoughts about you. That's how you're supposed to be about yourself. You feel me? Instead of what you'd call being submissive to the rule of the status quo. You feel me? So that's and to Lion Selassie. That's what I'm trying to say to you, that yes, we know the status quo. Yes, we know that that the we know of the systematic power. You feel me? But what are you going to do? You're gonna be a boy just because the white system tells you you're supposed to be a boy? Are you going to just stay and be a boy? Are you going to bow or when they pass you on the sidewalk? Huh? Do you bow? Do you not look in their eyes? Just because they say don't look in their eyes and the status quo is don't look in crackers' eyes, you're not gonna look in their eyes? So are we defeated? So that's what I'm saying, that just because system is giving black women so much power, you as a black man are gonna drop your hands and fold? Is that what we're gonna do? Or shouldn't we as black men now formulate a type of conspiracy to get our women in order? Because the present behavior is keeping us poor.
But not all of
I can't fire. Let me get our star of the show, Color Genesis, in on this, and then Patricia, we can just hear your response from Color and Icon Fire.
Okay.
Color, sum this up for us, Color.
Well, my point is early in the conversation with what Jay Lyon was saying and about the conditioning of women, everything. It's all about happiness. Let me tell you something, right? And I kind of said, well, certain things I agree about Islam. Islam promises a lot of these countries like the Indian culture and everything. And there's an Indian guy that's trying to get in, from South Africa. I think we should let him in. He wasn't. Bottom line is this:
do you know him? Because if you know him, it's fine.
I don't. But I would say he had something to say. Well, I was going to make a point and see what he did agree with what I'm about to say. In the Indian culture, they keep their culture so guarded, right? You're the reason why they
thank you.
They keep their culture is because they're guaranteed a wife. They have arranged marriages. What's arranged marriage? Why? A man needs a woman to be happy, right?
Yes, Carla. Now you're getting it, Carla.
Well, Go ahead. The thing is, though, I get that, right? That's their culture, right? That's not our culture, Unfortunately,
it was our culture. We just have to get it back.
Was.
But we can get it back. We have to go. There is no other alternative, bro.
But not in this country, not in America.
It is an opportunity where there is.
Hold on, Mr. It can be, Carla. Let me just say this to you. You feel me? We as black men, sometimes we act like we as black men is a race and black woman is another race. Like, what the hell are we doing?
Well, let me ask
we're all connected. We can run our own stuff. What I'm trying to say is,
I heard that.
Hold on, Carla. Let
me ask you a question.
One more second.
You gotta let somebody speak, man.
You gotta let him respond to you.
Okay, now, what organization basically that was in America that was influential that said all that? Women obey the husband and women do this and everything like that. All the stuff you just talked about, Nation of Islam, right? And that fell apart, right? That fell apart. Why people joined Nation of Islam? Because those guys knew that those fine Muslim sisters, they were going to have to choose a husband. There were those single women. Now it's changed. Even Nation of Islam got single women's groups and all stuff. They even got an LGBTQ group in the Nation of Islam, And so all this kind of nonsense is taking over. My point I'm trying to make is this: we black people, black men in America, right? We did not build the infrastructure and everything to sustain families and everything. Black women don't actually need us for the survival. They can go to the county. They get child support. They get alimony. They get all the stuff like this, So if you don't have a situation where men are the primary breadwinners and everything like that. It used to be a time when black women were married by the time they were 21. It's not that case anymore, So we want to go back to a time period that's long gone. And also, that's what I mean by the topic of tonight, happiness, right? You cannot be happy in a situation where you got this much gender friction. You know, you cannot be happy. And all I see is different black organizations. All they do is point the finger. And we're going to play this Dr. Umar Johnson video in a minute, right after this gentleman speak, because I want to show.
May I have an opportunity to speak?
Yeah, go ahead. After you speak, we're going to play.
Go ahead, Dij, and then after that, we just definitely got to get a response back from Patricia since.
So I
ahead,
want to. So I want to talk. I'm sorry right now. So basically, I am from not originally from India. Okay, I came to South Africa when I was 12 years old. Okay, was raised in Johannesburg, and I ultimately, as per the request of my parents, was having the primary intention of having an Indian wife, right? And so at the time, there was a very insular community, okay, with primarily Indians living in Johannesburg, very high rates of integration, intermarriage, right? And it was very much stigmatized to, intermarry between Black South Africans and Indians, right? And it was also lots of, there still is stigma, okay, inside the Indian community. It is not particularly, glamorous to go and marry a Black African, right? But I was very much an exception to this, right? I am an Indian nationalist by all means, but I'm also Black nationalist as well. I do believe that South Africa and all these other African countries have their own priority when it comes to maximizing potential and collectivization of their own nation, But what kind of insights do I have on how Black women act? Okay, so primarily what I see is that there is definitely less class in African communities, Black communities worldwide. There's a loss of class. They don't, no priority over education. There's no priority over business and all these other aspects of life. In India, education is number one. There is so much priority over education, family values, and of course we do still do, there is a problem, like in Africa with rape. Lots of Blacks like to rape, and India shares that commonality, where rape is very common in our culture as well, right? But how we combat these issues is through different means. For example, when we look at Blacks and how they like to organize, we organize peacefully. Gandhi said himself, if you do not organize peacefully, you do not have a chance to communicate with Western powers, right? That's exactly what we did with Britain, because they are very, very pacifist in terms of their approach, and this is something that, and you have to be intellectual, you have to be intelligent and very structured in how you approach these problems. One of the main reasons why African women gravitated towards me, right, is not only because I wasn't Black, right, but because of my intellect. So I went to a higher education, went to University of Johannesburg, went to University of Harvard as well, got my master's degree, and of course, when I came back to South Africa, there was an immense emphasis. Like, oh my God, hotshot! This guy has a lot of financial potential, and he's not as Black as these other guys. And my son, if he has sex, if my daughter has sex with this brown guy, light brown guy, the son will not be as Black as me. And of course, let me tell you something. So my wife, she is as dark as midnight. She is native Zimbabwean, She went to medical school. My son looked like a basketball player, American. He looked like Kala Genesis, to be totally honest with you. He looked very similar to Kala Genesis, He has this build, and he's like a little bit tall, but not totally tall. Like it's very, very, it's interesting. But let me tell you something, when we are talking about Indian, Black dynamics, and what is the politics of Black people that will ensure happiness and peace, I do believe that these are the following, prerequisites to Black collective happiness if we are talking about policy and beliefs. For one,
Did you hear my statements? Do you agree with my statements?
what are your statements, like, in fire, in a nutshell, if you can tell me?
Oh, well, I was dictating that we as men, what I really want is like we as black men should there's a manosphere going on in America in which I
Manosphere?
admire.
Oh, yeah, you were talking about how the wife is behaving like a bitch and she's going and
No,
shaking her booty in the club, right?
In a nutshell, what I'm really saying is we as men need to, as black men need to formulate a conspiracy towards since we don't have physical power in terms of we don't have a system.
We already beat our women. Okay, you can agree with that. If you have a
No,
bitch,
I'm
you
not
smack her you cock slap her, you knock her out, you make sure that you are dominant, right?
I'm not really talking about laying hands on them.
Okay.
I'm talking about try to moralize them. You feel me? Affect there's a manosphere going on in America. It's called the manosphere. I admire it. It's where men are kind
This
of
is for men,
opposing.
okay? This is not for women. This is not for women. This is not for women. This is for men. You know? This is not for women. This is for men.
But hear me out.
The woman's sphere, okay, is you go to the guy, you obtain the sex, right, from the woman, but the guy, he goes and obtain the sex, the woman go and obtain wealth, right? This is not related to culture necessarily. This is related to value system, right? And when you see a big nigger dick, right, and then you see it go into this elastic thing, right, bounce up and down, you go and see future. You have to look at the entire continent to really get a picture of what's going on, because this is not a matter of women versus men. This manosphere is not exclusive to women. Okay, this is not exclusive to women. Manosphere is not exclusive to men. The value systems that are underpinning these religions, these are religions that we are talking about. Okay, do you understand when I say this is a religion that you're talking about, manosphere, right?
All right, well, hold your thoughts right there, Patricia. Let's get your thoughts on.
Patricia, tell me something. You sound like transvestite.
Yes.
You sound like
So
transgender.
let me answer this question here to the one that is from South Africa. Sorry, Econ Fire. We are not punching bags. We can talk to each other if we have disagreements as husband and wife. There's no reason for this. Is what I can't take with Middle Eastern men. They like to put their hands on women.
Somebody say he's a troll.
That's fine. Let's he's off. Let Patricia finish because she's still gonna address what he said, even though he was trolling. That's all.
Yes, because you don't just come and talk about you want to make a punching bag out of a woman. That's not right. Yeah. So no, what I was saying is that there are those of us in America. We still love men, and we go out to them sometimes. There's no reason why women should act hostile to the men. I think that if you're dating somebody, the both of you should be able to sit down and communicate. If you cannot communicate, it's best you go your separate ways. But I don't think it's right for the woman to be hostile to the man, nor the man to be hostile to the woman. But as far as
Patricia, it's an overall mentality. I would love to be rearranged, because you see, our minds design how we move. It designs our physical movement. So if we could get a grasp on how we think, so that's why I say that our woman is kind of running away from consciousness, running away from Pan-Africanism and Black consciousness and African
Mhm.
knowledge. You see me? They're running away from it, and that's what annoys me. And we need to get because even the manosphere is wrong because they are trying to it's like they in shit, and in the middle of shit they trying to clean the shit. You
Right.
feel me? And they trying to stay in the shit to clean the shit. And it's like, bro, it's not gonna work.
Let's
You
say
have
you can live
to
in,
have
let's
a
say you can live in
moral
a
ground.
country. You
Let her go
Go
on.
ahead,
So she can
Patricia.
explain, and then we'll get J Lion in. Guide
yeah.
Patricia.
Yeah. No, okay, go ahead, J Line, because I was just about to finish the last few words here.
No,
No,
no, I
what
was
I was
saying Patricia, finish up, guy. Finish up what you're
Go
saying
ahead,
because I
Patricia.
don't want
Go ahead,
to interrupt
Patricia.
this. If you
okay,
so
what I was saying is that you can live in a country, but you don't have to be like the rest of the people in the West, because I don't even watch the news anymore. I stopped watching the news over a year ago. So I just mostly focus on, looking at what, on the continent through YouTube or
Of
whatever,
course.
whatever comes up. I don't focus on what's going on in the West too much,
Real quick. Real quick.
you know. So it's been nice talking to you guys, and I'm gonna go back into the chats, and you
No,
have a blessed
Patricia.
night.
No, Patricia. Stay.
well,
I'm going to say some more stuff that
well,
you're going
Okay,
to.
all
well,
right, take
appreciate you,
care.
Patricia. You can stay on or you can leave, but appreciate you. J Lion, what's your
Okay.
response to everyone?
Oh yeah, and I
Yeah,
guess towards
Patricia.
the
Stay.
I guess the guy from India, right? He was saying that like even with them, like I was hearing some Indian dude was saying that one time that some of them sometimes I don't the class we call it the class um no what do you call it they have what do you call it a caste system
The caste system.
a
Yeah.
caste yeah and it's like he was and I think one I think the father wouldn't let this guy marry him because he was too dark and same way with Bollywood and all this type of stuff and I think that even but like I said even here in the West it's just not I mean it's like what do you call it it's just women of all are just out of control period man it's like it's even I've encountered like westernized Asian women that's on that stuff that's giving Asian dudes problems and stuff like that is just
Yeah.
um yeah, and it's like what I'm saying is you seeing all this chaos that's going because you have a thing where it's just kind of out of order. You know what I'm saying? So it's like no. I mean, the West is basically what I can say here is that it doesn't have no morality. It has laws, but it doesn't have morality, right? No morality is a little different.
Yeah.
Like long as you don't,
Sodom and Gomorrah.
long as you don't steal something or you do something against something that's like the government or something like that. Anything goes, right? Yeah? And like, there's no accountability for uh, the female behaviors because we call it caters to, we call it it caters to the woman behavior and all that type of stuff. So and I think that's the thing, and I think that's like what I see this issue that's going on in the diaspora, right? That's going on, right? You have I know like some African parents, right? They raise their kids here and they're doing all type of crazy stuff, and like some East Africans too, But guess what? When they come back and go home, they're not even what do you call it? They're looked at as like like what the hell you got going on here? It's like what is this? And it's like and like they don't fit in. Like what I'm saying? It's like those who have, so when they go over there, they go back home and they can't even fit in that culture no more because they've been, poisoned by this, this Western Babylon, culture they got going on here. This degeneracy, dysfunction, toxicity. They're like almost a, a different thing, and I think that yeah, and I think what he was saying about like um the values and all that type of stuff, like a lot of that stuff is just with the you know a lot of it's just the Western culture. But I think that like you going around, I think a woman being uh structure, having structure, like I think what men do, they build structure, right? You know what I'm saying? So, and I think that men bring some type of structure to it, and I think that as far as what do you call it, and I think that with, I guess with guys, we have to respect different cultures, or we be fighting all the time. With women, where they go, wherever they go, they just what do you call it, go with the flow. You know what I'm saying? They don't go against the grain. Like dudes
Yeah,
go against the grain of the culture. They when they come to the West, right? They just like, oh, I can just do whatever they want to do all that type of stuff. So, and I think that
yeah. But look here.
yeah. So, but when they go to the somewhere, yeah, because they think that like what do you call it? It gotten to a certain point, like okay, it's like if you want any type of order, oh, that's being misogynist, or a woman doing any type of thing is like everything is um what do you call it, misogynist, or doing all this type of stuff. So it's like if a woman makes a meal, oh, that's some wicked patriarchy. So this is all this. So all these ideas is coming from like that white liberal Western brainwashing toxic feminism that exists in the West, and
Lion.
mhm.
I'm gonna say something. This how I look at things, right? Men is like men can be sometimes like a pawn. Women are very powerful. A lot of times we underestimate the power of a woman, and it's just because we pass 18. That's why we do that. Even before that, we wouldn't do that. But just because we pass 18, we start underestimating the power of a goddamn woman. Now, 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 a man can a woman can train a man, and then he through divine consciousness, he acquired consciousness after he leaves his mother's bosom. You feel me? Through divine intervention from the Almighty, or from a brother that had divine intervention. Through that way, he gonna acquire a sense of consciousness. Now, how much of that you think gonna make us powerful, when only by luck a man gather any type of consciousness, and that's after he becomes 18. So what I'm trying to say to you is, the power of a woman is she trains you, the man and the woman, before you have any power. Before you have any power, she can decide if you a thief. She can decide if you a murderer. She can decide if you are good for nothing, or she can decide if you a bookworm, or engineer, or a serious mechanic, a serious revolutionary, a stand-up man, a man that fight for his country, a man that has dignity or integrity. She can decide all of that. I wonder if y'all understanding what I'm saying. That's how powerful a woman is.
Yeah,
She
I
can
think.
decide who you are before you are nobody.
Yeah, I think it's I think it has to be a balance between the masculine and the
So you
feminine, and
see
I
if
think.
so, hold on. So if we don't get a hold of these women, and formulate a way to get a whole generation of decent, upstanding females to be the next generation of mothers, if we don't think that way, we done for. If we just make these women come out of the woodwork thinking in the same process of this normal way of thinking, which is they consider as normal. You feel me? If we as men don't formulate a way to acquire some type of education system where we can train young ladies to be young ladies who love their self, love their hair, love their color, love their people above all else. If we don't find a way to get women 16 years old and up thinking that way, we done for. They're gonna train a bunch of men that are pure idiots, like what they're doing. Now tell me if I'm wrong, my people.
Yeah, I think the conversation it went from like the ideology of being make you happy, then it went from Israel to Palestine, now it went to the male female dynamics in the West or something like that. So I was like,
Yeah,
huh?
but
So I'm really trying to
what's causing unhappiness? Sometimes, bro, you have to think about what we support, because don't tell me that we didn't support what's making us unhappy. A lot of what is making unhappiness is what we supporting. Am I lying? We are what you'd call selfish people. Now we feel selfish. Don't you expect the other person to be selfish? And if everybody's selfish, ain't nobody sharing. But don't we support selfishness? You see what I'm saying, Lion?
Well, both of you brothers, appreciate both of your feedback and energy. Before we get into this next video, just want my good brother Genesis to sum this up. It's been a whole bunch of conversations about relationships and what direction what we should do. So I want to get your Afrikstan analysis, and then we'll get into the video.
Yeah, I don't really get into the whole gender war thing and whatnot. You know, it's really subjective and everything. I don't really get into that because it's right and wrong on both sides and everything. Mm-hmm. I just think black men have never stepped up and given black women any reason to really respect them. You know, that's just my opinion. You know, so many times black men have dropped the ball in history and everything. So, women are just basically they go for the strongest men. You know, in this society, black men are seen as the weaker race, and women don't respect men who are not winning. They're not strong. It's simple as that. So what I'm saying is the topic tonight is what we had, whatever philosophy or ideology happened, right? When I say philosophy, I'm not really belief, right? We can believe something, right? But I'm saying if this something is your ideology, right? Whether it's Pan-Africanism, whatever like that, right? There has to be some point in time saying this right here will make me happy, or this will get me to a state of happiness and peace, right? Because if you don't have peace, right? So if you do all that, right, what happens is this: you're still fighting with each other. When people have discord and fighting with each other, you're still not building, right? When people are happy, right, and people happy, they're at peace with each other, then love comes in. Then respect comes in. Then you can fellowship and build like we're supposed to build, like civilized and normal people and everything. If you're not happy, you're not a happy people, you're not happy who you are, or happy, or there's not that bond there and those bonds of affection there. We're social creatures as human beings, right? If what we're doing is not building bonds and establishing ourselves as a people and everything, and we always fighting each other and everything like that, it's not worth it. And like I said, this video I'm going to show you what I'm talking about with Umar Johnson. You know, on one hand, these young men, they say, look, I'm successful. I did all things in life. I have a family. Like, but that's you as an individual. So basically, he blames the unhappy people in Black America. Like I said, there are Black people in America who are unhappy, right? Right. Let's say if you say America is a racist country, everything, like, well, fine. Then when you say, okay, if that's the case, then well, why don't we go to another country and see what we can do it there? No, you want to stay here, right? Knowing that the system is rigged, knowing how the system is and everything like that. So what happens is this: there's no master plan, there's no black organization where you can go to and get a loan. There's none of that. There's no infrastructure here whatsoever. You're basically on your own. So when you do make it, right, through education, through hard work, and all stuff like this right there, and you do basically achieve some sort of happiness, right? You know, happiness. Some people happy just having a family. You know, that's what makes you happy. That thing. I don't have people like I don't have a religion. I don't have an ideology. I'm not a Democrat. Probably I'm not a Pan-Africanist. I'm just trying to raise my family and be happy with my wife and kids and everything. I want to see my kids off to college and everything like that. That's what makes me happy. Now, if you call yourself a Pan-Africanist, you call yourself a Hebrew or Israelite, you call yourself a Moor, whatever like that. You know, where is your end game of happiness? That's the point I'm trying to make tonight. Where is your end game of happiness? You know, and I don't see it. And all I see is just an excuse to have a religion or an ideology excuse to attack other black people who you perceive as happy. And this is going to be perfect what I'm talking about with this video we're about to play.
Yes, Carla, you want to add into any of the introduction? This video is called
This is
Dr. Umar Johnson, Right to Blame Black Men.
Yeah, so Umar Johnson took a shot at black men. His respect among black men had plummeted at that, right? He says, I blame black men for all the ratchet stuff that's going on in Black America, not the white man who's monetizing and stuff, not all the stuff that's going on, but he blames black men. You know, on one hand, it's America, this like that, but he blames black men. And then when some people say, the other guy gets on and says, I did all the things. I have a family. I'm raising my house. I got a house, kids. I'm successful and everything. That's you as an individual. So in other words, basically, you're responsible for somebody else's happiness. Okay, that young guy there, Daily Wrap Up. Evidently, they're doing a really good podcast, and they're really successful and everything. They're supposed to be obliged to be unhappy because not everybody in the community is happy. You know, so this is what I'm talking about. Umar Johnson calls himself a Pan-Africanist, but where is his end game? Where's his happiness? Where's his peace? Where's his family? You know, where's his wife? You know, where's his example that he could show us of him being happy? You know, I see him all over the internet talk about.
Oh, Carla, why you do that all the time, Carla?
What?
You're a Pan-Africanist. He's a Pan-Africanist. Why do you criticize? Why do you criticize?
Why not? Why not? If he could criticize everybody else, why is he off limits?
I think you should leave the man alone. We have white people to fight. We have white people to fight. We have Arabs to fight. I need you to stop doing that, man.
That's where I strongly disagree.
No, bro, that's black and black. You're bringing in Pan-Africanism.
I strongly disagree. Because
I disagree with you doing that all the time.
If you watch the video, right, he goes after black people more than he does anybody else. Umar Johnson never says anything about the white man. Never.
He's not going after black people. Let's play the video. He's tightening black people up. He's tightening black people up. He don't go after black people.
How is he going to tighten black people up and he's not tightening himself?
The man is okay, man. The man not doing nothing.
I mean, you got to hear his points. He's making points, and you have to respond to the points that he's making. He's explaining things going. So what we can do is we can play the video, like you mentioned, College Genesis, and then you both can respond to the video. But as Kala mentioned, he made a clear declaration that he's not really a true Pan-Africanist because there's almost no true Pan-Africanists out there. But
a Pan-Africanist basically is about winning with his people. Umar Johnson, all he does is attack black people.
He is a Pan-Africanist. And I
Icon Fire. Just explain to us in full details so we can hear and you can just clarify it on your stance and why he's a Pan-Africanist and the things he's doing to empower black people.
Yeah, it's not easy for me to validate anyone in terms of goodness and all that. But and I'm not saying Omar Johnson is an angel, you feel me? But he is a black conscious Pan-Africanist. You feel me? He's not successful in whatever he was doing. He's still doing it. I respect that stuff. I see people that spend money on frivolous stuff and they don't donate to that, which is good for black people, in which people can make that effort go faster. So the man is doing what he's doing. It's taking longer. I appreciate what he's doing. I know the end game. You feel me? He is a bit cocky. He does overstep, but he is not a thief.
I'm saying, so let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question to that point. When he when he basically when Tyehimba was out there nasty talking about eating ass on that, he said she's a queen. That's my queen stuff. That's queen stuff. That's queen business or whatnot. So that's okay.
We call our black woman a queen.
No. Let me ask you a question. You wasn't saying that. You wasn't saying that like 20 minutes ago. You were just criticizing black women for the way they wear their hair and all stuff like this, shaking their ass. You was just talking about the women in Jamaica. Now, basically, you're saying it's okay because Umar Johnson said it.
No, they are our queens, regardless of how.
No, it don't work like that, bro.
No.
A queen. No, only a king can make a queen. Or a queen is a title of respect.
Carla.
This is what I mean. This is what I mean. My people don't. I believe that mostly people in this movement are fake. You know, how you gonna call somebody a gutter ghetto trash like that a queen? Now he could have been talking about somebody like Regina King or Felicia Rashad. He gonna talk about the most nastiest thing in our culture and call that a queen.
Bro, the man.
This is why nobody respects. This is why nobody respects this movement. You know.
No, you two. You are too what you'd call stiff. You're not flexible.
I mean, I can't fight. I can't fight. He made some great points on the situation. I mean, try to respond to that because I don't know if he's being. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not insulting him. That's all I'm saying. He's kind of stiff in the way his analytics is. He don't analyze properly. Now, Dr. Omar Johnson, as a professional, he does not discriminate. So that's why he called the woman a queen. I would call her a lady too.
Oh Lord!
Even though she's not a lady, I would call her a lady. I would call her she one of our black queens. That's how
how you gonna call? But just an hour ago, you were saying all the women. You got to put these women in their place and everything.
Yeah, I kind of cover it.
Psychology. It's all about psychology, man. The man is giving her psychology.
She did that. She was twerking on some old ass white man. Come on,
brother. Is that really a queen? Is that really a queen?
No, she's not. No, listen.
All right, then let's bring the conversation in.
Can I talk and stop bullying, bro? Y'all bullying, man. Y'all bullying, man. Just because I'm not agreeing with y'all stuff, man. You feel me? But I have my own opinions. She's a ghetto gagger, but she a black woman, and and there are other ghetto gaggers in the black world. We give them all respect. We call them all
Pookies and Ray Ray's kings.
We don't mean the Pookie and Ray Ray. The Pookie and Ray Ray bro. The Pookie and Ray Ray are
women like that. Women like that are leading our young ladies astray. When you talk to young ladies, you know what I'm saying. So we can't be putting women like that on a pedestal when they're. And then we have women out there. I'll hold on for a second.
Okay.
But brother, the thing of it is, we have women out there that are just well educated out there, just building their life and doing all the right things. and they're not the ones being mentioned. He's you know, look who he's mentioning as a
I
queen.
think that's a lie. I think that's a lie and hypocrisy, Bomani.
Well, go ahead and explain, brother. It's all good.
You have seen him post a lot of pictures with a lot of different women, educated black women, decent black women, but they are not famous.
Why is he always called them my wifey number 28? You don't respect women. This wifey
you
number
have to look
32.
at the things you've been saying for real.
Oh my
As a matter of
gosh.
fact, well, how about this? Let's play this video.
He is a bit eccentric, but that don't have nothing with him not being a Pan-Africanist. He is a bit extra. If he may, I told you he is a bit cocky, and he needs a bit and somewhat straightening up in terms of his cockiness. I think he needs to stop being cocky about him being the most conscious, the most this. I think he's putting up a flare, but I understand.
You can't. All the shows we've done on this show talk about history and breaking down geopolitics. Umar couldn't come on here and even fucking be on one of our panels.
Nah, Umar Johnson knows his stuff, bro. What are you talking about? You can't debate. Come on, man. Umar Johnson.
The bottom line, I was like this. You can find Umar having a debate me or not. I would love that.
I mean, what is Umar Johnson really saying exceptional? To be honest with you,
Umar Johnson is very studied, bro. What are you talking about?
What is he? I mean, he's talking about everything with him is about
African consciousness.
What?
It's psychology of real. Is it a real science? It's psychology of real science.
That man is a very studied historian.
Okay, we understand that.
I'm actually a historian, right? I broke that. When I come on here, I break down everything. I've never heard Umar Johnson talk about African history, real African history.
Yeah, but you come on, you're not in his rank.
Well, who says who?
Man.
Because he's a troll.
The only thing Umar Johnson got is a following because he do a lot of shows and things. As far as the moves that we're making, trying to get people ready for repatriation.
First of all, I understand what.
Do you know Umar Johnson started off listening to me? You probably don't know this, right? But Umar Johnson used to be one of my listeners back in the days when I was on Blog Talk Radio.
Okay. Listen, Carla,
I never tried to make this out of a living. I could have went out there and went all over the place trying to be the Prince of Pan.
Brother, you could be out there doing the speeches just like him.
Carla, all right, just hold on. I respect you, Carla. Just calm down. You feel me? I respect you. I admire that you are in the right way of the development of Africa. I respect that shit. You feel me? I respect all Pan-Africanists. You feel me? I don't really even rate no Pan-Africanist over no Pan-Africanist. You feel me? Even a great historian, I don't respect him over a Pan-Africanist who is not well studied. I respect people on their loyalty towards Africa. And
Icon, you're chipped out. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to our scheduled video and then
same level.
I finished wrapping it up because you dropped off a little while.
Going on now, the one that's viral now, that he's talking about Israel and Palestine. I love that one. You feel me? Yeah.
Well, how about this, Icon? How about you send a link to me somehow, and I can play that one after this one, and you can just make your point on that one based on that video. As long as it's not too long, or if it's long,
I'm not versatile on that, so that won't happen.
You know what I mean? Post it in the chat link. In the chat, and I'll just copy the link.
That's what I'm telling you. I'm not that savvy to do that.
That's very unfortunate. But what I'll do is I'll play this video and I'll look for it and I'll just check it out while I'll be playing this. So yes, Brother Genesis, this is the video that you're making your point on. So we're gonna play this and then we're gonna give it our Afrikstan analysis.
And happiness, peace and happiness. You know.
We have to be held accountable for their poor selection.
No, you have to be held accountable because they have a poor selection. That is 100% our fault. What I'm saying is she got a right to be angry with us.
Black women been dogged by black men, drugged by black men, completely ran over and heartbroken by black men, but still don't give up on black men. Black women don't do that.
Melody also says, I think I'd rather stick pins in my eyes than date a black man.
I like a little vanilla in my life, and I might one day be a white dude's wife.
If we're going to be men, the first thing we got to do is take responsibility for why our women feel the way they feel.
Recently, I did a review of Rebecca Lynn Pope, who was encouraging Black women to expand their options because Black men are, and I quote, in crisis. Now, what I didn't expect was to see the same rhetoric repeated by a Black man. Now enter Dr. Umar Johnson. He recently did an interview with Daily Wrap-Up Crew, which has gone viral multiple times, largely because of the different responsibility he puts on Black men as it relates to the different challenges and the different issues that we face today. And I was quite surprised to see the amount of similarities Rebecca Lynn Pope and Dr. Umar have as far as their analysis of the different problems in the Black community and specifically who is to blame for it. Now, while Dr. Umar and Rebecca Lynn Pope, they do come to different conclusions. Rebecca Lynn Pope is encouraging Black women to swirl if that means they'll be happy. Dr. Umar Johnson does not support interracial dating. But nevertheless, they do have a similar analysis as to why the Black community is in the state that it's in. And let me tell you, it all comes down to blaming Black men. But before I break it down, I'll show you a few clips and we'll get into it.
One of the things I've realized about good Black men is that you don't realize that there's not a gazillion more like you.
If the men are the providers, what have we been providing for our community? What are we doing for the children who don't have a father?
It's like there are not enough good Black men. This is something that we have heard from Black women for a very, very, very long time. My response to this is always, so are we saying that there's enough good Black women?
Let me piss in your mouth, fart in your face. I want to get on top of your hair and rub it in.
How do we exist in a community where all of the Black men are bad, but all the Black women are good? Like, that doesn't make sense.
That was Umar's queen.
Individuals were growing up under the same households.
Yeah, go ahead, Kala.
No, that was Tyehimba. That was Umar's queen icon. You know, shitting up somebody's hair and smear it in. Oh, that's who he calls a queen.
Yeah, but that girl is just
you can't defend that, bro. Just walking back and saying, "Yo, I was wrong. I was wrong." Akon, we got a lot of respect for you on this panel, man.
Calm down, Kala.
Don't go down like this, bro. Don't go down like this, bro. Yo, just take that L.
Stop arguing, bro. Stop fucking arguing, man. Why are you arguing, man?
Don't you have a curse? I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of keep the language down. Keep the language down. Okay. But I mean, the brother is not. Kala's making a valid response. But you know what? The lady is right there on the screen, right there. Is this your Black queen?
Bro, let me speak, man. You know what she's doing. Well, do you know what the others is doing? Not because just because she is displaying what she's doing, so you can actually say, yo, she's doing that. There's a lot of women that's doing the same thing that she's saying. The ones that
this is why nobody takes this movement seriously.
Maybe your neighbor. You feel me? It's doing the same thing. It's the programming. It's the programming of our women that's going on. And
I know a lot of Black women in my life. They don't act like this,
bro.
Yeah, me too. Absolutely,
bro. You're from the 19th century. What are you talking about?
I work with Black women that are professionals and some of everything. And it was like, when I go to church or somebody like that, got families, got kids, got grandkids, everything. And I don't know anybody.
Bro, you are from the 19th century. all you know is what in the 1990s.
I'm talking about 2023.
Bro, in the 1990s, a lot of women in America wasn't even sucking dick, wasn't even doing oral sex. Worse in the 1980s. People are just evolving in wickedness more, bro. Don't you understand? If you mean things are just you never hear a black woman speak that way in the 90s.
So I mean, basically, you're saying, brother, this is acceptable and this is normal and this is okay to call.
No, basically, I'm saying that what you call dirty behavior, once you make it acceptable, it's going to get worse, and this is the outcome. But that don't mean we gonna just like what you call talk all type of bad things totally against our women, especially a man like Dr. Omar. He just talked to the lady, and he just talk about the lady as that. I'm sure he don't totally mean it, but he means it that in general these are our black queens, and you can know that how he talks. They need to tighten up. He talks that all the time. You feel me? But I'm sure he's kind of misguided in terms of he needs to come over to the manosphere more. You feel me? But nobody's perfect, bro. He's just a human being trying to do what he can. I don't understand why all this animosity.
Well, appreciate
you. On one team.
Let Khaled respond, because you're saying about all this animosity. So
this is what I'm talking about. Why nobody respects Omar, nobody respects, and he's like the lead. When people say Pan-African, they put this clown up there and whatnot as Pan-Africans, and this is what we're talking about. Bomani and I are serious about this movement, bro. I don't know what you feel or whatever like that. You know what I'm saying, like that, but I'm dead serious about this movement.
Yeah, but you can't just praise yourself and
all I know is he gets no respect.
You can't praise yourself and try to step on. You can't praise yourself and try to step on another person.
I'm not trying to praise myself. I'm just saying I know what's real.
Praise yourself and leave people name out of your mouth.
Well, okay. Well, but in this video, we'll watch the video. He didn't leave the black males in America out of his mouth when that. He basically
ain't call nobody name. He ain't call nobody name.
No, he talked about the black man. That's even worse.
He don't call nobody name, bro. He don't call nobody name.
If a woman's out there having 4 or 5 babies with a pookie, that's a decent black man's fault for why she did that. He even said that a married black man, that's his responsibility to go out there and raise somebody else's kids. That's not his because she made bad choices. That's what he said.
Get him, collar. This
is what I'm talking about with this movement, right? Look, let me say this, brother. I'm not in this movement to make friends or have people like me.
But he's right to say that, Carla.
Hold on. No,
he's right to say that.
No, he's not. No, he's not. He's talking about my father, he's talking about me, my brother, everybody else that did the right thing and raised their family when that he's bringing cast explosions on them. He has no right to talk about men he don't know when he didn't even raise his own daughters.
You hear me, Bomani?
Bomani's a single father when not raising his son. Take him to Africa with him. Every man I know that I'm cool with when I do the right thing and whatnot, have their stuff together. I'm not gonna let somebody.
I mean, the reality of it is, the brothers I know, no matter how hard it is, they're taking care of their family. That's one thing I can say. I mean, but then again, I don't associate myself with a bunch of trash men, and I'm sure Colin doesn't either. But go ahead, brother. We can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
No, I mean, like, okay. It's like this. What if one of the brothers decide that, okay, I'm gonna open a trade center, and he open up some what you call docks or some bays You feel me? Like a few bays and a warehouse and a few bays, and this put plumbing, mechanic, or a couple different trade, and call it a trade center, and invite the youths of the community to come and learn trade after school or some stuff. You know, someone could do that, and it would be what Omar Johnson
we got that going on. We got the black fraternities and everything like that. We got a group called the League of Extraordinary Men. I have as one sister that's a banker of mine and whatnot. She has a investment camp, a real estate investment camp with nothing but young black boys from the projects. We got people out there doing real work, and they're not all there making fools out of themselves on the internet, doing all this provocative stuff.
Yeah, but the man is talking right. The man talk right. I'm not in agreement with everything he says, but the man is on the right course. The man is going to open that school, you feel me? And the school is going to run. That's
school's not gonna never open.
See, I don't like that. I don't like that with our black people.
That school's never gonna open, bro.
We are too pessimistic.
All right, let's explain why the school's not going to open.
One is, if you look at it realistically, right? When you talk about school and whatnot, first of all, he talks about, we don't need money for the state. That means you're going to look at Umar's antics and everything like that, right? And I'm listening to also psychology. I hate to break this to is a bullshit science. You know, it's not even a real credible science.
Okay.
Well, it's not even a real credible science. You know,
okay,
it's only over the last decade. You know, the criticism of human psychology is every time all the psychology like that, nothing bounces out. Because when you're dealing with human beings, it's not like you're dealing with animals where you can predict traits and stuff like that. That's what psychology is. None of that stuff like that is actually real science. You know, so people basically, he's a psychologist. He's psychology. Psychology is like the easiest degree to get. It's not really credible. All these guys do all we have is nothing but a bunch of con men and jokesters out there hyping people up in the community and whatnot and everything. You know, I have no problem with Umar does and whatnot, but when you start attacking black men, like he did, like that, attacking the black community.
Is not
he has not lived his life like that. He had two daughters. Who wasn't in their life. He didn't raise or anything like that. He was getting sued for child support. They're about to take his driver's license away from him in Pennsylvania.
Dude, why you talk about a next man's personal life like that?
Look, Bomani. Finish playing the video.
Don't do these things. Don't stop doing it.
Finish playing the video.
No.
He got so much smoke. He got so much smoke for everybody else. This guy, Umar comes after LeBron James. He comes after LeBron James. He came after Tyler Perry. He comes after Jay-Z and Beyonce. They blah, 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 blah. He talks about everybody else. Nobody's
can I talk about him. For a minute? Can I talk for a minute? Bro. It don't look good how you speak, bro. It don't look good.
Don't care.
But you have to care, bro.
I don't give a damn.
You becoming a public figure.
I'm past caring about what niggas think.
You're a radio commentator. You're a public figure. You need to stop doing that, I don't really care.
I hope this message gets to him. How about that?
No, but why are you doing that? You have the rest of the world. Why are you focusing on that?
We're trying to win this game, right? And the bottom line, we're sick and tired of people playing games in this movement, right? We got people scamming.
Playing no games, man. Leave the man alone, man.
People wasting our time and whatnot. And we said that the end game is nationhood and everything. If you don't believe in nationhood and that's the end game, you don't want to get behind Bomani and Kala, what we're trying to do, or support us and whatnot, don't even like that. We have nothing to talk about. None of these guys came by and support Bomani and what we're trying to do. So
Omar Johnson maybe don't even know your channel.
There we go. Hey, oh no, navigate. Oh Lord, that's all I need. Okay. Anyway,
let's navigate. Come in and say something. Navigate. Welcome to Pan-Africanism. towards nationhood. What's on your mind? What you think of
topic,
Genesis and Icon Fire going back and forth?
I want to the topic.
I think we have to think and talk for a much better understanding, you know. And Dr. Umar Johnson, you know, seems like this is a hate fest on Dr. Umar Johnson. You know, I agree with Ian. You can't validate yourself, you know, by spitting dirt on somebody else. No, you know, it just don't even work that way.
Please stop it, man. Talk about yourself, man, and keep people name out your
Bomani, key place. Well, the topic of tonight is your end game happiness, right? So this is a point I'm trying to make. That's why
you speak as if you're talking about
let's finish.
You're talking about an individual.
Let's he's not the only one. He's not the only one.
Let me talk, man. Stop jumping down my throat, man. You're not talking about an entity. You're talking about an individual that has a life. What you say can have effect on another person's life. Y'all stop doing that, bro. First of all of us is on the same team. Stop with this black and white fighting, man. Every weekend you come on with that. No, every weekend you come on with that.
We're on the same team. What do you mean by we're on the same team?
I can't even talk.
No, I mean
we're on the same team. We are on the same team.
You have to clarify certain things. We're trying to have a communication here. Be clear about the same team and what that same team is about, because me and Kala is not on the same team as what he's on.
Yes, you are.
No, we're not.
Yes, you are. Yes, you fucking are. Yes, you are.
I'm not running to the DR. I'm running to the DR talk about, oh yeah, these are real black women and whatnot. Look at lusting after women all over the place.
I don't care which direction. I don't care which direction you are.
Bonnie and I going this way.
No one has a further lock on correctness.
I don't care which direction you are taking.
Correctness.
All of us is for the development.
We have to develop
Africa.
a new acceptance for one another. You know, we have been through centuries of trauma. You know, where we have been, you know, socially altered and not function properly with each other.
I can't
but you just cannot talk about Dr. Umar Johnson and say everything that you say about him is bad and have nothing positive at all to say about the brother. Nothing. Everything about him, you know, that comes out of your mouth is hate. You know, that's not cool.
Kala is not preaching hate navigate. You need to be clear about that.
He haven't said one single thing positive thing about Dr.
I mean, navigate. Just because navigate and Icon Fire, just because he's giving his analysis, don't mean he's hating on the brother. We're talking about true Pan-Africanism and nation building. And some people. Hold on for a second. Some people navigate. Hold on. Some people are taking this as like a clown show, and he's one of them.
Not
so
me.
the brother explained several things. But go ahead.
This how I look at it. There be all different type of Pan-Africanists. You feel me? And I accept all different type of Pan-Africanists because our mission is
what about
for
the fake ones, the fake ones, the ones that's running the movement.
I don't appreciate fake people, but Omar Johnson is not fake. You feel me? Omar Johnson is doing what he can without a job. You feel me? And I understand. As far as I'm concerned, it is a hard thing to do what he's doing.
Let's get a response from Kala, because what are the hard things he's doing? So, Kala, what are the hard things he's doing? So we can just, and then navigate, you'll explain that to us also, because you're so positive about all these things.
Okay, my whole thing is we have to watch the rest of the video, and I can really break it down to you. You know exactly what I'm talking about. We watch the video, and I want to know what stuff he's doing.
Hold on, everybody is living like Sukihana. Everybody, that's why he's not getting support for his school, because everybody, the man and the woman, is living just like Sukihana.
Well, he endorsed her. He took pictures with her. He did a photo shoot with her.
And that's my problem with you, Carla. That's my problem with you. You don't talk about the Negroes. You don't talk about the Negroes. No, you don't. No, you don't talk about hood rat Negroes. You don't talk about Pookies. You don't jump on those Negroes. You want to jump on you want to jump on the you want to jump on one of the
Carla jumps on everybody.
You want to jump on one of the main. You want to jump on one of the main Pan-Africanists. One of the main Pan-Africanists you want to take down. That's the one you want to take down. You want to take down one of our main Pan-Africanists.
Don't mean we have to hate one another.
I'm not gonna.
That's evil. That's evil, Carla. You can't see the rest of hood Negroes in California and don't want to take down those hood Negroes.
The videos
make sense. If these individuals were growing up under the same household, they both were impacted. So this is the issue that I start to have when it comes down to the blame black men narrative. There needs to be a shared level of responsibility if there is to be enough good black women.
Let me piss in your mouth, fart in your face. I want to sit on top of your hair and rub it in.
How do we exist in a community where all of the black men are bad, but all the black women are good? Like, that doesn't make sense. If these individuals were growing up under the same households, they both were impacted. So this is the issue that I start to have when it comes down to the blame black men narrative. There needs to be a shared level of responsibility if there is to be healing and if there is to be change that's going to impact everybody.
There's a lack of awareness around what is eligible and the availability of black men. My husband thinks so many men are just like him. No.
See, what you're saying, you're selecting a poor mate. And what I'm saying is they don't have much to select one, so of course you're going to end up with a poor mate.
Now, here's another popular one. Black men are Pookies and Rays, yada, yada, yada. We know there's more black men in college than in prison. We also know rates of incarceration are increasing for black women specifically. There's one report that I read yesterday that showed that black women are actually more likely to get incarcerated than white women. So if they're a Pookie and Ray also has a counterpart. And that's partially the problem. We have broken people in the community who are coming together and recreating some of the mess that we see.
Black men are not in the home raising their kids. Black fathers are the number one fathers that are absent. You got to do it all yourself. Well, what energy does that put you in? Masculine.
And I'm telling you, black men are responsible for her being masculine because we have not helped her raise them children.
I am
and
not.
when I say help them raise them children, I don't mean you as the stepdad.
No, yeah,
I mean you as an active member in the community where we go to every single.
I can fire. You had a response to something a little while ago while we're in motion. What were you saying?
No, I was saying that that the woman is saying the same thing as Dr. Umar, right? And she's a wig wearing hyena, just like Sukihana. And she might be looking all quote unquote what they would call normal and decent. That's how she looked, but she might be a ghetto goggler and all of that what Sukihana is. She might be the same. You feel me? So what I'm trying to say is a lot of women are just under cloak. You feel me? A lot of women just don't display their private life like Sukihana. You feel me? So a lot of women, just like you say, Sukihana don't deserve certain respect. They don't deserve certain respect either, but they get it just because they're a woman. And what I'm saying about Dr. Umar is that time with Sukihana, she's a kind of famous person. So that's why that meetup was so popular. But he's just approaching her like he'd approach any normal ghetto goggler. You feel me? That's how he does it. He don't say, "Hey, you are ghetto goggler, so I have to treat you and speak to you like a ghetto girl. He just
No, I
hold
think
that common decency and call her empress and call her a queen just the same. I want to tell you something, bro. I want to tell you something. And even Bomani knows. I don't know why he acting as if he wasn't around any Rastafari in Jamaica. And Rastafari called woman empress. And even the ratchet ghetto woman, the Rasta man will call her empress, even though he knows that her deeds is not correct. Don't you know that, Bomani? A Rasta man will still call a ratchet woman empress.
Yes,
Don't
very
you know
nice.
that?
I mean, that's very nice and respectful, and I get what you're saying. Is just I'm
yeah,
trying
yeah,
to
I mean,
work with everyone, seeing Color's point and seeing the level of what women like herself are doing to make it more popular now to do all these kind of wild stuff and
yeah,
be
yeah.
out.
I mean, I
Well,
only
you
see that
can't
as in
blame
the,
Well,
her.
well,
You
I'm not.
can't blame her.
Dr.
I
Umar
only
is
see that
still
in the
being
West, man.
chivalrous.
Uh,
He's
uh,
being chivalrous.
one person talk at a time. J Lion, you're saying something. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, yeah. I don't only see that in the West. You know, like in Ethiopia, that would happen. Like that would be called out. You know, real quick. Huh? And I think that I would say that like I would say in most African countries, that behavior would be called out real quickly. You know what I'm saying? So it's only here in the West, right? You know? You'll hear some stuff like that,
But
calling these
it's
people
coming for
that
Africa. It's
that
coming for
dysfunctional
Africa.
behavior will be called out. You know what I'm saying? So, and I think that with him, Dr. Umar Johnson, he's just he's on that matriarchal nonsense that basically where he's just trying to kiss a lot of these westernized women behind and saying all this other type of stuff and not giving no accountability with these women behaviors and all this type of stuff and just saying,
That's
oh, it's
kind of
all,
true. That's kind of
you're
true.
responsible for the way how, individually these women act or how it is all this other type of stuff when basically there's no system in place, right? It's a Western society. Um, the women can do whatever they want to do and stuff like that. So it's like, and this goes for, even African immigrants and stuff like that. I've seen, whether, she was West African or East African, second generation, first generation, they're acting a fool. The parents have no control. They can't say that because, women are free to do what they were to do because there's no system in place, huh? And I think that, so blaming all this other, so I think that, I mean, that's good that Dr. Umar Johnson should, be saying stuff he's saying, but I think that he was, kind of, being contradicting himself. On this point, and I think the other woman that was, I think she like some YouTuber, I forgot her, I think her name was Chaz or they or whatever it was, that was, her critique of what, he was saying about what the man and woman was saying. So it basically just, it leaves the woman of any type of accountability because
Yeah,
there's
he does
no
give
accountability for women in the
he
West.
does
So
give the woman too much break, but
yeah,
he does some listen man, he does teach women also, bro. He's just not radical in terms of how he talks to the woman, like how I would like stop wearing. But he does. All right, look what he said about opening his school, right, and or running his school. He don't want no teachers with no wigs. He don't want no. He just want teachers with natural hair to teach the kids.
Good luck on that one.
That's just an example and an essence that is a subliminal essence that he's putting out. You feel me?
Also nice, dreamless.
And he's also an idealist.
Bro, we don't have to put down people's stuff. You have hood niggas in Chicago where you can go oppose their behavior, instead of looking for a Pan-Africanist to go and oppose his behavior in terms of how he's trying to figure out how to make our people better. You see me? Instead of we focusing on other Pan-Africanists, how about go focus on our straight bros, the ones who are straight, the ones who's making the ones you live in Atlanta, the ones who's making it where you can't drive anywhere tonight, and where you can't break down anywhere tonight. Those ones you supposed to, Bomani, you supposed to go after and be trying to clean up, instead of going after the big man. The man is the man. I love the man. Instead of we going after the one Pan-Africanist that's famous, we need to stop doing that and stop focusing on the man.
Well, like I mentioned,
we have too much broken men to be focusing on this man.
We don't have a show here tonight. You can
we're not here to do. One of the things he mentioned,
we're grown ass men.
Yeah, one of the things he mentioned, Kala, is about cleanup. Kala, you and I are not going out there to no hood and jeopardizing our life to straighten a bunch of punks up.
Well, he doesn't do it. He's in Philly. He never does anything in Philly. You know, he's always on a plane going someplace else. Umar Johnson, if you put a tracking device on him or not, and one of those things like that, say you can't leave out of the city limits of Philly, he could see just as many people in the city of Philly if he was doing something as he would with all those expensive ass trips he goes all over the place.
Bro, you don't go talk to nobody like Umar Johnson, Mr. Kala. So stop talking.
What is it done?
That man go at holding conversation and giving your people a steady mentality is better than money.
Oh, really?
So not because
he makes a living.
You gotta explain that one. You gotta explain that one in detail.
He makes a living.
He's building a school, and he goes around and have. And
where's he get his money from? Where's his job?
The man is have to survive some way. So leave the man alone.
So the bottom line is this. Okay, if you live like that, okay, that's fair enough, right? If you live like that, what you do is like, I know people that do that, they're very humble. They're not opinionated like he is or whatnot. And like I said, let's watch this video, right? and the bottom line is this. If you got people like a pastor or traveling evangelist, whatnot, they come, they're very humble, and they take their whatever.
Hold on.
And the bottom line is this guy goes around and he's going to tell you what you need to be doing.
All right,
he's going to tell black men what they're doing. And he should have said, look, I did this. I raised 2 daughters. I did this. I did that. I'm with the none of this.
You moved the wrong man. Yo, Kala, this is what I have to say to you. I can't really listen to you. You're just a Christian little baby boy that just came around African consciousness a few years ago. I can't be listening to you.
Really. I've been out here longer than everybody.
You still is a Christian little baby boy.
I've been out here longer than everybody. I've been out here longer than Umar.
Kala, ain't nobody listening to you. You're a little Christian boy. Stop playing, man.
Why not?
I mean, you're in the name calling. What do you mean by that?
Church. You respect your pastors. That's all you respect. You don't respect people like
I don't have a pastor.
You respect your little pastor boy.
I'm just using an example that
he don't care about no dirty pastor.
He don't do nothing but to travel and preach. He collect money for black folks when he goes around. People don't even have the money. He don't give no free lectures.
Leave the man alone, man. Leave the man alone, man.
What are you talking about? We're trying to
I mean, I can't find we're doing an Afrikstan analysis. Navigate freely. Let me hear from you. I mean, let me know what you think of all of this.
I think Dr. Umar Johnson, is being a more of a he's putting more pressure on black men. As a responsible party, for the black culture within the USA. But I agree with the lady when the point that she made that both black men and women, are equally arrested in their development. You know, we've been socially engineered, you know, not to function properly with each other. And Dr. Umar Johnson, you know, he's trying to be chivalrous, you know, and saying, you know, and be idealistic, you know, that men should lead and men should take responsibility for everything.
He never took no responsibility.
Well, this is what's coming out his mouth. He's blaming black men.
Do as I say,
for what's going on.
Not as I do.
I don't know. He takes responsibility. I do not agree with you, Kala, that he don't take responsibility for anything. That is just not true.
Yeah.
I can't hold on. I'm just trying to make sure navigate is clear. What you mean that you disagree with Kala Genesis? In which way?
He said Dr. Umar Johnson don't take responsibility for anything. You know, that's not true.
Oh, okay. Let's run it down. Let's run it down.
Let me finish saying what I got to say.
Let me break it down.
Let me finish saying what I got to say. Then you can run it down. You know, so you know, today, you know, I can certainly understand. You know, we are black men and women in the USA primarily is arrested in their development.
I'm not arrested. I'm not. I speak for yourself.
Let me finish speaking. You are too. You just in denial.
I got everything I need in life.
Yeah, you the epitome of virtue.
How am I arrested? You know,
don't have no more to lock on correctness. You don't hold a candle to Umar Johnson, no matter how you wait.
Umar doesn't own his own house. You know.
Well, I don't know what he owns. He
got people's money. For some raggedy
all I know is that he goes around the world and talks to people, and most of the stuff that he says is valid.
Jobs, man. Why you take personal jobs, man? Be a grown man.
Hold up, you call me a Christian boy. Is that a personal jab? You can talk shit about me,
but not about your finances.
If he's talking about we're arrested in our development, I'm not arrested in my development.
That's your.
I didn't call you a boy. I
black men and black women in the USA are equally arrested in their development.
No, say some black people, like yourself.
I didn't call you a boy. I call you a baby boy.
Well, I'm not a baby. I'm very much a man.
Yeah, you know, and Colin think he has a mortal lock on correctness, and he's the only one that's not flawed. And he can't find anything in Dr. Umar Johnson that's virtuous at all. Only in himself.
Yeah, man, just try to look for the good.
Okay, you guys are fanboys.
You can hate him. Y'all blowing everything out of proportion. The brother is analyzing the situation, and y'all taking it to another level. Let's finish playing the video so he can make his point.
Parent black mother and say, how many sons you got? 2? How many sons you got? 2? Well, guess what? That's your son's big brother. That's your son's big brother.
I've been getting paid over $3,000 in weekly royalty checks from this old YouTube channel that.
Another popular talking point, black men are not in the home. There's all this fatherlessness. We are overrun by single parent households. And yes, this is true. But what is not talked about is the fact that these single parent households are being created by a minority of men. Again, a majority, over 50% of black men currently are single and childless. So that means you have the majority of black men who are not even in this conversation when it comes to parents, kids, households. Like, they're not even there because they didn't have kids, they're not married, they don't have offspring, none of that. So again, it really is a small percentage of the black male population who is creating a lot of chaos. And so it's going to be really difficult to try to convince men who have taken care of themselves or who have not had kids to go on and take on the responsibilities of other grown men who are just being irresponsible. And I think this is where Dr. Umar a lot of times runs into pushback. I know he talks from a community perspective and pushes for that, right? Because that is more of an African way of looking at things. But the reality is, you know, Black Americans right now are largely integrated into American culture and very much see things individualistic. And also Black women do not really, they kind of go back and forth when it comes to the communal approach. They want the individualism to do what they want. They don't want the collective responsibility. They don't want to be held accountable by other societal forces. They want the freedom to express themselves and their sexuality as they want. But then now when it comes to raising these kids, they want to have a shared responsibility. Then they want to have the community. And so there is this tension already because the Black community by and large is not operating like a community. They're operating like a whole bunch of different broken individual pieces. Like, it just comes down to men not really being motivated. I don't really know how else to put it. It's just men are incredibly motivated to step in and fix the problems of Pookie and Ray Ray, and to also take on the responsibilities of women who have actively said, we don't need you. And then on top of that, we have to deal with the superiority complex that definitely exists within the Black community, whether it's because there's been a matriarch going on, whether it's because the women have been largely in the homes, responsible for the homes, and their narrative has been loud and clear over the last couple of decades. Nevertheless, there has been this superiority complex that definitely exists among women that says, look, all I got to do is just show up. I need to be served.
Niggas need to serve me. Like, I don't need to be sitting up here trying to help niggas and none of that shit. So
now, with that said, there are some very good points that have been raised. Issues with literacy, issues with single parent households, issues with low marriage rates. Like, all of those things I think are valid concerns that truthfully do need addressing if there is ever to be a future for Black people in America. This is where I do believe shared responsibility truly is important. More importantly, I don't think it's healthy and logical to go around calling Black women queens if at the same time we want to go and remove culpability and responsibility from their actions. We can't do that. Either you are a queen and you have a responsibility to pass on culture, to pass on values, and to tend to your household and your community and to make sure it's the strongest it can be. Either you hold that position and that responsibility with pride, and you don't complain about it, but you understand that is your role, or you're not a queen.
Icon Fire, this one is for you, but you're not here. But Color Genesis, did you hear that clearly? I mean, I'm not saying that.
And what she said, she spoke more truth.
Analysis, basically, based on what we've been talking about. And Icon cannot see this. Icon, if you're still out there, brother, come back on and respond to this, because
she spoke more truth than Dr. Umar Johnson did.
And let me say this, right? Khan was basically talking as like, yeah, I like the Arabs. They got the women under control. There's nothing wrong with her job. Then he said at the beginning of the show that a woman, you got to keep your woman in your house so a man don't look at her, all those kind of stuff like that.
Yes, he said all of that.
He said all that. And then when we talk about, oh, no, so Icon's full of shit, That's what I say. That's why nobody would say. That's why people like Umar Johnson. Umar's full of shit, and the people follow him are full of shit. These are the only way we're gonna be real Black men. And we have Black men that stand on principles and stand up like men and believe in something. If you're all over the place with your ideology, what sounds good when you're talking and everything like that, you're all over the place and call yourself. I don't have to respect not a goddamn person. I don't have nobody. No. At this stage of the game and whatnot, nobody gets my damn respect. Respect is earned. And I haven't seen anything out there now. That's why we did the show tonight. Where any of these movements or anybody out there has said, oh, we could bring happiness, right? Even just the normal discord among Black people, right? It's contention. If you're basically talking about you're a Pan-African, right? The first thing, what Black man, Black woman, Black child, right? Not he said, not your stepdad. You got to go out there and raise all those single kids that she had irresponsibly, right? And no incentive for her to do that, right? How's that building a damn Black family? And like I told Philip Lindsay the other night, if you want to solve the Black community's problem, we have to start talking about marriage and building families and households again. Nobody wants to talk about that. They don't want to let women do everything they want to do and whatnot. They got dudes, women sometimes have 5 different baby fathers and everything like that. And then you want the responsible man, right, that already has a family, like Umar says. If you already have a family, it's your job to go and mentor all these kids and whatnot. That's not his. Your responsibility is to the kid you brought into this world. Now, if you could have time to mentor somebody or whatever like that, it's not fine. But that's not your responsibility. Umar, that's just an attack on Black men. Because Black men have moved past the Umar Johnsons. We don't need him anymore. So he wants to, he knows that he's not getting support among Black men. So basically, he wants to pander to Black women so they can send him money and send him support. Because Black men ain't doing it no more. But we see these guys for what they are.
Yep, and I agree exactly what he said, and I think a lot of these younger guys they're not with that. You know, the younger millennials, Gen Z, they ain't checked out. They checked out, man. I mean that stuff is over, man. I think that like what you call it? What was it? Kevin Samuels. A lot of these chicks gonna be dying alone, man. And
yeah, it is. It's sad.
And I was saying it's gonna be a bunch of like alphabet chicks going that way, or all this other type of stuff, and doing all this stuff. They're gonna be dying with their dogs and cats and all that type of stuff. And I was saying, so it's all just the West, man. It's like guys are just like, I was like, look, man, dudes are checking out, man. I think they were saying, or checking out the system, man. So it's not just, just the whole West is done, man. Tell you the truth, not just America.
The black community in America, everything has failed our community, brother. Let me say the J-line.
Yep.
Everything has failed. The Christian churches failed us. The Nation of Islam failed us. Everything institution that we believed in failed us.
Pan-Africanism has an agenda, and the agenda is fixing all of the problems of black people primarily in the diaspora.
I mean, really navigate. Is that what you came here to
black
tell us?
Pan-Africanism has an agenda. And if black men do not step up, and mentor these here boys or children, out of wedlock, with multiple children by these black women, who will? And that's only going to exacerbate.
No, the bottom line is this: in every culture,
if we don't step up and do something, that's what Dr. Umar is talking about. That we are responsible, for everything
there's no
that's involved with us.
Navigate. Hold on, let the caller respond.
Okay.
Well, he didn't let me finish saying what I was saying.
Well, you said
I'm always getting cut off.
I got you. Navigate. We got you. Color. Go ahead and break it down.
Remember what I said earlier, that the Japanese, right? They basically built that country just as a thought that they might fail. The Japanese basically have the highest rate of marriage, all stuff like that, building everything like that in their culture, in their community, everything like that. Why? Because they don't want to be in a situation that we're in. They did everything they could to make sure that this situation that we find ourselves in never happened. No other group of people have these problems. That somebody basically got to have the conversation that there's somebody has 4 or 5 kids, but man with a family got to sit here and say, that's my responsibility because somebody made poor choices and everything like that. No other culture in the world has that going on for themselves, except for ours.
Well, Japanese, they don't have a cultural dynamic that has been destroyed.
Well, we know that's a lie, because at one time, Black America used to have 2-parent homes, 90% up until the 1960s.
Yes, that's true. But we still had a culture that has been destroyed. We was downloaded with a culture, because we were and we still are systematically altered, socially engineered, like cats and dogs, dumbed down, not to function properly with each other. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Are you talking about yourself?
Let me finish. Thank you. You just can't control yourself. So therefore, Japanese, they have had centuries of a culture, a dynamic, that's specifically designed towards them, which was not altered. That's why they had more homogeneousness than Black Americans have had. We are scattered all over the place, and ever since Black women have got the right to abortion. It has short circuited that it has short circuited their minds. Now they just off the chain, especially Black women, off the chain, and they have a responsibility just as much as Black men. As far as developing a culture that's gonna work for us. What we have right now, this fragmented culture that we have right now, don't work for us. It don't work for them. It don't work for anybody. And like she said, 20% of the Black men is fathering all these children, you know, because that's who the black women, you know, gravitate to, you know. And I agree, you know, that the woman, you know, she's more powerful. You know, she raises the children up, you know, before they're 18. She has the most influence on them. She can push them one way or the other. They are raising these men that they complain about.
Yeah, Navigate, I appreciate your response on that. Now let me just get brother Not Meezy in the house, and then Not Meezy, once you're finished, Icon Fire just came back in. I'm sure you got a lot to respond to.
We gotta get to this video.
But yeah, go ahead, Alan. Go ahead.
Let me go before Not Meezy, because.
Oh, go ahead, brother.
Because
why you want to go before me, brother?
I'm superior.
You're goddamn Irish, man.
I'm kidding. Go before me, Not Meezy.
Nah, brother, it's all good. You go.
Yeah, I come to defend myself with Colum, and he gonna be like, I'm full of shit and shit. Listen, I understand. We know Sukihana is not a queen. The man is just making her feel normal, feel like he a black woman. He's just trying to give her some pride in herself. If you may look at it that way, instead of looking at it like he means it that she's a queen in terms of her literal life. You feel me? But so he's
in other words, you say what you say out your mouth. Your word is your bond. If you say she's a queen and all stuff like this, and you say, "Oh, but you don't really mean it," that means anything that comes out of your mouth, I don't believe either. You know, early in the show, Akon, you said on this show, you said that there's some things about the Arabs culture is good. They keep their women in check, and women don't have to worry about. You have to worry about booties, or a woman should not show her hair in public, and another man should be covered up one night. You didn't let her out the house. Also, how do you go from that to defending this?
Bro, I'm not a radical in terms of those things. I believe.
Well, you said that at the top of the show.
Bro, stop. Let me talk, man, and stop jumping down my goddamn throat, man. Let me talk, man. And stop bullying me. But I believe that women need to be regulated. Our women need to be regulated. People like Sukihana, all these people, we as men need to formulate a way to regulate our women. You feel me? And get them in some control. So don't stop misconstruing and trying to redirect people's conversation. It's not genuine to do that. You feel me?
I'm only going by what you said.
Stop acting. If you don't understand what I'm saying, I don't think you belong in any type of leadership role. You're supposed to be an understanding person. You're supposed to be somebody.
You said earlier tonight, I was the one who said that you can't tell women what to do and stuff like that. That's just the way it is. You said, no, we have to get control of the women, and look at the Arabs and whatnot. They have control over the women, all stuff like this and everything. And women are out of control. They don't need anything, but we need to control them and everything. Now I'm saying that Umar basically saying, call Sukihana a queen and all stuff like this, and like that. You saying that's okay?
No, I'm not. I'm not saying what when you say, hey, he shouldn't call her a queen. I didn't say you are wrong. You are not wrong to say, hey, you shouldn't call her a queen. I wouldn't say you're wrong either. You feel me? But what I'm trying to say is you have to give an understanding of him doing that, because it's just a moral aspect of things. The reason why he do that. You feel me? And it's like he's used to calling black women a queen, so it's just common for him to do that. You feel me? But you have to understand it's just on a moral level where a man of his status wouldn't call her what she is. You feel me? So you just have understanding, man. I'm not, I know she's not a queen. And I'm not with her lifestyle and her behavior. You feel me? In fact, I think we need to regulate our women. You feel me? But I understand Omar Johnson. And I respect the man. Go ahead, Mr. Not Music.
All right, thank you. Salute to Bomani, Kala,
greetings,
and
brother.
everybody else on the panel. Yes, brothers. So look, here I come in, Mbaga, make Black American great again. Look, Umar Johnson is way off out of pocket for this. While I do believe that the Black man should take leadership, take back his leadership role in the community. And, we need to teach our women. We also need to know when we're wasting our time. We cannot be calling women that embody everything negative with our culture queens, because if a queen is everyone, then a queen is no one. Sukihana is the absolute worst. And if he's gonna have a conversation with her, he should do the work and tutor her if he's interested like that. Behind the scenes, make her a queen before he introduces her or calls her a queen. And I think honestly, this whole queen and king thing is overused. A lot of hoteps like to call women queen because women feel good when they're called queen, and all they want to do is smash. Dr. Umar is already known to be, a fan of the strip club and of certain types of women. So I think just even us as having him as some sort of leader in our community speaks to the fact that we've got a long way to go. And I think the only real answer is to look at brothers like myself as leadership of the new Black community.
You got me fucked
I
up.
nominate myself.
Man, whatever, man. All right,
brother, I didn't even come at you. Why you getting angry, brother?
You're not gonna lead, bro. You're not gonna lead. I vote against.
Why can't he? If he has a family and all stuff like that, he's doing all the right things in life and whatnot. Why couldn't he be an example?
Right.
If he was doing that.
But I am doing that. But I'm literally doing that, brother. You already know what I do in every single Black community I touch, no matter where I go. Whether it's if it's the Ga community in Ghana, if it's the Black community in Europe, if it's the Black community in America, anywhere I go, I do work.
Let me name it. Hold on. Let me say the name. 50 Deep.
Thank you, brother. So you know already. So, I need your vote. And I'm going to put College Genesis as I'm going to tutor College Genesis. College Genesis is going to be my student because he has the right mindset. He just he needs to be tweaked a little bit because sometimes
if a person
he sounds
is
like
doing
a
the
communist.
work, they don't need to validate themselves. The validation will come automatically. If a person is doing the work, they don't have
I
to
am doing the work. I'm not validating myself.
Well, I
but
don't
I'm saying,
if you're doing the work, right on. Wonderful. I don't know.
Thank you, brother.
I'm just saying in general.
You're coming from a point where you act like you don't. Do you not believe me, brother?
I didn't say that. Believe me? I don't believe you or disbelieve you. I do not know you.
So why cast doubt, brother? And that's the problem.
They don't have to validate themselves.
I don't need to be validated. I'm saying I'm the answer. That's what I'm saying, brother.
I heard you. I hope you are the answer.
So then,
I hope so.
All right. So sign up for my course, and I'll turn you into a man, mouse.
I know nothing about your course, and I know nothing about you, Ant. Now you've been funky.
Because you already came at me sideways, brother.
I didn't come at you sideways.
I said
if you're doing the work, you don't have to validate yourself.
Brother, I'm warrior built, so you should know me already, man. I was supporting you in your debate. Come on, I already cooked you a million times, brother.
I don't know you at all. You're not around. You're not a global presence.
Hold on. Black Americans are the best.
I'm an internet presence.
Black Americans are the best motherfuckers.
Hey, watch your mouth, brother. We're trying to have a serious conversation. Save those.
Well, Dr. Umar Johnson is a global presence. People know him all around the world.
Yeah,
I don't
and that's
know.
the whole
First
problem,
time I ever
and
heard of
that's the
you is on
problem.
this show. First
no,
time I
that's
ever
not
heard
a
of
problem.
Collagenesis is on
No,
this
that's not
show.
a problem. What we
But
need to
Bomani
All
do
is
right,
is
more
brother,
global
I
presence than
guarantee
either
you
one
this,
of
though. I guarantee you this. Collagenesis and myself and Bomani, and I'll put myself at the last, are doing more for black people in the real streets than you could ever dream of, bro. You're just an internet, a professional panelist that ain't
Well, I
doing
hope
nothing
that's
but
true.
reading
I
old
don't
ass
know.
Malcolm X books. Well, I'm telling you,
I know
and
what
brothers here
Bomani is
know.
doing, but I don't know
Brothers
what
here
you and
know.
Kyle is doing.
Well, I don't care what you know, brother. I know what I'm doing. I don't,
Well,
and
then
everything
good.
that I do
I said
ain't
that's great.
everything I do ain't for TV either. I don't have to, give someone
No, you
something and
don't
then
have
put a
to. You don't
camera
have
in
to
their face.
validate yourself.
Exactly. There's hope for you, brother. There's hope. Hit me behind the scenes, and I'll turn you to a man in
Now
like
you're being
30 days.
condescending. Now you're being
Yes.
condescending and nasty.
When
You got the nerve to talk about me. Leaders don't act like that.
Yeah, navigate that. Let me get a response from Icon Fire. All y'all was talking at the same time too. So, not Measy said what he had to say. So, that was a lot of deep stuff. Icon,
Yeah, well, when it comes to Omar Johnson, if he wasn't if he didn't look at women, if he had limited interest in women, I wouldn't want him for a leader. All this anti going for women, anti trying to hunch on women, all this anti woman looking at thing that some men is promoting.
Brethren, who you call anti-man? Who you call anti-man?
No, not you, not Measy. You feel me? But some men, well, maybe you too. You feel me? But you have some people that is like our leader. He looks at women. Our leader, he tries to be with women. What's wrong with that? Why is people stigmatizing that type of thing? We are men. We go for women. That is normal.
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem with that.
Leave the man alone with
Carla, break it down to him, Carla, please. He don't get it.
Here's a problem with that, right? Umar basically injected himself into the conversation of what's functional and dysfunctional in Black America. And I always say the problem is the fact that the breakdown of the family and the thing. That's the core of it, right? Umar doesn't talk about that. He talks about everything else because you know why? Because if he said that, right, which Mr. Farrakhan, everybody else that really have credibility has been in the community for decades.
You have to blame the woman.
Hold on. No, don't blame the women. Blame Black men too. So the bottom line is, if he did that, right, what'll happen is this, like he did a couple of years ago, right, where people asked him, and Sinetta asked him one time, said, "Yo, look, Umar goes around talking about the Black family." But then what happened was Sinetta had called Umar's baby mother and whatnot. It was like, well, what's going on? And Umar said, man, that's fucked up. You talking about my family. I said, well, people like, okay, you're saying all this stuff, right? And I do believe, right, your personal life, right, really has a lot to do with if you're preaching that sort of message. If you're talking about what's wrong with Black America and stuff like this, and your life is not together, right? And it could be people can say the same thing about me. Why you wait all these years to get married and whatnot? That's a fair question. So the bottom line is, and I take that, right? But the bottom line is people will say, okay, Umar had 2 daughters he didn't raise, whatever like that. But yeah, he's going around telling on the daily wrap up, he criticized 2, 3, 4 Black men on the panel that had wives, had families, and everything, right? He said, well, that's not good enough. That's only for you as an individual. Then he talked about LeBron James. He talked about Tyler Perry. He talked about all these people that's successful. I think, well, if these guys went out there and made millions of dollars, made their money and everything, and you basically cast aspersions on saying, oh, they got only rich because the white man let them get right. So in other words, the only person that could win is Umar when he gets to school. Jay-Z, you may not like Jay-Z, but he's worth $2 billion. You got to say something about that, And so people are doing things in Black America, and because they're not supporting Umar and not sending him money and everything. There's a reason why these rich black people are not getting behind Umar, because they probably, just like DJ Envy situation, right? People know, when something's real or not. The people who don't have money and that's always poor their whole life, they fall for games like that. Real rich people know, like one guy, King Randall, right? He's a young guy in his 20s, and he built a school for young black men. He built the school and it's been up and running for years. His school just recently burned down somehow, just happened, right? But he did that. You got all kinds of people who do build schools and do all the stuff like that Umar talks about, and they're not out there grandstanding. They're not out there casting aspersions on the community. Talking about, I'm this, I'm that, and everything like that. You should see the way in that interview, he just sat there so arrogantly and just, oh yeah, but you're not this, and I'm with my school. He was just so full of himself.
Is his school finished yet, brother? Did he finish the school?
No.
I'm done with him and his fake school.
I got a lot to say about this. Icon Fire, go ahead, brother.
The dude Carla is talking about, the young dude that did a school. It's not even a building much. Not even a building. What Umar Johnson is doing is like a mainstream school.
Jack.
He's doing a mainstream school. The school has 4 different blocks. You feel me? It has
block. It's an old building.
It has 2 sides of the 2 sides of a road.
Oh, let me ask you a question. Akon, do you know how schools are built, right? Do you understand you got to get a faculty, right? You got to pay teachers.
It's a big structure.
And then Umar, another thing was when he got on the Breakfast Club, when he came back to Breakfast Club, he said he had to go to white people to get his HVAC done because electrician done because Negroes, he threw black people under the bus again. And somebody probably went to him and said, "Look, I can give you the price." But he wanted
leave the man alone, man.
No.
You're not doing anything. No, be quiet. Be quiet. You're not doing anything for the man.
In that era, he says he could not find a black guy. No, he couldn't. He got the money and paid those white people what they deserve, what they wanted. Right? He didn't want to pay the black people the same thing. HVAC is the most expensive thing when you talk about a building. He didn't want to pay the black HVAC the money, right? So he went to a white person because, like, if I got to pay the money, I'll get somebody white to do it. So tell me, Umar's Pan-Africanist again.
So what? He did it. He other people did. Other black people did other jobs.
Well, what other jobs? I'm talking about the main thing. He's talking about the HVAC and the electricity. He said he went to white person.
The main thing goes to white people. So what?
But he told me he could not find. But if he did that, why would he get on the national radio and say something like that about things? Just like he throws black men under the bus on the Daily Rapper. He went on there and said black.
Yeah, I mean, I can't fire. You're worshiping someone that keep on throwing black men under the bus.
Worshiping him, but the man is an individual. The man is a person. The man is an individual. The man are you a anti Omar Johnson person?
We're not anti-Omar Johnson. We're just for the truth.
I'm for the truth too. I'm for the truth.
Throw black men under the bus. How did he throw black men under the bus?
Yeah, I see that video.
I can't fire. You talking too much, bro. Go eat a beef patty and chill out. When did he throw him under the bus, brothers?
Okay, there was the daily. That's why Omar did a lot of hot word. The daily wrap up show. We're playing the video we play right now. Go watch. It's like 2 hours long, but we had clips of it right here. But he was basically.
You don't have to mute me no more.
So the daily wrap up crew. He went on there and basically said, "I blame." He said, "Well, black women being masculine, the single motherhood and everything." He said, "I blame black men." He said, "Well, what about all the black men that don't have children and stuff like that?" He said, "That's still your fault, a black man's fault." And so basically, he let the sister. He said, "It's only a certain amount of sisters that's doing this, right?" So he doesn't praise the black women who got families and marriage and all stuff like that, did the right thing, right? He focuses on the black women who's doing all this stuff like this, and then attacks the black men who are not involved with that, as that's the problem. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I got you.
And everybody was shocked when he said that. You know, and the bottom line is, you know, the reason why he did that is because he's not getting the support from black men he thinks he deserves. He got this ego. You know, so it's a black men's fault, and he knows he got them hating ass. You know who praised him? Cynthia G, who just got demonetized. You know, she's off. She's gonna be homeless soon. You know, she just got demonetized, right? Cynthia G and Paris Milan, all these black male haters, they're like, oh, I love myself some Umar Johnson. All these women in the diversifier, yeah. And he always talks about black men with snowboarding crisis. And I always say, if you really look at the real world, you rarely see black men with white women. You know, that's everyone's watching too much porn. You know, in the real world, you do not see white women checking for black men, or like the black men stay away from white women for the most part. You know, but he makes it like there's a snowboarding crisis. But he never talks about the divestiture community in the as far as black women who are saying they need to explore their options and stuff like this. So it's always attacking black men. You know, and how you going to lead a Pan-African movement, right? Where your main people that you're antagonizing with is black men. When you attack a black man, you're attacking me. You're attacking my father. You're attacking my grandfather. All those men who raised families and did the right thing and whatnot. You're throwing us under the bus. And just a couple weeks before that, he was defending black men when what's that that chick that said that she would marry a bus driver or date a bus driver. He said, "Oh yeah, black men know this," and they did a reversal and said, "Yeah, black men, black women don't have a much to choose from." So I'm saying to myself, "Where's Umar Johnson? He's all over the place." That's what happens when you spend too much time online and you don't really have a real message. You just out there just talking, and you don't hear. So he contradicts himself all the time.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not going to take him. I lost, let's say he lost credibility with me when he had that thing with SETI, and then he did the fake answering the phone call, and he basically sounded like me on a panel. But the thing is, he made a video. You know, I'm just like, I'm supposed to tell my children to learn from you? Like, stop it. Like, I'm not opening up any schools.
And then he talked to the gate. They said, remember, did you see when they set him up with the transgender? Cynthia G and Vivica Fox had him on there. He wanted to be on there so bad. Vivica, and he was basically calling my sister, my queen. And that chick, the transgender was
name, name was, what was that lady's, what is that thing name?
And then, which we call, she said, I had this little ding-a-ling ringing. He goes, had I known. Well, stop calling everything you see a queen, you know, and get to know who you're on. You should ask, who am I on this panel with, you know?
Exactly, and that's what Icon Fire couldn't understand. And he just got upset and got off. But it's like, brother, got nothing but love for you, man, brother. You know, none of us are always right the whole time. And
this is a new age right here of accountability.
The whole time. We're trying to uplift our energy and our women, and we know Kala made very incredible points, and you know, you address it by just keep on telling him to leave the man alone. I mean, he's not above criticism, so
nobody is. Me, nobody.
So yeah, so we couldn't finish out playing that video, so you have that never-ending video finish, but it was some great points where we had to stop.
Yeah.
Not me. Is there anything you want to say before we play that? Finish playing that video. It's only a few minutes.
No, I'd like to watch the video, brother. Thank you.
And you relinquish all that responsibility, and then you leave the responsibility over to the men and let them lead. You don't get in the way. You don't be rebellious. You don't try to usurp their authority. You don't try to control them. You let them lead. But we can't have this victim queen mentality. You can't be a queen, but at the same time not be held responsible. The issue is we have a rebellious spirit. A lot of women today are broken. And truthfully, I think what is needed in the hearts of women is literal spiritual rejuvenation. I've said this before, where it's like, to me, apart from God intervening in the hearts of these women, apart from God really giving these women a different spirit, then I see no hope for the Black community. I see no hope apart from God. And I truly mean that, because the community is in a state of disarray that apart from divine intervention, nothing will change. Now, the good news is I believe in God. I've seen things in my own personal life change, and so I do believe it's possible. But it needs to be clarified that the heart and the state of women today is not in a position where they'd really be good for anybody, let alone themselves. And that's because the corruption is so. That's because right now the corruption is such in a mature state that these women need to be born again. Only God can save these hoes. Like literally, only God can save these ladies. So this is precisely why I preach the importance of having a spiritual walk, a true walk with Christ, which actually requires death, burial, and resurrection, meaning you dying to your own life and being reborn, aka learning a new way of being. And that's truthfully what a lot of women need right now, because there's such this rebellious spirit, this desire to do things all on their own, but at the same time, a desire to be a victim and not wanting to have morals and standards. And it's like, that's not the woman that you can work with to try to build liberation. So I understand what Dr. Umar is saying, and I understand all of the different conditions that may have led to a woman's state today. But at the end of the day, women have to take responsibility for where they are at. And if they want to see a better community, that means that they actually have to do their own part. And so I think it needs to be said that.
Let me take a breather and chat a bit about something that's become like my right hand.
In order for there to be a different community, there has to be a different women. There has to be a different heart and a mindset, a different spirit in the women today. And and the reality is not everybody's going to be going to the next level. Sometimes when you're wanting to go towards a better future or a better society, that might mean that some people are left behind. It doesn't mean that you hate on those people. It doesn't mean that you even wish them wrong, but just the natural process of progression may mean that those people aren't willing to go. They are not willing to move ahead. And so I think that's actually what is really needed to a certain extent. It's like there's this whole toxic idea that's going around, this whole toxic belief that is going around in men and of course in women. And it's like those ideas have to die. Those mindsets have to die if we are actually believing and wanting for a better future. Is that going to be this generation? Who knows? Will it be the next generation? Who knows? But there has to be a spiritual rebirth, and there has to be a renewal in how we see things if there is ever a desire to want to see a better Black community. Apart from that's why I'm saying, to me, apart from God, apart from there being a transformation in our heart and how we think and how we look, and then being willing to support and honor and respect those who are leaders and provide the resources necessary and provide the work necessary and not complain about it constantly. Apart from that, I really don't know what if anything else would work, truthfully. I don't pretend to have all the answers, but what I do believe is that the current state of modern Black women is not conducive of a better Black America. And so there would need to be a large shift, I think, culturally, spiritually, emotionally, all of that, if we ever hoped to see a reality where Black men and women were working together harmoniously into a better community. Apart from that, apart from God, I don't know what that's going to look like. I don't know if anything would work. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Yeah, Nakmeezy, you should go when you get the time. Go watch that daily wrap-up crew, Umar Johnson. You know, watch that. It is like 2.5 hours long. You know, that just shock you, blow your mind, shock you. I was actually, everybody was shocked. Everyone responded to that. That video went viral. You know, everyone was talking about it. People were actually shocked that what he was saying. You know, people were like saying, "But wait a minute here. You know, you're." Not one thing you say, and people will try to say, yeah, Black men should take responsibility for the kids they leave behind. He wasn't talking about the Black men who are making babies. He's talking about the Black men who are having families, right? They're responsible for the dudes who are making babies and the situation because we're not taking time out of our schedule to raise somebody else's children. You know, that's impossible. You know, and I know this for a fact, right? And you know, when you go around somebody, you know how it is in the hood and everything like that, right? And you say, I want to mentor some boys. And I've seen this happen, right? Dudes go around and say, I want to, what do you think the baby father or the father is thinking he's in jail and whatnot? You come around taking his son out playing basketball. So like, this is a mentality we're dealing with, you know. And I've seen situations when it went left like that, you know, where the mother, you don't know who you're dealing with. You know, the mother could be like, yeah, this guy comes over, he takes so out, he really likes him, whatnot. They play basketball together. He takes out the movie, he mentors him, whatnot. And the father's like, yo, man, why is he going near my son and whatnot? It's more complicated than that. People think, like, oh yeah, just go in and just take these boys out and everything. It's not that good. You got to get to the men who made these kids and say, you got to take care. You got responsibility to your kids. Umar's not talking about that.
No, I agree 100%. And I'm sorry, brother.
No, guide up. And once you finish out, I just want to hear Navigate response to this. He's been on hold waiting to get to respond. But go ahead, not Meezy.
All right, so yeah, that's a great point about trying to mentor another man's child in certain neighborhoods that can be deadly, actually. You know what I'm saying? It's a violation. And on the flip side, because that's what I do is mentor young men, the women are also problematic, because I would say 7 times out of 10, the woman tries to become romantically involved with the mentor.
Yeah.
It's this weird dynamic. They love seeing that, and then they always cross certain lines. There's also another dynamic. The woman who doesn't like her son to be checked. I started teaching, matter of fact, I was teaching a whole bunch of snow monkeys boxing just to have the opportunity to have the gym to mentor our youth, right? And teach them. And the kids will come in and not even like acknowledge me, look down, and then when I'm checking them, the mother, I could see she was uncomfortable. I pulled her to the side and said, I shouldn't have to tell your son how to shake someone's hand, how to look him in the eye. You shouldn't allow your son to be disrespectful when he comes in here, because I'm an old school coach. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm just like, damn, you know, but then they want to call you when their son gets picked up for shoplifting. You know, I'm like, you know what, that whole each one teach one, it sounds good, but there's too many issues with it. I think we should just be really speaking to our men into making responsible mate selection. They need to be selecting their mates properly, not, you know, we shouldn't be focusing on cleaning up the mess afterwards when we're not focused on the core issue, which is, you know, what I just said, and also discipline.
Yeah, with that, I actually think you should watch that video. You're gonna be heated when you watch that show. So next week, you watch that show. Next week, we could talk about it. When you watch that show, you watch it, you're gonna be like, everything you just said. He says exactly the opposite. You know.
Wow.
It's not.
Yeah, but I've done it, so I know that you can't just do that. Like I even had a situation with my first son, right? I had issues with his mother, with my ex, and my stepfather. Like my mother was also complicit in this shit, right? My ex would have my mother come to Brooklyn and pick my son up, take him back to Jersey, do all of this without telling me. So my stepfather was trying to play the man role instead of saying, yo, call your father, because he knew the issues that I had with his mother. So I'm like, yo, I got on the phone. I'm like, yo, what you trying to be a father to my son instead of being a man and saying, yo, speak to your father. You see, so even in my own family at a certain point, that became an issue. So you cannot raise another man's child without having certain issues.
Exactly. I've seen it happen in my family too. You know, and whatnot. You know, and you know, even when you go around your cousins and stuff like that, kids. You know, sometimes you gotta watch. If a kid's getting out of line or something like that, you know, one of your cousins, like that, and the father's there, you check him. Oh, look, I'll talk to my son. You know, it's when you're dealing with children, man, it's a real thing. Now, when I was coming up, it was just the opposite. My parents, for some reason, maybe because it was young, they gave every adult in my life our lives authority. So everybody took advantage of that shit. You know, oh yeah, this and they talked to us any kind of way and everything like that. I don't know why my parents did that, but years later they realized that was wrong. You can't just let strangers and everybody discipline your children and stuff like that. It's very very, very thing when you talk about children. And when you start talking about children's life, you talk about a child's life. You know, oh, just go in there and just go into the house and take those kids. I'm gonna take your sons for the weekend and whatnot. All this fantasy stuff, you know, and that's what makes the Black conscious and the Pan-African movement seem so silly when people say stuff like that, you know, because that's not real life. Real world and whatnot, you're dealing with human beings. You know, you don't know what that mother's going through. You don't know what situation with the son's father, whatever like that. He could be coming out. I seen a situation where a guy come out of jail and whatnot. First thing you do is see a woman with a man. You could be his mentor. He pull a gun out, pull the gat, and just blow your brains out. You don't know what you're getting yourself into. You know, so all this, you know, just now we want to have a situation where we can have neutral area, but mentoring and raising of boys. Umar's asking us to raise these boys, not mentor them, raise them. You know, a parent has to raise a child. I don't believe a village raises a child. I believe it takes a parent to raise a child, right? And the village can help and assist by being role models, right? And being examples. You know, if you want to help a young guy, a kid in the community, you do so by a thing. Like me, when I go out and I'm coming from my office and everything like that, and I got a shirt and tie on, I see young guys on, hey, what's going on? How you doing, sir? How you doing, sir? When they're like, yeah, I like this. You be an example or not, you know? You're not on their level. And you talk to them a certain way and they give you that respect, because they see that you're a real man. You know, I'm not going to be out there trying to buddy up with them, my pants sagging and like this. No. And I see a lot of older men, brothers do that. You know, they're trying to be on the same level of these guys, you know? No, I'm a man. You know, you dress me, sir. You call me Mr. McCullough because we didn't go to school together, you know? Okay, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, sir. You got to establish that respect, you know? And so a lot of times, like I had this one woman one time, I was walking into a gas station, right? And this little 9-year-old kid said, "What up, man?" And right with his mother, and she was giggling. I said, do I know you? Did I go to school with you? So what the hell are you in my face saying, man? I said, I'm not, do I like I'm joking, laughing? And the mother's sitting there laughing too. And I said, dude, you know, you do not come up in my face and talk to a grown-ass man like that. You know? And I told the mother, I said, if I was the wrong type of brother, the right type of brother will smack you and your son out right here in the parking lot. You know, she was hee ha ha and whatnot. Thought it was cute. He gonna go up to a grown man. What's up, man? What's up, man? You know, little 9-year-old kid. So that's what you're dealing with.
I think that's part of the. I don't want to. I think the brother Navigate Freely hasn't spoken. Navigate, you want to contribute?
Sure. You know, we're looking at the, you know, the consequences, you know, of a dysfunctional culture that we're trying to navigate in. You know, so we're just going to keep coming up with symptoms of the problem, you know, from generational trauma and social engineering that put us in this position, you know, as if there's, you know, some homogeneous, you know, perfect way, you know, to fix this thing, you know. And I agree, you know, with the lady, you know, that, you know, it's going to take Black men and women, you know, functioning together, you know, to solve, you know, these issues. And I also agree with Dr. Umar Johnson that it's ultimately, you know, Black men's responsibility, because if we don't mentor them, you know, some kind of a way, you know, who will, you know? And the brother, he says he mentors young people, but, you know, I think it should be more structured, you know, like the way he does it and the way Dr. Umar Johnson does it. They mentor in a structured way. Dr. Umar Johnson is building a school for Black boys, and he focuses on young Black men, you know, in his endeavors. And the last I heard, his school was open. And you know, so if somebody got to take responsibility.
It's not open.
Somebody got to take responsibility, you know, for the dysfunction, you know, that exists in our community, instead of just, you know, spitting dirt on one another. You know, we have to develop a new acceptance for one another. We have to develop a new acceptance for one another. That means we can't be snowflakes, and melt at the
But
slightest.
we don't have to accept bad behavior. We don't have to
Can
accept that.
Can I finish, please? Thank you. You know, we don't have to, act like snowflakes and melt at the slightest pushback. We don't have to accept bad, dysfunctional behavior if we can do something about it. You know, but we have bad dysfunctional behavior. You know, we've had it for decades, and it's been issued, it's been engineered within us. You know, it's a psychology, you know, and a cultural thing. Culturally, you know, we're not designed, you know, to function properly. Look at what his name was, R. Kelly. R. Kelly just was the greedy pig. He was just taking advantage of the dysfunctional culture that we live in. You know, before we came here, our culture was different. You know, when a female, you know, reached the, you know, the age of puberty, you know, when the hormones and God said, you know, it's time for you to become a mother, you know, shortly after that, those females were married. You know, today, you know, over 51% of black men are unmarried and childless. You know, so therefore, you know, it's not their fault, you know, it's the cultural dynamics fault, you know, of the situation. You know, and now that, you know, we have abortion, you know, abortion has short circuited, you know, the responsibility, you know, and the discipline of women in the United States, and black women in the USA. They straight up off the chain. And then we got men, you know, that just exploit and take advantage of that kind of stuff. You know, they're selfish. You know, that 20% of men is making all these babies. The one that women choose, black women and white women in this United States, they choose certain type of men, and they all want the same men. They want somebody with the bag. They want to be taken care of. They want to be treated like a queen, even though they ain't a queen. They got body counts that's higher than the average man. You know, but Dr. Umar Johnson wants to be a upstanding man and chivalrous, you know, and he don't want to spit too much dirt on the black woman. You know, he's gonna state a fact. He's not perfect. He don't say everything right all the time, and he ain't correct about everything. He's just correct about a lot. He's not wrong about everything either.
I think the whole culture aspect, you know, that's flawed in a certain regard, and that there's a lot of dysfunctional cultures on the continent as well. You know, we are products of our environment. So Black Americans do not have a monopoly on dysfunction. There's dysfunctional Asian cultures.
I'm just focusing
for someone
on the
that doesn't want to be
Black American dilemma, the Pan-African dilemma. You know, in regards to, you know,
brother,
male.
I wasn't finished speaking. I know you don't like to be cut off, so I'd like the same respect. I didn't say you said that it's just us, but I'm saying that it's not just us.
Just us. Jesus Christ! I did not say it was just us.
Okay, let
Jesus
him speak.
Christ, this guy is like speaking to a child, and I'm not even speaking to him. I'm not even speaking to you, man. Shut up.
Well, you talking about me? You said I said something I didn't
So then
say.
wait until I'm done, man.
Hell no.
Let navigate. We have a conversation. And
Navigate's GPS is off. His moral compass is off because he wants everybody to let him finish, but then he didn't let me finish. But then you didn't let me finish. Let me finish.
Well, don't lie on me.
Now you're calling me a liar. Watch it, because I'll turn up on you.
You lie.
And if I were to lie on you, then I'd be a liar. No, I didn't lie. Your mother's a liar, bitch ass nigga. Now what?
I didn't say that.
Your mother's a liar. She lied to your father that she that he was your father, nigga.
Now you being silly and stupid.
Exactly, because you called me a liar. You're not gonna win a flame war. You're not gonna win a flame war with me. I'll crush you. I'm just really trying to talk.
Hey,
now, your mother lied to your father, nigga. Your mother lied to your father.
Let him
Your
talk.
mother lied to your father.
Let him talk.
Your daddy's name is the milkman, nigga. All right, this where we're gonna go. So this is my point. Like I was saying, the pushback about is really about just Black Americans and this cultural reset, because the brother made a reference to before, and when he says before, I'm assuming that he's speaking about before we got to America, which is why I brought it to Africa. Okay, and then I said that there's other cultures that also have a whole bunch of degeneracy, so we don't have a monopoly on degeneracy. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is like this. Yes, men, it starts with the men. We need to hold each other accountable. And we also need to give the women better choices. So if it's 20% of men that are making all these babies, and I don't know about those statistics if they're true or not, then why are so many of us in that Pookie and Ray Ray category? There's something that needs to be changed. It has to be a reset. You understand what I'm saying? But like I said, in other cultures, a lot of women prefer bad boys. You know, you look at a gangster, they always got the baddest woman on their arm. And the working nerd, so to speak, is with someone that's more homely. So I think society as a whole worldwide has a reset. Although I'm only concerned about my people, we don't have a monopoly on degeneracy.
Dysfunction.
Yeah.
Why don't you shut your fucking mouth, dude? Like, I really don't fuck with you. You know why? Because you work on bitch energy.
My word.
You work on bitch energy, brother. How old are you? Because if you're older than me, I'm not gonna flame you. Are you older than me? Are you older than 50?
You know.
All right, so then I'm gonna treat you. I'm gonna treat you like my peer. I'm gonna treat you like my peer.
Any kind of way, because I don't need your.
I'll treat you like the bitch that you are.
I don't need your. You can't treat me any kind of way. All
You a
can do is
bitch.
run your mouth. That's all you can do is run your stupid
I'll
mouth.
I'll run my mouth, and I'll also run circles around you, historically, socially, and any way you want to take it, bro. We can have an intelligent conversation. We can have an intelligent conversation, but I'll cook you 6 ways from Sunday. Man, yo, you emotional. You's a little bitch. Shut your bitch ass up.
Look at you. You know.
Yeah, look at me.
Off the cliff. Falling
brother,
off the cliff.
I'm currently in a penthouse counting about 1,000 or thousands of dollars in different currencies. I ain't worried about your bitch ass.
You as a Pan-Africanist, huh?
No, I'm not a Pan-Africanist, you dumbass. I'm not a Pan-Africanist.
You're a degenerate. Now I'm using the word degenerate.
Your mother's a degenerate because she banged the milkman, bitch ass nigga.
And I'm supposed to worry about what you say, and you don't even know my mother.
The whole neighborhood knows her.
You're a silly degenerate. You're a silly degenerate. Ignorant people always.
You see what happens. You see what happens when you come at somebody the wrong way. You get to smoke.
Ignorant people never have anything intelligent to say.
You get to
always
smoke.
Playing the dozens and clowning for a laugh. Like
man,
you.
Shut the fuck up.
There you
Just
go.
shut up.
Clowning again. You know.
Hey, have you super chatted the show yet? I ain't never see you super chat.
Again. And you say you intelligent and all you can use is third grade language.
Yeah, you called me a liar. You called me a liar. That's why you're getting flamed now. That's why you're getting flamed.
You lied on me. You know, you're the one that's getting flamed.
What stop on the Underground Railroad did you just get off? You slave sounding ass nigga. You sound like you just crawled off the plantation. You fucking.
There you go, clowning.
Zip-coon. Yeah, you a zip-coon.
Keep on with the funk stuff.
Shut your zip-coon ass up.
Enough, because it has no effect on.
Yeah, that's what that's what the milkman told your mother.
Don't stop.
That's what the milkman told your mother.
Get enough. Keep on with the funk stuff. Don't stop.
Oh, All right, your references tell me that you're older than me, so I'm gonna go
Keep
easy
on
on
with
you.
the funk stuff. Don't stop.
All right, brother. All right, brother.
Don't call me your brother. You don't know me.
Yeah, well, don't call me a liar, bitch, nigga.
Well, if you lie on me, I'm gonna call you a liar.
Ain't nobody lie.
Not Mizzy. I mean, you ran off a whole bunch of filthy language. I mean, can we just ease with the language, family? Navigate. Go ahead and say
Absolutely.
what you're saying.
I
Navigate.
don't use third grade language.
Yeah, how do you feel about this? Navigate.
Well, I even agreed with him, when he's talking about, mentoring. Somebody got a mentor. He says he does some mentoring. Only thing I suggested, that it don't be so intimate. It be more, of a institutionalized mentoring. For those young men, that's in a family with a single mother with multiple children. Somebody got to pay attention to them. Somebody got to pay attention to them. And according to Dr. Umar Johnson, it's got to be us. If we don't do it, who will? No one.
Are you a personal fan of Umar Johnson? Do you look at him as one of your heroes?
He's not perfect, but he has some value. He has value in this struggle.
Oh, absolutely.
We all should have value in this struggle. I'm not about just spitting dirt on everybody just because you can find a point of contention.
Well, what we're trying to find out is
acceptance for one another.
We're literally trying to find out if you literally just agree with all these things that he's doing, all these shenanigans.
No, I don't literally agree with everything he said.
I mean, do you look at him as one of your heroes?
I don't look at nobody as one of my heroes. I look at him as a black man in the struggle that's doing his best, and he is not going to be perfect. I saw that video when he was with Cynthia, in that there transvestite, that transgender, and I was amazed that he would talk to them like they was just real women. They was having this conversation on male-female dynamics. How are you going to have a conversation, about male-female dynamics when you're not even talking to females?
Yeah, I think maybe one out of them is a female, and yeah, it was unbelievable. That's what they used to represent black women.
Well, we can be deceived. There's lots of transgenders.
I mean, brother, I've been around women all my life. I'm sure you have also. I mean, can't you be in front of a screen and look at another person and tell us not a woman? I mean, not me.
Not all the time. Not all the time.
Did you know that little thing, whatever her name is? That's how much I don't even care about it. Now, means do you remember that? Now he's on the panel with all of these things on there, and he can't tell these are not real women.
Not all the time.
I call cap on that. I think he knew, but I think because he doesn't want to get canceled, and that's a demographic right now that if you say anything, they're gonna cancel you. But that's what I'm saying. You got to stand on principles. Once I would have saw that, I would have been like, no, I'm not doing this because I'm not going to be in the company and have dialogue with people like that.
Brother, he called her a black queen, and this is why I love my brother Icon Fire and Navigate. But brother, this is what our main point. We weren't like dissing them or talking about other things you're doing. We're just saying this is like bad representation. We deal with a women crisis situation where it's like a big conversation all across the world, all across America. So, and this is what he's doing. He's just like he's on the wrong side. He's on the wrong team. He's on the wrong side.
Black men don't mentor these children. Who will?
I mean, brother, you want me to be taking? Like I tell people, you already taking care of your own children and things like that.
Black men
you need to be out there taking care of other people's children who are being irresponsible. I mean, what are you? I mean, brother, what are you? Social services?
If black men don't mentor these children,
Tyler, what do you want us to do? You want us to just pick up and just run around and just be trying to? I mean,
if black men don't mentor these black children, who will?
Well, all right, men like myself and men like Tyler and like men like not Mizzy. That's what we do. But we're not going out our way to just run out.
Mentoring and parenting are two different things. Umar's saying parenting. He doesn't lie. That means if you're parenting, he's saying we should co-parent. He said if there shouldn't be no stepfather like that, you should step in. That's co-parenting. That's not mentoring. You see the difference?
I didn't hear that. You know.
So maybe you better listen. That's what he's saying. He's saying you co-parent, and the reason why he's saying that is that's a shot at black men who are doing the right thing and saying, okay, I do have some guys. We give internships and whatnot. You know, they like that. You know, I do. We can't. No, that's not enough. You got to go to their house. You got to say, I got your sons for the weekend and all this stuff. Like that's co-parenting.
I didn't hear that either.
No, that's what Umar said in that interview.
I didn't hear that.
Well, you hear what you want to hear, but that's what he said.
I didn't hear it. I ain't saying you incorrect. I didn't hear him say that.
Well, go back and listen to the daily wrap-up video.
I will.
That's exactly what he said.
Okay.
And that's why everybody came at him, you know? Everybody's like, yo, dude, people working 2 jobs around the clock. You got to keep it on. And then people like Michi X, right? They'll come out about her. The reason why she's quiet right now, her son's in a lot of trouble right now, you know, getting into trouble. She's out here trying to save the world and whatnot, and she can't keep her son out of jail, out of trouble.
But how can you parent when you're not the parent?
Well, that's the whole point. So why bash black men who are actually taking care of their
Well, you said mentoring and parenting is 2 different things.
He was bashing black men who are taking care of kids. They first
he was saying if we don't do it, who will?
Oh, it doesn't matter. That's not our responsibility.
Children, who will?
Well, the bottom line, it's the people who made the kids.
And if not the people who made the kid, it's the uncles, it's the grandfather, it's the men in their family. It's not us. And I started with saying that I've done it, right? But I'll tell you a story that happened yesterday. I get a call from my wife. My son, he's been learning how to weld, so he's in like this construction sort of program, and so he got on his first site yesterday. They gave him a simple project. He shows up there without his work boots. Strike 1. Strike 2, they gave him 5 apartments because they're building an apartment complex that he had to like prepare for something. I think he had to either sweep them or get the dust off of certain things. He did 4 1/4, and not 5. So I called and I leaned into him like, yo, that's your first day on the job and you slacking. And I raised this young man. So if all the work that I put into him at the home, he still gets in the street and then forgets the fundamentals of being prepared, you know, that early is the new on time and all the other things that I taught him. He gets there unprepared and then he's not working how he should be. And I'm like, don't be surprised if they don't ask you to come back next weekend. So given that I got this same problem in my own nuclear family, I don't have time to be extending to the greater family outside of my home, because raising children, mentoring your own family and raising your own family is more important than trying to piss in the ocean and raise everybody else's family. Those men need to be held responsible because it logistically will never work.
Well, trying to be a parent when you're not a parent logistically will not work. I agree. You know, but black men have to take responsibility, you know.
Why do you keep bringing it on black men?
Because black men are the ones
what black men you talking about? The men who made the children? Or
I'm talking about all black men that made the children.
No, see, it's always all black men.
Let me form my own opinion. Right? Don't just shoot me down. Listen to what I gotta say sometimes before you
say 3 times.
Well, shut up and let me talk.
You know what I'm saying? I heard you say 3 times.
No, you didn't let me finish. You just jumped in like you always do.
Go ahead. I'm gonna eat you alive when you're done. Go ahead.
Well, that's what I would appreciate. Eat me alive after I'm finished saying. You know, I'm talking about all black men that's concerned about, you know, the development of our community, you know, which is the essence of Pan-Africanism. You know, I'm not saying that you got to be a parent, you know, when you're not a parent, unless you adopt a child or marry the woman and take on that responsibility that way. I'm saying that, you know, as black men, You know, we have to be responsible, because if we want to lead, if we want to sit back on the throne of Black family life, we got to act like we belong there. And then these Black children, you know, and Black men and women, they need help. And if we don't do it, who will?
Well,
No
why don't we focus on the people in our community that's want to pull together? Let's build a strong bond in America, wherever we're at, among the people that want to do this stuff right there and build something strong, so we can be the model of what people could look at.
Yes,
right?
I agree with you. I agree. We should do that.
Why don't we create that model right there? People don't even want to do that.
We should do that too.
Well, perfect point. I'm glad you both agreed on those things. So let me let our next listener in, Ja. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. Let me know what's on your mind or what you want to share.
Hello, can you hear me good?
Yeah, we get you.
Yes, and are you the same Ja that was on last week?
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. Continue from last week.
So no, I'm just coming to say like peace to the panel in the chat, and I don't know, I just came to chime in. Honestly, I didn't listen. I just kind of like came to the stream, so I'm not sure what the conversation was about. When I first got here, I heard like Kala and Navigate kind of going back and forth about like I guess Black men, and I think I kind of agree on with Navigate as far as like Black American men should take more accountability, and you know that part. So I don't know what Kala stands on that. Like, is he casting blame on like Black women or white people or whatever the case may be for our condition? I'm not sure. But also I want to say salute to Nakmizi. That's big bro right there. So I don't know if you can hear me. Salute.
Yo, you gotta speak up, bro. We can't hear you, bro.
Salute, bro. Salute. I can hear you. Salute.
Oh yeah. So no, I don't have really anything in particular that I wanted to discuss. I just wanted to chime in on the conversation. So.
Perfect.
So is this Ja and Zola?
Yeah. This is me.
Yeah, what's good, bro?
What's going on, big bro?
All right.
All right, you asked me a question, right? Here's what I feel about that. I think you came in on halfway of the conversation. Yeah. My thing is this: we're talking about the topic of tonight is happiness and peace, right? And we said, and I told Bomani today, I want to do a show where whatever your philosophy is, whether you believe in NATO's FBA, which America is only, or America first, whatever, and with Black America only, whatever, like that's fine. If you're a Pan-Africanist, nation builder, whatever, like that. If you're a Black Muslim, Nation of Islam, whatever, Black Hebrew, whatever it is, right? When is we gonna get to the point where we see peace and happiness in any of these movements, right? And Bomani and I came to the conclusion after years of being in this movement, we have never seen anybody that we could say that's really happy at peace. It's always something, you know? And so tonight the conversation veered off about who it always ends up in who's to blame the problems in Black America, right? And then we're talking about, and Con Fire brought up Black women, so like that. And I said, okay, let's play this video with Umar Johnson. And Umar Johnson put the responsibility of the young Black boys and the Pookies and all that stuff like that, the crime on the Black men in the community. And I said, and then the question was, when that first aired, that Daily Rapper first aired, Black women were going around saying, yes, Umar agrees that Black men should be raising their children that they make. Umar didn't say raise Black children make. He's saying Black men should be raising children they did not make, even if they have a family of their own. And tonight, Nakmeja said, look, that could be hairy when you talk about going in there and getting involved in somebody's life. It's not that easy. Talk about I'm mentoring a boy to a single mother. You don't know what the situation with the father is. You don't know anything. And also, let me tell you something, right? And Umar Johnson went after that when he went to the Bahamas, said, Black queen, you've been holding the community down by yourself. That's a lie from the pit of hell. Black women have uncles, they have grandfathers, they have grandmothers, they got aunties, they got the state, they got the county, they got a whole support system, right? Everything. This is why they feel so freely that they can have multiple kids and everything, because those kids are being mentored or by somebody adult in the house and everything, whether it's a coach, where there's people, resources out there for the black woman, everything. It's just that some of our kids choose to go down this road, and that's what it is, because we say there's not a father figure in the home disciplining their son, you know, and no amount of mentorship going to happen. You can have all the uncles you want, you can have all things. Unless you got that type of uncle that says, I'm an uncle, I'm stepping in, I'm gonna whoop your ass, or grandfather or something like that, you know, father figure, male in the presence of the house and everything like that. So my point I'm trying to make is, since we know that black women have a real tight support system in the community, they have more access to college education, they have more access to Section 8, they have more access to welfare, they have food stamps, whatever they need to get ahead and everything like that. They have that in America, right? So the problem I'm saying is, okay, there's no incentive for them to settle with one man. And the women that do settle one man and whatnot, instead of praising them as the queens and everything like that, we're focusing on those type of women who are making bad decisions and making not the dudes that knocked them up and had the kids, but the black men that has their own family and everything. They're supposed to feel guilty and shame for not going into these communities and mentoring these boys and everything when they already got a support system there, and even in those communities. In every black community, there's a Nation of Islam building. There's stuff like this, but the people choose. I see people all the time. You see guys out there, Nation of Islam, with the fruit of Islam, passing paper. These guys, kids walk right past them. Don't go into the mosque. Don't say, "Look, what do y'all got?" and everything like that. People choose. They and all over again. Every church.
The Nation of Islam guys that pretty much engage like the youth in the neighborhoods and stuff. So it's like the Nation of Islam. They go up to the youth and.
All right. So what we're saying is yes. So if there's a support system in the community, right? Why is it that the people are saying that the black men out there that's raising their families and everything like that, why are they held responsible? If on one hand you say we got the Nation of Islam, and I know we got black churches who have youth outreach and stuff like that, you know?
No, I was just saying it needs to be more of it. Like the Nation of Islam they can do but so much.
See, but when it's a group that we like, they can only do but so much, you know, stuff like this, you know, and so the veil tap to be like, you know, something, you know, the situation is harder than what we think. We got women have to change the trajectory. We got to stop doing all this stuff like this. We cannot have you have whole communities when you see in Philly where we got these youths now going there, running in convenience stores, robbing the place, running in Target, running in T-Mobile and stuff like this. I go, they arrested that one chick that was on there. I forgot her name, Fatty something, whatever her name was, Meatball. And she was on, yeah, rob this place, whatnot. She's facing like 8 felony counts, you know, she's crying. I'm so sorry, whatnot. And all of a sudden the mother's like, yeah, you know, all of a sudden you look at the mother, grandmother, no men around. No men around. And probably her mother probably had a man in her life, probably tried to tell her something. Don't you talk to my daughter like that. You ain't raised him. You ain't no kid. That's what you're going through. So this is what we have. We have an incorrigible community that don't want to listen, that don't want to do it right until it's too late. And then now everything's falling apart. Now you want to be like, well, it's a black man's fault, whatnot, this and the other. Well, you know how many dudes I know that tried to be good fathers and everything to raise kids that weren't theirs, and the woman just gave them such a hard time. They said, okay, you can tell me I can't talk to your son this way, I can't discipline your son, I'm out of here.
All right, well, excellent color. Great point.
Hope I answered your question.
It sounded like you answered that answered it, but go ahead, I'm trying to navigate in on this. If navigators with color on that explanation.
Well, you know, he's making some factual points. Like I said, you know, black men and black women in the USA are equally, arrested in their development. That don't mean everybody is arrested in their development. That just means, you know, there's equal blame to go around. You know, and if black men wants to sit on the throne of black family life once again, because we was thrown off of it, and the black woman was put on that throne, and power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So, you know, in order to, you know, for us to change the social dynamics, we got to step up and change it by any means necessary.
I agree.
And if we don't step up, you know, for these here, you know, children, you know, 5 children to a baby mama, obviously, you know, she's out of her freaking mind. You know, so if we don't stand up, you know, who's gonna do it? And it might not take that much for one of these children. You know, they will see someone that, you know, that's genuinely, you know, cares about their well-being, and they will be more compliant than some of our own blood children, out of gratitude. You never know. It's not one size fit all. You know, but we got to step up and do what we can do. That's what my mother used to tell me. She said, son, just do what you can do. Because that's all you can do is what you can do. You just can't throw people away, you know, and say, let's move on.
I think that's what everyone's doing. That's what everyone's doing.
Everyone
no one's gonna go in there and raise someone else's child. You can mentor.
That's not true.
Nobody can go in there. You can't go in nobody's house and say, I'm gonna take your son.
Not without permission. Not without permission. You can't raise nobody's child unless it's your child. Now, unless you're gonna get, unless you're gonna marry the mother.
Right there. There you go.
You're
right
gonna
there.
marry the mother and adopt the child. You got no rights to be raising them.
Well, the bottom line, that's not what Umar Johnson said. He said you don't need to.
Well, he didn't say that. What you said, I didn't hear him.
You said you listened to that tape.
I didn't hear him say that.
No, that was a little snippet of it. Watch that whole thing. He said exactly the opposite. We said you don't have to raise a child. You don't have to marry the woman. You don't have to get with her. You don't have to be a stepfather. Whatnot. You just have to be there.
Somebody got to be there for those children, and if black men don't be there for them, who will?
Go ahead, Nakmeezy.
All right, the only black man that can truly be a force in the life of a child is the black man who's who gave him life. Who's just laughing?
Navigate.
You see what I'm saying? And then when he gets flamed, then he wants to cry. You see, when he was speaking, I
thought I can laugh if I wish. It was funny.
No, you're not laughing. You're being disrespectful because I didn't even finish.
But what specifically was funny about it? I'm trying to figure that out.
What was funny about it? You know, the only person that can be effective or have any kind of influence on a child is the person that fathered them or gave birth to them. That is not true.
Well, you know, that's the first part of the statement. And if you say it's not true, hold on, brother, hold on. If you disagree, you can disagree. But remember when you told Kala, saying, remember when you told Kala, allow you to finish before he tears you down, right? Yes, but laughing is disrespectful and it's childish, whole ass nigga.
You got the nerve to call somebody.
Now we're going back to the bullshit.
Yeah, you got a nerve to call me disrespectful.
How many children do you have, you water squirting bitch nigga? How many children do you have? How many children you got? How many children you got?
A person will show you who they are if you give them enough time. They'll show you.
No. You started again. When you spoke, I was 100% quiet. But like I said, you're bitch made, which is why you laughing when a man is speaking instead of learning. So how many children do you have, brother? How many children have you raised? How many people have you mentored? Because I do this. Okay? So now let me finish my statement. I'll get to you after if you still want smoke. So my statement was the only one that can truly affect change on a child is the man who gave life to him. We see a bunch of stepfathers that step up, right? And they get the ultimate G check when the going gets a little rough. And what is that G check? You ain't my daddy, right? And this is someone who's in some regards changed their diaper, taught them how to fight, got them ready for school, took them to graduation. But there's something about that physical bond, that organic, that you came from me, that's what a child is only going to respect. And a lot of times they don't respect that because of the dynamic that a lot of these mothers have with their sons. And I call that dynamic the baby boyfriend. You see what I'm saying? So like I said, there has to be a reset. So if you look at the challenge that even a stepfather, even a biological father has in the home, and then you take a stranger who's been hired essentially, or is taking the job on of doing the job of these two other people who are having trouble anyway to raise this kid, and you have a recipe for disaster. Like I told you, a lot of these women, when they see that man figure, they try to get romantic with him. That's a fact. It happens to me it happened to me all the time. And then there's the whole don't talk to my baby like that. And then it's the kid is giving pushback. Look, it needs to be a reset culturally, and I think you have to keep the lights on in your own house before you try to turn the lights on everywhere else. And look, like I don't even think I've ever spoken to Ja, right? Out behind the scenes, but I was invited to join the group and speak with him. But the conversations that I would have with Ja would be totally different than the trolling that we have on YouTube. And I've done it, and I've done it with brothers that I've met off of YouTube. You see what I'm saying? And there always comes a point where black men start rubbing each other the wrong way. And a lot of our young black men now, and I don't want to sound like an old head, but it seems like there is a breakdown and we're at the all-time high in lack of respect for elders in our community. We are at an all-time high at a lack of respect for life in our community. Scared straight don't work today. We got kids that spit in the block that want to get locked up so they can meet with their friends. So for us to say like, we're gonna do this and we're gonna save the community, it sounds good. But you gotta start at home first.
Navigate, give me a good response.
Well, blanket statements, are counterproductive, so I would say, it's not a matter of raising, these children, because, raising I'm glad you found that it was amusing. I ain't got no problem with
No,
you
I actually
laughing.
don't. You see, you should have a problem with me laughing because it's
So
disrespectful.
you're the one that's being disingenuous. You
Exactly.
Pretty much returning the favor that you did to him.
Exactly.
Well,
You see, he doesn't get that. It went right over his nappy
I
little
got
head.
it, but I don't have to react the same way you do.
Because you tolerate disrespect where I don't. I doubt that you raised.
I'm not
You
a
haven't
snowflake.
raised
I don't
anything.
melt at the slightest
You haven't
pushback.
raised a child, much less
You don't know
a
what I've
goddamn
done.
hamster. You haven't
And then
raised
you
a
gonna say
hamster in your life,
no one
brother.
got respect for their elders.
You haven't.
I'm your
You
elder,
haven't.
and you ain't got no respect for nobody but yourself.
Well,
What comes out
sometimes
of
you
your
have
mouth?
OGs, and
You haven't
sometimes you
agreed
have
with
old
nobody but
fools.
yourself.
And
I've even
you're
agreed
an
with
old
you
fool.
on
You're
several
an
points.
old fool.
I've agreed with you on several points, but you don't want
And
to
I
have
passed
a
the mic to
conversation.
you.
You want to have an argument.
No,
That's
brother. See, I'm gonna
childish.
give you the same energy
That's
you give.
childish.
Why
That's
you
childish.
mad? Why
I'm
you
not
mad? I was
mad.
just laughing. I was just laughing.
This is not a debate. I only
Brother,
debate
take your high blood pressure medicine, brother.
Everybody else I teach, like you.
Go put some tea on the kettle, brother. Calm down. Have some
I already
chamomile.
have some tea on the kettle. I don't have to
All right.
listen to you.
I ain't gonna listen to you. You see how you won't listen to me?
I
It's
don't
how a lot
have
of
to
these
listen
young
to you to put tea on the kettle.
brothers won't
I don't
listen to
have to listen
strangers.
to you to put tea on the kettle.
Exactly. And you
Why don't you
sound
follow
just
the
like a
conversation?
young
I
black
already
man that
have
wouldn't
tea
listen
on the
to a
kettle.
stranger.
I already have tea on the kettle. Why don't you follow a
Okay.
conversation instead of jumping all over the place and plugging in where you feel like plugging in? I'm glad you found it amusing. It's not
All
a
right,
matter
continue,
of
brother. I just
it's
wanted to
not a
make a
matter
point.
of
Continue your
raising
point,
children.
brother.
It's a matter of someone being responsible, to at
Facts.
least nudge these children in the right direction. That's called mentoring. And
How many children have you mentored? How many
none of
young men
your
have you mentored?
business.
Because you haven't
I don't
mentored
need
any.
your validation. I don't need you to
Because you haven't mentored any, brother.
Sorry, Navigate. You can't keep on doing that to us. Every time we ask you a question about
Well,
what
it's
you
not
do,
about me validating myself to y'all. I
it's
don't
not about
need to validate.
navigate. It's not. I'm not arguing or fighting with you, brother. It's not about you validating yourself. You know, we're having an open conversation, and you got to talk to us about what you're doing.
I ain't got to tell you.
your experience
I ain't
and
got
things
to
like
tell you that.
You even got to tell us that you're married, you have a girlfriend, you have a wife living with you, or you have
You don't need to
concubines,
know that
something.
unless
You got to
I
talk
choose
to us.
to tell you that.
Hey, we live in a social age where you got to share your life and let us know what's
I
going
don't
on.
have to share nothing. I don't have to validate myself to no one.
How are we gonna know if you're a straight man
That's
or not?
not none of your business. Only thing you got to concern yourself with the merits of what I'm saying. That's it.
Yeah, but you don't tell us your background.
Well, you don't need to know my background. The only thing you need to know is what comes out of my mouth.
I mean, I don't know if you're playing with the right.
That's all you need to know.
Right now, we're trying to decide what goes in your mouth because you move with saucy vibes, brother.
There you go again. Ignorant people always playing the dozens and clowning.
Okay, are you from Atlanta?
None of your business. How many times I got to tell you that? I don't have to validate myself to you.
Hey Holmes, you can't come on here and don't want to tell us nothing and just run your mouth.
Yes, I can. I don't have to validate myself to none of you.
I think you have gotten banned and blocked more than anybody else. I mean, we're trying to talk with you. You obviously like to talk.
Well, you can ban and block me all you wish. That's not going to stop me from being who I am.
No,
and
it's
I don't
not.
have to validate myself to you.
What it's going to do, we're having a conversation.
Just because you feel the need to validate yourself.
No, not
that don't mean I feel the need to be validated by you.
It's a simple thing. Color's on here. First of all, his video is on, and he tells you about his background, what he does, his contribution.
Well, that's him. I'm not him.
So what we have, well, I mean, you don't have to be him, but what we're trying to do is have an open dialogue, and you have to.
Well, we have an open dialogue, but I ain't got to validate myself to you or no one.
You have to tell us something about.
I don't have to do that.
Every time we ask you a question about yourself, you don't want to tell us anything.
I don't have to answer it.
You know what? I'm gonna call a Ghana version of child services on you, man, because I think you're up to no good. Because you won't tell us what you're up to. Tell us something about yourself.
Well, you know, if you want to do something that silly, be my guest.
No, we're not gonna do nothing like that. I'm not saying navigate. Don't be labeled as a weirdo. A weirdo is someone.
I don't care how you label me. I'm not trying to seek validation from you. I'm just having a conversation. You can either agree with me or disagree.
Navigate. How can we have a conversation?
You can either agree with me or disagree with me.
How can I have a conversation with you where you can't even tell me what you do, where you live, what you're about, anything? As far as we're concerned, I mean, we already know you aspire already. So, but you know, it's all good.
You don't know that at all. I'm not a spy. Who am I spying for? I live in the Pan-African village. Where do you live? You live in Babylon.
I live in Georgia.
Is this the brother who allows little kids to come clean at his house?
Oh yes, that's him right there.
Why do you do this thing? Why do you do this thing? You don't have no woman. You did allow the children to come to your house and cook for you.
You know,
I know you.
Something that you don't know nothing about.
You have no woman, and you allow children to cook and clean for you.
Don't know what
for biscuits, brother.
You don't know what I have.
I'm not even wasting my time with you. Now I remember who you are.
You can say anything.
Go pound yam. Go pound yam. Go dig a borehole, brother. Go dig a borehole and jump in it.
I mean, navigate. Tell us something. What do you do in Ghana all day long? Come on, talk to us.
Oh, this brother lives in Ghana.
Yeah, navigate. What do you do in Ghana all day long? I mean, have you ever been to have you ever been in Accra to either East Legon or Osu? You've been to those places, right?
Of course.
Do you ever go out there and hang? I mean, I get you can't say of course because many people haven't been to some of those places. But do you go out at nighttime when you're there?
Rarely.
When you go out at nighttime, when you go out there, what kind of women do you like? Do you like the Ghanaian or the Nigerian women?
Well, that's none of your business.
Or do you even like women? Or how about this? Do you even like women? Do you even like women?
I like women. I like women.
Wow, thank you. You actually answered a question. Yay, Carla, we're getting somewhere.
You ain't getting nowhere. You just being, silly. You know, we're having a conversation. That's not the topic. That's not the subject of the. That's not the subject. The subject is talking about being happy and stuff. Happy.
I mean,
is
happy.
subjective.
So when you're in America and you had
Happy
your
is
career,
subjective.
you weren't happy in
is
America with
subjective.
your career, right? So what career
I
did you
didn't
do in
say that.
America
I didn't
make
say
you
that.
happy the way you want to
I
be a
didn't say
Ghanaian?
that.
No, we're
I
trying to
didn't.
get
You
the
don't want to.
answer.
That's
Brother,
you
we're
just
trying to get answers.
speculating. You speculating and assuming.
We're trying to get
You don't
answers.
know nothing about me.
I'm not saying those things. I'm just like
That's what you're saying.
We're
You
trying to
know,
get.
you putting it out there like, oh, you weren't happy with your career in
No,
the United States, so that's why you went
Yo,
to Ghana.
Bomani,
That's, you know,
Bomani, I want
and
to.
all this silly stuff.
I
You don't know
got a
nothing
minute
about me.
second.
You wouldn't know nothing about me unless I tell you.
All right, how about this
Bomani, I got
navigation?
a question.
About yourself. Go ahead, Mazy.
Yeah, brother. Look, I know stuff. I never met you in person, but I know you're a father. I know you're a businessman. I know you about action. Same thing with Kala. Never met him, but I know things about him. I know things about his father's ideology. I know things about where he was raised in Queens. We have commonalities. Ja and Zola, same thing. And y'all know stuff about me. So the thing is, if we're going to get any sort of currency in these conversations and in credibility, you have to share something. Otherwise, we don't really know who we're speaking to. I'm speaking to the brother I know. I'm speaking to the brother I have an idea about. All I know about you is that you invite children to your house without their parents and you make them cook and clean for you.
Well, you don't
and
know
you pay
me.
them. No, but you said that.
You don't know nothing. The only
And
thing
that's
you know
why
is
you
what
don't
you
share.
want to know.
That's why you don't
The
share
only thing
your
you know is what you
information,
want to know.
because if you shared what anything about yourself, you'd have no credibility in these
The only
conversations.
thing you're looking for something, you know, to twist. That's all.
No, I'm not going to twist anything, brother. What I'm saying is you're talking about mentoring children. You have no children. You have no children of your own, brother.
You know, the only thing you have to do is try to twist it, you know, to something nasty. That's what
How
you
many
do.
diapers have you changed?
None of your business.
How much homework have you
More
done?
than you have.
How much homework have you done with a child? How many parent teachers night have you gone to? How many bullies have you dealt with? How many inappropriate WhatsApp conversations have you found in your children's phone? I've done all of that, brother.
Well, so what? That's just
so
your word.
It gives me world experience to have a meaningful voice in this conversation.
Just because you've done it, I've done that and more.
I don't think so, brother.
Well, that's what you think.
You in a country full of beautiful women, and you sitting down single.
That's not true.
It's true, brother. You told us that you single, brother. Are you the chief of development? They're getting you for your money out there, brother.
That's single. Most of the black
are you the chief of development in your village? They're just getting you for your retirement money.
He's head of the Product Association, but I was going to ask him if he needs some extra shot of Viagra. You know what I'm saying? You know, I can get into business and give you a nice supply. But yeah, navigate. You are someone who you're complicated, brother. We have to be able to.
I don't think with my ball. I don't think from my head is not between my legs.
It's not. Oh
yeah, because you're a bottom.
My brain is between my ears, not between.
You're a bottom. That's why. He's not interested in Viagra. He's interested in lube.
You don't know what I'm interested in.
Well, if you wasn't gay, you would have shot back on that one,
what
brother.
I'm interested in. I'm interested in having a conversation about, you know, the security, you know, freedom and justice for black people around the world in that order by any means necessary. That's what I'm interested in.
Well, we need to know some basic information about you.
You don't need to know nothing but what I choose to tell you.
Number one, what part of the states did you grow up at? What part of the states
None of
you
your
live in?
business.
And what,
you don't need
and
to
then
know.
What was your career in the states? What kind of job?
None of your business. You don't need to know.
Did you join black organization?
I don't need your validation. None of your business. You don't need to know.
And then also, did you support black-owned business? And are you a Pan-Africanist or you're fake Pan-Africanist? And why did you leave?
Well, you make that determination on yourself by what I share with you.
These are questions and things that we talk.
Well, you know, I can tell you anything. I can tell you anything.
Well, you can tell us anything, just like, you know, you're showing us a backyard.
That's like you. I can tell you anything.
Just like you have a photo of somebody else's backyard versus your backyard, because your backyard doesn't look like that.
Oh, that's my backyard in the USA.
You don't live in America anymore.
I
Like
built
Darth,
the fence and I built the planters, that's on the fence.
it's kind of
That's
like
my
Dorothy.
backyard
Dorothy,
that I had in the
you're no longer in
USA,
Kansas
and I
anymore.
sold that house before I came here.
You're no longer in Kansas anymore. So since you want to tell us where you come from Kansas. So you're no longer
Well,
in Kansas.
that's okay. You can think what you wish. It doesn't bother me.
Navigate. Why you so like?
Why you so insistent
brother?
on digging into my business?
Because
why are you so insistent on that?
Because I'm
Don't
naval
nobody dig in
intelligence.
yours. You tell people what they want to do. I've heard a lot of negative things about you too, but I don't come on your show talking crap about all the crap that people don't think about you. It's people out here in the Pan-African village that I live in, familiar with you. And they ain't got nothing good to say about you, Bomani.
Okay, Navigate. Let's check this out, Navigate. Before you go on with your stupidness, Navigate.
No, I'm just telling you. I ain't went on no stupidness.
Navigate.
I'm telling you what the facts is.
I heard you, and I'm gonna respond to you. Navigate. Check this out. Check this out. You have a punk named Echo Simpson, and while I'm talking, let me just finish talking. You have a punk named
I don't have a punk named Echo Simpson.
Navigate. I'm gonna mute you, and you let me respond. I'll let you talk your stupidity and your trash. Listen here, punk. You have Echo Simpson there, and you have a bunch of other people. Y'all doing this fake marketing about free land, and what y'all did in my whole community, Black Star, y'all went over and y'all literally spread a bunch of rumors saying that why pay for this land when you can get free land? So you don't know anything. So you have a bunch of disgruntled people that have left what we did and literally bulldoze their way out just because they want to come over there, based on the fraudulent stuff that y'all talking about free land. And one thing about the land that you got to disable, brother, you have a whole bunch of litigation going on, and you're going to have a whole bunch of problems. So all you haters that left us and went over there to be over there, that want to talk all negative about me, when I helped all you ungrateful Negroes and inspired all you ungrateful Negroes to get to Ghana, did tours with y'all and helped y'all, y'all left what we were building to go over there, because Echo Simpson lied to y'all and convinced y'all about free land. Now y'all all in courts and everything, and most of y'all are going to end up paying a whole lot more for the land. So those are the things that's going on, Navigate, and you're ignorant to the fact because you've never been anywhere in your life. You just packed up America ungratefully, and now you want to go over to Ghana being a Ghanaian on some fake free land, which you better have your money together because you're going to be paying for the land. So you want all of those haters over there that want to run your mouth and be jealous of me. The fact that all of you, including you, Navigate, be thankful for people like myself, because people like myself are the reason why you're in Ghana and you got to Ghana, and I've helped all those other people get there so you and them can go to hell, because you're a bunch of ungrateful, hating-ass Negroes and things like that. Remember,
I never brought up what they said about you. I never brought up what they said about you.
Whatever you think you're building over there, brother. Whatever. No, you mentioned what you mentioned.
Brought it up.
Listen, is stupid. You mentioned a whole bunch of people.
Well, you're the one that spit dirt on me, talking about what I am.
No, I didn't bring up nothing. You said a key word, a whole bunch of people. So I'm telling you the story. I've already explained the story to you.
You ain't telling me the story. You just denigrate.
I'm telling you.
I don't need to know the story. That ain't important to me.
So what is important to you? What is important to you?
What's important to me is to stand on the damn topic. That's what's important, is stand on the topic.
Listen here, you just said something, so I'm gonna answer. I'm addressing your question. I'm addressing what you said. So you mentioned about people there, and I'm telling you about the people there. I'm telling you who they are, and
I didn't tell you what they said.
Navigate, shut the hell up, you idiot. Listen here, like I mentioned to you, like I mentioned
to you, being presumptuous and that trying to validate yourself, trying to put yourself on a pedestal. I didn't.
Listen here. I'm going to keep muting you because I need you to learn to shut the hell up, because this is serious. You and those ungrateful niggas over there are about to lose your land because y'all in court for litigation and all that fake stuff about free land and Cape Coast.
Well, that's not true.
Shut the hell up, you idiot, because you're ignorant to Ghana. You just got to Ghana.
You don't know nothing.
So listen here. You learn from someone who's been in the country. You've been in the country, so you don't know anything.
I live in the country.
Like I mentioned to you, Navigate. You and those people
live in the country.
Navigate. Remember, you and those people could gossip about whatever you want to gossip about.
I don't gossip about you because I don't give a damn.
Remember this, stupid. Remember how you got to the country. People like myself inspired you.
You didn't hold my hand.
People like myself,
I didn't need you to hold my hand to come
here.
People
like myself are the reason why people like you are there. And be thankful for people like myself who have led the move and built a movement.
Well, that's not true either.
Okay?
You don't know me.
True.
So you don't know me.
Listen here,
you don't know
you
me.
Go, you go around a
you
Sable.
You're responsible for everything that's good, which is not true.
You go around a Sable and ask them how they got to Ghana and who's inspired them to get to Ghana, who brought them to Ghana. And these are
maybe you brought them to Ghana, yeah.
Okay.
But
and
you ain't bring me to Ghana.
Like yourself, you're broke as hell and you couldn't afford a trip, so you end up just moving.
You don't
on
know
your
what
house.
I got.
That's why you're broke ass.
I made it to Ghana. I had enough money to get
That's why your house is called raggedy and stuff like that. Because
my house don't look raggedy.
That's why you won't tell us what you do in America, because you're a loser.
It's none of your damn business.
You are a failure in America. Navigate.
No, I'm not a failure. I'm not. I've never failed at anything I done.
Like you somebody. You have no respect.
You're the one that's starting to talk like you somebody. You want everybody to believe you're the best thing since sliced bread. And you ain't not, you ain't the only one that has a tour group. You ain't the only one that bring people to Africa. You think you act like
I'm the only one that's done it the best that people have ever done it, and I've inspired more people than
your opinion
and everything. Well, that's factual. That's factual.
That's
like
your
I said,
opinion.
That whole
I know there's a lot of people that would disagree with you.
Listen, Navigate. Do you know how you people got the idea to
build? You got no humility at all.
How you people got that? Listen here, I'm not gonna have a shouting match with you. I'll go back and forth with you. Like, I'm gonna say one thing to you right now. Simple thing. Do you know how the people got that idea to build what you have there right now as far as a Sable? You asked Kwame.
Yes, I know, but you don't.
Listen, stupid. I'll get tired of meeting your dumb ass. You're gonna have some respect here, because you're in a situation where you don't know any of these things, and I'm talking because other people need to understand this also. Because the development that you're on, your people who organized that development, you ask them what conference they were at that they got the ideas to build what they build. So you need to learn some respect and appreciate people like myself who have built what you, like people like yourself, have enjoyed. And you
haven't built a damn thing yet. Only thing you do is babysit somebody, hold it.
All right, so we're done with that idiot. We can just let him. We can just let him. Because Navigate, when the bulldozers come and bulldoze your piece of trash land that you built, then a Sable, then you're gonna hear what I'm telling you. Because people like yourself are so stupid. You just got up and moved to Ghana, never did no research, never traveled to the country, and you're gonna tell me about how the country works and things like that. And like I mentioned to you, Navigate, what you have to understand is that I started building a development, okay? And when someone comes around and lie to people, tell them they're getting free land and things like that, and con them and be in the ears, I can't sit around and argue and fight with those people, And I worked out the best I could do for them to move forward, because they got to move forward. And now they're there with you and a bunch of other disgruntled black people in America who feel damn entitled to come to Africa, to want some free land, don't want to pay for anything. And then now you're in a situation where it's a bunch of y'all, you got no infrastructure, y'all got nothing going on there. And y'all think y'all gonna cast any kind of disrespect to me. The only thing any of y'all can say there is thank you, Bomani. Appreciate you leading the way. Thank you, Bomani. Appreciate it. And that's it. I won't accept nothing else. So this is me patting myself on the back, and this is me, doing these things. Because before me, these things didn't exist. Before people like myself that was working together with other people, you didn't see these things. And that's what, Brother Kala, this is why I document everything. I can go back to our video with Dr. James Small at the Atlanta conference here in 2004, and you hear about what we're talking about that we started doing. None of these people have any frame of reference. And that's what I'm saying. But Navigate, I've listened to you talk all kind of stuff, and brother, I have no respect for you for number one reason. Any man that cannot tell me what he does for a living, or any man that cannot answer basic questions of what state he live in, or what state he working, or what he did in certain things, I have no respect for you. You're officially banned from this channel, and you better not let me see you in Ghana, because I have no respect for you. I'll see you in Ghana. I'll just turn on my video camera and clown you and say, black people in America, don't destroy your beautiful life in America and become a failure like Navigate and move and want to be somebody else that you'll never be. No matter how much language you speak there in Ghana, they'll never accept you as you being a Ghanaian. You're not a Ghanaian. You'll always be looked at as a foreigner and a walking dollar bill. And anybody who's upset with me or pissed off at me are saying that, you tell me about your 17 years in any country and you tell me how things are. All right? So I know the situation, and that's why the only way I will live anywhere in Africa is if I live in a Pan-African town where you have different groups of black people from Jamaica, America, and the places where I've lived in, and different African nationals. Other than that, I'm not living in no country where I'm from one place else and everybody else is from that country. That makes no sense to me. On that note, Kala, I want you to talk about what I talked about earlier today, about there's no way I'm going to go live in Nigeria and being around a bunch of Nigerians, because that doesn't fit my characteristic, because I've lived in Jamaica, I've lived in Brooklyn, I've lived in Virginia, and I've lived here in Georgia.
Yeah.
And my culture matters from all the places that I've lived at.
Yeah. You know, the bottom line is culture is important. And when people come to this country, right, and you can integrate into a society, but you always got to group up with the people who are similar to you, because they're going through the same thing you're going through, and you help each other, right? The Indians, when they come to a country, right, you have the Patals and the Shahs, right? They'll have a major company, and then they have smaller businesses that are allied with them. They come in. Anywhere they go, people are organized. They're basically organized around one major business, and then smaller businesses follow them, follow them. The auto industry, Japanese auto industry started with the auto assembly plants and everything, manufacturing plants, right? And then next thing you know, smaller Japanese supply chains came into America and stuff like that. Next thing you know, you got a whole Japanese infrastructure in here, supply chain inside the United States that happened in the 70s and the 80s, And so therefore, when you talk about building in Africa, you have to do the same thing, and then you add value to the country. You're paying taxes, you're creating jobs for local people, and you're living a good life, and you have some sort of self-sufficiency. Same thing they do when they come here. You got people that live in, you got little Senegals, little Sierra Leones, and Staten Island. You got a little Monrovia, and everything like that. These people stick together, and they're always in their social networks and everything like that. You can't get a part of. So why shouldn't the black people in the West that we go to Africa? Why wouldn't it be the same thing? Same thing. It's not mean you're separating from the country. You're just basically grouping up for survival. Because if you're not going to do it, who else is going to do it? And based on what Bomani was, and a lot of all these experiences and people failing in Africa, they go there and be like, oh, I'm just going to be by myself. I don't want to be next to no black Americans, and all stuff like that. And then they end up failing and they end up coming back to America. But one thing we always say is, look, if you have a good life in America, if you have a good life in America and everything like that, think long and hard before you give that up and everything. Always never burn your bridges, Build a pipeline to the continent, right? Maybe one day you can retire there or something like that. But, and also we got to get to the point where you can't just go over there and talk about, I'm going to start a business, right? Look at Asia. The Asians could go to Singapore. They go to Hong Kong. They go to Macau. They can go to Seoul, South Korea, and they got thriving big mega cities. They can move all around Asia and everything. Africa was like, oh, you come to Africa, right away somebody got their hand in their pocket. Oh yeah, we need investors. I got these people now. We can't wait till you guys come over there and invest. Why do we got to come over there and invest in everything? Where's the jobs at? Where's the opportunity on the continent? Why we got to supply everything? So there's a lot to it.
Hey, but Carl, I wanted to ask you a question, right? Because I've heard that sentiment about, especially from Pan-Africanists, that when they go to Africa, they don't want to associate with other Black Americans. I never understood that. Why not? Because
this is
America.
Hold on, let me add into this.
Hold on, but when you look in America, you see other immigrant groups. They come here and they coordinate within themselves. Why can't we do that?
Because I'll tell it like it is. But mine's gonna speak on this. The bottom line is when people say that, right? There's a lot of the show we did last week, right? And you had disagreement with me, right? We said there's a lot of self-hate in the Pan-African world. Self-hate is in the Pan-African world, where you got people who hate being what they are. You're African American or Black American, call you. That's what you are, right? And sometimes people will say, I'm a Hebrew Israelite, I'm a Moor, I'm a copper-colored Indian, whatever that we call it. It's all about self-hate. And so I'm seeing the same thing in the Pan-African community, right? Where people are taught to hate themselves because they're Black American, right? And they basically want to shed off their identity and their history and everything like that, who they are as a people, right? Which everyone draws strength from, right? And say, I want to be a Kenyan, I want to be a Nigerian, I want to be a Yoruba, I want to speak Yoruba. You cannot be that, you cannot do that, And so other groups of people and everything.
So is that what pretty much Navigator's doing? Is he like trying to?
Yeah, I mean, you know why? Why? If you look at clues, there's some clues that Navigate says, right? He says, and he says it many times. And I hope I know Banner because I ain't done with that Negro yet. You know,
it's banned, brother. I mean, brother, it's a simple thing. You can it's bad enough that people won't even turn their camera on, but you can't tell me what state you live in, what job you had in America,
right? That's true.
You did anything? I mean, how can we have a conversation? I mean, that's unacceptable and things. And then he's just gonna say a bunch of disrespectful stuff, and then don't put it into proper contents, and then he wants to just like change the subject. It's like I'm done with his foolishness. We literally just gave him a chance to talk and things like that. But
yeah, that's true. But what I was saying was, there's a lot of people who in the Pan-African world, right, who basically hate being Black American for some reason, buy into the self-hate. And so therefore, if you listen to them really talk really closely, right, they always have all this negative stuff to say about Black America being dysfunctional, everything. And then when you find out that the same dysfunction that you see in Black America, you also find in Africa. You know, you got in many cases many worse. You know, now there's a lot of good things about Africa that I like and everything, but to make it seem like Black America is so bad and so dysfunctional that you want to escape to something else, where you remember there's old saying, you take you with you. You cannot run from what you are. You know, and there's a lot of people get into the Pan-African world or the Afrocentric world for the wrong reasons. They want to escape from what they are. You know, they want to escape from their identity and everything. And so that's why people take on different identities in Black America. We're the only group of people that have that problem, right? Where I'm a Lost Tribe of Shabazz. I'm the Moor. I'm what's that Malachi York and whatnot, Nuwapian, you know, and white people sit back laughing at that. It's like white people are, no, I'm just white. I'm German. I'm white American, right? Black person America. Well, you know, I got Indian in me, and I'm part Native American. I'm this. You know, they can never just say, "Yo, look, I'm a Black American, African American." My
thing is, right, I understand if you like when Black Americans want to repatriate there and they want to assimilate to some degree, like as far as like learning the language and you know the cultural nuances and stuff like that. Like that's that's essential. You have to do that. But as far as like avoiding other Black Americans, that doesn't make sense. Like you would want to like congregate and try to trade with each other and help each other out as much as possible. You know what I mean? Like I see other immigrants.
That would make too much sense.
Do that all the time. Like you have Chinatown, they have their own areas in America. So it's like, why can't we come together?
Because it's a simple fact that a lot of those people go over there and like Clues and Navigate says is he goes, all we do is clown each other. And if you're around Black Americans, I mean, violent. I really feel sorry for Navigate. It seemed like he never had respect among Black. He's one of those type of guys that never had any sort of respect among Black people in America, right? So he goes to Ghana and he's like, yo, these are people, but it ain't a matter of time before the Ghanaians figure out who he is and they start clowning him too.
I mean, that project.
I kind of wanted to ask him like how long he lived in Ghana.
I was trying to explain certain things to you. I don't know where you get that information from, but there's a lot of people that have bad information. The people right there with Navigators that they almost everyone in that area, in that community, is from America or from the Caribbean islands or from the Europe. They're all Black people from the diaspora. So they're trying to build some energy. But what I was explaining to him, he has no idea what some of the things are going on as far as court cases and who really owns that land and the litigations and things like that going on there. And it's like, you don't know what to trust or who to trust. So it's like, don't come on here telling me that I don't know what I'm talking about. The next thing you know, you get yourself into situations like, it's like, humble yourself and learn. You just got to Ghana. And just because like some people like, okay, you've been coming here, but I live here and I speak the language and I'm a Ghanaian now. I was like, that don't make you a better person than me. That makes me a smarter person than you, because I know that I'm not going to give up my life and give up what I have set up for my family, just move somewhere and don't have the proper setup that we need so we can thrive. And that's the difference between myself and other people out there. But most people are realizing that they need to stick together, and that's why you have these communities coming up to where, just like our Black Star community, which would be one of the best energies that people ever see and things like that. because just because people are giving away free land and things, it don't mean that it's going to build anything. It's just going to be a bunch of people on free land, and then no one want to put money together, like Kala talked about, to do the real business, which is build real Black African infrastructure. But I know I've been talking a lot. I definitely want to hear from my brother, not Meezy, on these things, and we have all voted Navigate Freely out as a weirdo because we wasn't getting anywhere with him. We were just arguing with him, and the man can't even tell us anything. And the only thing he told us because he was afraid, he said he actually liked women. I think that's the only thing he actually answered.
Yeah, I think he was pressured to say that because there was certain other things. I don't want to talk about him. He's not here. Hopefully he doesn't come back because, like you said, you have to be able to share information so that we can have an organic conversation. I've been vehemently or adamantly against this whole, community of diasporans in Africa and saying that you have to integrate, right? But what I'm hearing today, and I'm going to be honest, I think Kala broke it down in a way that I didn't see it before, right? You have to have a community of people that you relate to. It doesn't mean you're really not messing with everyone else, but every group that comes to America, goes to Jamaica, goes to the Caribbean, goes to South, they always have their own groups. You have to have like a power structure or a social structure and then work from that. Because if you just go there as just a diasporan claiming that you're Ghanaian, living amongst a bunch of Ghanaians, you're going to be food. And that was one of the problems that I saw in Ghana was that all the diasporans, all the Black Americans and Caribbeans, actually it was really Black Americans, they were trying so hard to be Ghanaian, they wouldn't even acknowledge other Black Americans.
That's a shame, brother. That's a shame.
And I thought, wow, that's crazy. But I'm warming up to this idea of having, a community, that has liaisons with the general population. That's jail talk or whatever. Not that I've ever been there, but I'm warming up to that idea. The way Kala broke it down earlier and Ja asked the question about it, it does make sense. It does make sense to me now.
Yeah, Afrikstan, industrial towns, everything that we need in an environment wherever we are. That way we can just have the level of comfort. Other than that, to be honest with you, why would you move and why would you want to do all of these things if you can't have what you need to to be able to be effective? Because if you're there and you're struggling, you're miserable, you're sick every time, and you can't get certain things, I mean, what kind of work are you really going to do in the country? So that's like my point to people, and I tell people I'm the one that revolutionized this modern day repatriation movement, and I have lots of people living in different parts of Africa. But it's like I've learned from all of their trauma and and nightmares. I mean, having people come back homeless and things like that. So what we're saying is not saying that we're not down with the movement. We're saying let's be more effective with it and things like that. And people running to get free land and things like that their landlord is going to either be bulldozed or they're either going to be having to pay a ridiculous amount of money and things like that. And then now you have a bunch of free land. You ain't got no roads. Your electricity barely work. And it's just these are some weird stuff. It's like, is America that bad? Is the countries that the people are coming from that bad? And I tell people, I personally don't see it, but then again, I'm not the person that retired and gave up everything that I work hard for to just live in a little ragged little house that he put together with builders that have third grade education. You know what I mean? But that's just me.
Yeah.
Well, let me say something real quick. I was in a WhatsApp group of a guy from I think Cape Coast. It might be Echo. Is he from Cape Coast?
Yeah, that fraudulent scammer right there. He's put up a scam marketing campaign. Free land.
This was like 3 years ago. 3 years ago, maybe two. Yeah, about 3 years ago. And I'm like, every message in the WhatsApp group was like trying to get money from diasporans. I'm like,
yeah,
he was like trying to build a guest house to something. And was trying to get people to buy bricks and this and that, and you have a place. I'm like, it's a goddamn scam, bro.
Yo, I would bring Navigate on here, but the thing about Navigate, he's not going to answer any of these questions, so it made no sense to talk with him. But he knows what's going on. He won't say nothing.
Bring him on. And he knows Echo because Echo interviewed him. And that's what and I'm like, yo,
You know, you made that guy is the guy
Let's
that.
watch his interview. Let's watch his interview right now. I want to see.
I can't find it.
Yeah, we
It's
can't.
Echo
Yeah.
sent an interview. Navigate. Remember that? You sent it to me, Bomani.
Brother, that was disgusting, man. It's hard to watch. That's disgusting. It's not,
Yeah,
it's
I
not
can't
real.
find it. I don't know where
It's
it's
not
at.
even real.
watch
It. Yeah, I wish we could find it and send it to you on WhatsApp. I don't even know what it's even titled.
Yeah,
but
but
that's what they're
the whole
doing.
thing about Echo, right? He remember he came at us when we were talking about that thing, and he came at me. He was like, and I'm like, dude, you're not entitled to our money. It's almost to the point where black people coming from America are going to another form of slavery. They're like, yo, you can't, dude, man, you guys are that interested in our money, and all they care about is, oh yeah, I said, you're not entitled to our money. Like Navigate said, the $1.7 trillion Black America generates, right? How much that money going to Ghana? What is Ghana giving us? So we should just give our money to Ghana, our 401ks and whatnot. Yeah, our 401ks are going to countries that give us a return on our investment. Why are we going to give our money to a country that that's going to the IMF again for the 18th time and whatnot? The CD is like what 30 to 1 for $1 and everything like that. So we don't owe Ghana anything. The ball's in our court and everything. We're gonna build in Ghana. We're gonna build a community for ourselves and whatnot. It's like when they say at the diaspora, they know if you're gonna come over there and say Africa. And also, Bomani, I want you to talk about the latest person with RJ Mahdi that got scammed. You are the investment. You could pull $100,000, $50,000. That's big money in Africa. And the bottom line is they don't care about the end game or what you're on. They think that this is a game where you coming over there and they're milking you for every nickel and dime you got and everything like that. And they got incompetent people that don't know how to build stuff and everything like that. So it's a mess. And they treat you any kind of way and whatnot. It's about respect. We can't go to a place. We got a business where we're together in groups where we could command respect. We have master contractors and stuff like that. We can hire our own contractors and everything like that. Everything runs smoothly and logistically because we're all working together in one community and everything like that. We're building infrastructure.
Kala, be quiet. The Nigerian slave catcher is here.
Oh man, don't do that to Kid Ola.
Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood. What's on your mind?
Bomani, I care because of you. It seems like Bomani, you start having double mouth. Years back, I saw you were promoting free land in Ghana, but out of the blue, you totally turned against it. Why?
Ola, you're another idiot. At no point I ever promote no damn free land. If you go on my website, everything you see on my website, everything you see on any website, it has dollar bills. That means I do sales and marketing. We sell services and business. I don't do no free land. That is not me.
I'm not saying you do free land, but
you just said freelance, so
no. I said, but you were the one promoting. There's an area called in Ghana whereby they can give diaspora free land. They can build and
why you keep on talking about free land? You can't associate me with no damn free land, brother. I've never got myself involved in anything with no free land. You know what I mean? Nothing is free. You deal with Bomani time, but nothing is free. I don't get up every day, and I didn't work all my life from a teenager to now to just be about this. We don't run charitable organizations. I work hard to get black dollars, to put black dollars in black hands. So the community that you're talking about, I inspired an energy of people to build communities and things like that. The one that we have is called Black Star Pan-African Community. That's what we have. It's not free. The Asebu land, that's the free land that they're talking about. But I'm telling you, family, it's not free. And it's a bunch of shenanigans going on out there. You can condemn me. You can say that I'm hating because they've stolen some of my people and whatever. I'm like, y'all would have been caught for that thing too. You turn around and then the next thing you know, want a refund back. They got free land over there. But that's the gimmick and that's the trick. But that's what people fall for. But no, Ola, I don't do nothing with no free land. I don't work for free. And the people that I have to pay, they don't work for free. So how can I do anything for free?
No, it's don't understand. It's good because it's good that you start attacking them for whatever is going on there now, because I already know that so-called niceness, Aquaba, is fake. You know, very, very big fake. It's fake, it's fake, it's fake, it's fake. We know Ghanaians, we live together. In Africa, there's nothing like, oh, come or this or that or that. The big trick, the big trick the president of Ghana pull out, man, is this year of return. Whoa, one of the bigger, this is far more bigger than Hush Puppy. You understand? $2 billion just came in. And look, let me be honest, man. You can go and reside, but if you go to a place to reside and you work hard for your money in the United States, please just check well, open the door well, make sure nobody's playing you around, because there's nothing like I love you like that in Africa. If you say you love me, I have to look at you twice, but not to my pocket. We Nigerians, we know what it is, because here it's a game, and it's a game of Thrones, bro. So darkness and white, somebody goes, that is black. You have to check it well. It can be blue or it can be red. You know, I understand, but until black people started loving themselves, really, you know, before things can really move on. Ghana is a point of whereby I really don't understand. Everybody is broke in Africa. Nigeria is broke. Ghana is broke. Not really happy, but you, as Black Americans, you have the chance of doing well there. You can blend in, but you have to really know who to know. That's just all. You can do a lot, but know who to know. Land of 50 years, 20 years. What I'm trying to say now is this. Don't go and buy a land in Ghana. Because I've seen advertisement in Ghana by some of these Black American women married to some of these African guys who are using these Black American women now to start selling land, you know, with that accent. It's not really Black Americans they really used to promote this thing. They use Ghanaians who live in America to pretend to be Black Americans. That's
So
how this whole thing
is this another Nigerian scam going on? Because we have told people if they want to deal with land, it's a simple thing. They have to go directly to the Lands Commission and work with the Lands Commission to do all of their paperwork and things like that. And it's a simple thing. So I mean, yeah, things are going on, but we're trying to educate people on what direction to go in. But Ola, it's not as bad as you look at it. People are not doing their legwork and they're not doing their research.
Bomani, let me just tell you the truth.
At some point, we have to take accountability for literally bad decisions. But at the same time, too, what we're encouraging people to do is to reach out to proper consultation and work with the people who actually own the land, and then go for government land. That way, you know less chiefs to deal with, the better your life will be.
But money, let me just tell you the truth. Nothing like land commission. Land is being owned by, in Ghana, they say chiefs and some individuals. Land commission, even the government land you're talking about, but money, let me just tell you, in Nigeria we have to deal with family. Who is the family? Who owns it?
Well, let's talk about vested land. Vested land is government land. So what's wrong with government land? Isn't that the ideal thing? Isn't that the way it should be? Because you know, less chance of dealing with chiefs and family.
If you don't own a Ghana citizen, if you're not even a citizen of a country, don't go just be buying land there. Because you didn't own it. You can be checked out at any time. If you're not a citizen of a country, why are you buying a land? Why are you buying a land? It's just like somebody coming to the United States and said, okay, I'm not a United citizen, but I want to buy a land somewhere.
People buy, the Chinese buy land, farmland in America. How much Chinese buy real estate in upstate New York, Monticello, right? There's a new casino up there in Monticello, New York. There was the old casino, right, and new casino, right? And I was up there for my what year was that? A few years ago. No, what year? I forgot what. Yeah, it was my my aunt's funeral, right? It was back in 2019, right? And I went to this. It was black glass with the red neon stripes on and whatnot. Beautiful casino, right? And it was owned by Chinese, right? And the bottom line is, I saw so many Chinese, I almost freaking fainted. You know, I never seen so many Chinese in my freaking life. There were busloads of them coming up from New York City and everything like that. They were all over the friggin' place and everything like that. Then you see these top Chinese executives coming out there like that. I'm saying to myself, how the hell they do this in the middle of the friggin' mountains or whatnot? So foreigners anybody could own property in America. You don't have to be a U.S. citizen to own property in America. You know, so it's not like that, bro.
Kala, that's where works. That's where be stated in the law. In Africa, let me just tell you the truth. In Africa, if the government is stated in the law, oh, you can buy a land there, don't go near there. Don't let nobody tell you, oh, this is government land, the government approved it to sell to you. It does not work like that. Africa does not work like
Now
that.
hold on. Now
that's why these are the points that make you right completely about Liberia. These are the shenanigans.
Liberia is
not trying to hear. So Ola, tell me if what Kala is saying is not correct. Kala, explain to me about how the land situation works in Liberia.
In Liberia, you have 3 different types of land. You have traditional land, right, which is tribal, which is vastly turning into private property, right? You got 3 types of land. You have traditional land, private property, and government land. You know, when I was driving up to Robertsport, and I was like Lake Pizzo, and I asked my driver, who wants to say, oh, it's government land? There's no government land. So in other words, basically, there's no tribal chief, whatever like that. So Liberia is like the most, as far as land is concerned, is the most modern country in West Africa. You know, so in other words, you have tribal land in the interior, right? And also a lot of tribal people are getting their land registered as regular properties, which they can take out mortgages, loans, and all stuff like that. You cannot use tribal land as collateral unless you turn it into private property, you know? And then you could be it's deed entitled, you use as collateral, right? So therefore, it's not like that. When you say Africa, don't tell you Liberia is completely different as far as the land things are. You as an Black American can own land. I know several Black people in America, African Americans that own property and stuff like that. I could easily own property in Liberia when I want to, you know. But the bottom line, there's plenty of land in Liberia. If somebody wants to thing, willing buyer, willing seller, so long as you're Black, that's all they care about, you know. That's the law. That's in the Constitution.
Come on, Ola, please tell me Kala is making that up.
What Kala is saying is almost similar like Nigeria. We have tribal, which is clown territory, whereby the tribe become like Ashanti people and other things in Nigeria. You can easily buy from individual. That land is, you know, the family, right? They can tell you the history and whatever that owns that land. I think those kind of land is safe.
No, you can. In Liberia's constitution, you cannot buy tribal land. They did that because they didn't want indigenous people selling land to Europeans. That's why they did that.
Okay, so you as a foreigner can buy, if you don't have a Liberian citizen, you can buy.
No, you cannot. Rent. It cannot be sold. Tribal land, and tribal land is very small. That's only like in like you go to county, there may be one little small section that's tribal. It's mostly disappearing. You know, as Liberia become more modernized, they turn their tribal lands being turned into regular private property. You know.
So just what happened there is like
progress.
Yeah,
progress.
So you call progress, but slowly those tribal names and where they're coming from will disappear.
You know why? Well, it doesn't matter because Liberians, if you look at it, they don't really care about tribe. It's the most detribalized people. You'll have a group of people. You have a Bassa, Kron, all of them sitting on the streets, and all of a sudden, now you got the Philly tribe. You got dudes from Philly out there, Philly accents out there in Liberia and whatnot, you know. And so the bottom line, and then you got Black African American culture is all over the place and whatnot. So that backward stuff you guys are talking about, man, you know, the chiefs, you know, all that stuff. There's no chiefs in Liberia, no paramount chiefs. A joke, you know.
Kala, look, what you're saying is American way of system, whereby nothing but Ghana is not Ghana is still very, very tribal. I think Sierra Leone is still very, very tribal. I think all that West Africans are still very, very tribal. You understand?
Yeah. That's why I can't. Why you think I'm sticking to Liberia?
So in my place, other tribe can buy a land in the other tribe. You buy the land, but you didn't buy the tribe. So what happened? You respect the tribal laws there. So you can own the land for your lifetime, get passed it up to your children, but you can still kind of like a foreigner.
Explain tribal laws.
Tribal laws is in these tribal laws is they have chiefs, head of the tribes. You know, they're not kings,
Well, look. I'm glad my ancestors. You know what our ancestors did with those chiefs or not? We put our foot up their asses and whatnot, and took their land from them and built a modern state. You know, I'm glad our ancestors did what they did in Liberia.
But I wonder if Liberia really the tribal like that. Anytime election, we shall go through election when liberties happen. You see what will flare up. You understand? I don't think it's not easy to just cut yourself out from a tribe that been existing for years.
Well, bottom line, you understand something. There's no benefit from tribe, you know. People, you know what the tribes are in Liberia? You're the your political party, the CDC, UP. When I went there this time, right? Back in March, right? And I'm gonna talk to my boy Ross. I'm like, what's going on? Oh man, there's some problem. Is it Bloods and Crips? No, it's a CDC, a political party, and the UP boys got into a rumble. I'm like, you have two political parties. Everybody in Liberia is part of a political party. That's the new tribalism in Liberia. Your political party. And it doesn't matter what background you're from. You could be crying, whatever like that. Your ideology, your political party is what you identify with for the most part. You know?
Kala, I think you you're talking about you're more close to the American Liberia that we're talking about who doesn't have a tribe there.
Well, yeah, I see. That's another thing. That's another thing. When you make a comment like that, right? There is no American Liberian, right? There is no American Liberian.
There is.
Look, let me tell you something, right?
When
you go to Liberia, tell me why all the Liberians build their houses in brick, right? Brick, stone mason. Where'd they get that from? Our ancestors went there. Liberia has beautiful black stone. I don't know if Nigeria got the same stone. That black stone, that architecture, where buildings are built out of black stone, looks so freaking beautiful. I had to take pictures. I said, it looks so beautiful. Houses, made of stone, and they got the carvings and everything like that. And I'm saying to myself, and you see people, I'm a Bassa guy, I'm a Gola guy, but yet his house looks like a so-called Congo person. Congo person means American Liberian. They don't say American Liberian. They say Congo people. So nobody in Liberia, basically, like you go to Buchanan, right? In Liberia, they got friggin' saloons and whatnot, and they listen to country and western music, wearing straw hats and whatnot, So it's a different culture over here. And you got people with African garbs and everything, but it's so friggin' I think it's like Liberia is like a miniature Black America in Africa, with the African culture mixed in.
Kala, you talk about little part, just that little part of Morova there. That's what you're talking about.
I went down to Buchanan. I went down
to Africa is different, man.
I was all over the place. What are you talking
about? You talk about a little part of just that.
Look, I was all over Monrovia, every inch. I went all the way up to Robertsport, Cape Mount to the Sierra Leone border. And I went all the way down to Buchanan.
Kala, I think before I even know about Liberia, I thought Liberia, they're all the same with their accent. I never know there's indigent or not indigent in Liberia until that civil war.
Nobody even knows who's indigenous or whatever.
You study.
Let me tell you something, Ola. Now here's the problem, right? And my wifey, right? This coach, she's basically Congo American Liberian. Her family is really American Liberian, and she also has Gola in her background, right? But the thing is, though, you still got so-called indigenous people. There's a difference, though. The people who are educated, right, are automatically considered American Liberian or Congo, right? And also, when and I tell her when she comes to America, right, certain things you guys stop saying, right? It's like when you have young men, right, that are servants or whatever like that, they always call them the boy. I'll try. Don't say that. Let's say he's a man. Of the girls who comes out and cleans the house. Everything, the girl, I said, when you get to America, you can't say stuff like that, the girl. But most of those people are the people from the hinterland, the indigenous tribes, and everything like that, And so it's like you got a lot of Liberians that live in America, go back and whatnot. They got house servants and everything like that, and they're like, oh, the boy, my servant, my cook, whatever like that. So it's not even about who are the American Liberian. It's just about your education and what opportunity. The guy who basically owns the best club in West Africa, the Calabas, right? He looks like he's an indigenous Liberian. but he has the best club I've seen in my life, you know, the Calabas, you know. And so the bottom line, you got people doing things. You got indigenous Liberians that are partnering with the China Mall there, and people are moving up past that whole, so because the tribalism shit is backwards, man, you know. So, and you go to places like this one a place we went to. I forgot the name of it, man. We gotta go there, Bomani. It has a water slides, everything has a water park, and it's like an eco park and whatnot. And you go there, you see the Bassa mass, you know, like because it's in Bassa territory. You know, you people like you know, it's like we go to California, right? You'll see things that say Los Angeles, Santa Cruz, and this, or you go to in Virginia, you'll see a lot of things like Swankapunk and blah blah blah. Those are Indian names, but doesn't mean the freaking Indians rule it, right? But it just pays respect to the indigenous culture. Like you go to Liberia, you'll see a lot of indigenous names of roads and cities and stuff like this, you know. But the people live a modern life, you know. So it's a perfect blend of like the modern and the old.
Okay, Carla, do you think Liberia have more land space to cater for the diaspora that maybe want to move over there if they ever change the law of allowing because Black Americans have strong
Well, the
rights?
bottom line, my whole thing is right. I'm not in no rush to get Black people in America over there because I see what's going on in Ghana, and I don't want that, you know, in Liberia. Really, I don't want that. Though it seems like the Pan-African will attract a lot of toxic people, you know, to the continent and whatnot. I don't want to mess it up over there. You can go to Liberia, enjoy yourself, you know, go on vacation. It's easy to own if you want to buy a property for sale or beachfront property easily. You know, you want to build something there for retirement, or you want to rent out Airbnb. There's a lot of money in Airbnb, you know, because hotels, there's a lot of nice hotels, but it's a short supply. Rooms go really quick. You know, so you can make a lot of money in Airbnb, renting out places and everything like that, because there's all kinds of people coming into Liberia and stuff like that. But you don't necessarily have to give up your thing. What I do is this: I look at what Liberians in America do. Right, every Liberian I know that goes to Liberia, like let's say even if they're retired, they'll spend like 6 months in Liberia, 6 months here, or 5 months in Liberia, 7 months here, or 7 months in Liberia and 5 months here. You know, they go back and forth and everything like that, you know, because a lot of times they're making their money in America and they're going back and forth and everything, and they're able to live and enjoy their life and everything. Most people from the States, Liberians or whatever, go there during the dry season from like November, and they stay till like April, you know, and then the rainy season, they come back to the States, you know. So, but the thing is, as Black people in America, there's no need to bum rush Liberia. If you have something to invest and everything like that, I would suggest you go there and partner with people, get to know people on the ground and everything like that, you know. And if you want to invest and come back twice a year, that's good. That you can contribute to the country greatly by just going there, spending money and hiring people and everything like that. You're adding value. There's no need for Black people from the first world developed country to stop what they're doing and move to Africa. You know, you could go to Africa and invest, you can build, you can do all stuff like this, right? But for the most part, right, until you're ready, unless you're like a millionaire, whatever, bring your ass back to the United States, you know? You know, that's what
Carla, did they like Nigeria? Because I've never been to Liberia, but me seeing things there, because I know they have friendship with you. Did they like Nigerians over there?
They what?
Did they like Nigerians in Liberia? Because I've never been there. I've met some Liberians in Nigeria during the wartime with the.
Well, we met this one Nigerian guy, right, in Liberia 2 years ago. He said, man, Liberia, because of the country, the culture of freedom and everything like that, you don't have tribal. They're like, man, you could talk freely, you could like this, you don't, there's no like, you know, tribalism and everything like that, you know, or whatever. They said it's the best country for Black people. They don't understand that took our ancestors who made the country like that, you know? And so there's a lot of Nigerians love it in Liberia because it's so free. You know, it's a country really based on liberty. Like I said, happiness, peace. There's a lot of peace in Liberia, even with all the problems it have and whatnot. I really do have hope for the country. It's going to really, again, because there's a lot of peace in the country. A lot of foreigners love the country. And one thing I do like about Liberia, a country, is that they don't seem like they have a worship of white people there. You know, when you go to Liberia one night, the white people realize this is a country their ancestors didn't conquer. They didn't own, they didn't colonize, they didn't like that. You know, and so Liberians have a lackadaisical when they see what. So I watch all that. You know, where the airport when I did a stamp in their passport, when they're stamping their documents and everything. Here you go, sir. Whatever. We move on. You know, when I look at videos of other African countries, like when they see a white person, I see these videos going around. We got these white girls dancing in the villages and everything, and everybody's like, "Oh, she's gonna do a thing." Liberians are not impressed by white people. You know, that's one thing I do like about it. You know.
Liberia did white people too, but that girl was maybe killed by that white missionaries. Yes, that be.
I'm just telling you, right?
Liberia gets big white people too, bro.
Yo, I've seen videos where you got Nigerian guys. Ola, you got this one Nigerian guy, this big buff dude, dancing and shaking his ass to white women, and I feel like saying, "Look, please say I'm a Nigerian, so they don't think that you're one of us." This guy thinks he's sexy and whatnot. He's like, you see that guy, Bomani, right? He's always like, dancing and whatnot, you know. But I'm like, dude, we don't do that over here with white.
Kala, I see that. I don't know how he gave. He's that. He used steroid, you know. That guy is big, but he's making fool out of himself. Maybe that's how he make his money. I don't know, but
that guy dancing and shaking his ass.
Yeah, moving around and
man,
bending like. You see, look, he's using that body, but that body is steroid body, man. We all know that. No human being can be as big as that.
Oh, so you know the guy I'm talking about.
Yeah, yeah, I've seen him.
You know? You guys gotta come get your boy, man. Y'all gotta come get him.
He should
Y'all
be
gotta
there.
come get him, man. You know.
Look, as serious Nigerians don't do those, you know. Maybe he might be thinking that maybe that's how he make his money, maybe to build his house in Nigeria or something like that.
Good man,
look,
y'all gotta do better, man. You know?
No, but no, it's not that there's no Nigeria. That guy have American way of mentality because I don't think a real Nigerian guy will be buzzing himself like fools, you know, everything.
Well, I know he gonna do that in Nigeria, but he comes to America like he's all dancing and shaking and whatnot, you know, and smiling and cheesing and whatnot. I'm like, dude, man, you gotta do better, bro.
Kind of, steroid, guess that's steroid body, man. You know, that is steroid. So I have a friend who used those steroid to build up himself. You know, inside 90s. Now he got a stroke. You know, he have a stroke. You know, so you have to be very careful. You know, kind of, people can do any. Maybe he just took steroid to be big to come close to girls like that. You know what I mean? Because it happened also. You know, that's one thing Nigerians, when they come to the United States, what I've noticed about them, their body shape change immediately. They say, I'm gymming, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. But sometimes self-esteem also, you know, don't do all these things for women because you just want to look good. You think that's I don't know, Carla, you know what, this total body hug was very popular in America, but these body hugs and everything, this body hug that during White time and wear body hug on the big jeans, Paco jeans, these American jeans, you know. That's where this steroid of it started coming out, really. But now my homeboy have this. He took these things, man. When I saw that guy, I was like, whoa, this guy is big, man. But out of the blue, not too long ago, about last month or 2 months ago, he got a stroke. You know, I just think, man, what happened? But it's the past that come to haunt him now because he's getting older. It's now 50. You know what I mean? So what do you think? That will come and hit you. You know? So that guy's fool, man. Just dance around. I think he's the one biting watermelon also with his big mouth, also doing things. He's also biting he's acting like a gorilla. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. He's the whole.
Yeah.
You know, I've never been to most African countries. Let me be honest. I've never been to Ghana. I've never been to Liberia. I think by air I stopped in Togo. Till when I was taking Sabina Airline, which is one airline like that. Really, I live in Nigeria, but I've never really been to. I've been to Europe a lot than even been to African countries. You know, I only see Ghana and Ghana people that, as you know, I'm seeing now in Nigeria. I saw in the past, but not anything. But I don't know. We all by seeing them in TV, and other things. That's where I could we all the same kind of. Or you ask some Ghana people I'm around with sometime long time ago, So for me too, the first time I saw a Senegalese guy, I was in the university at that time. I almost gave like, wow, you people are very dark, man. What's up? We shake, He came to play basketball or university games, or West African university games, basketball team. That just saw. So for me, I learned through YouTube most of African countries. That just saw. I've never been around traveling the whole of West Africa like that. I only been in Nigeria and that just saw. Ghana being in Ghana, Nigeria being in Nigeria, that just saw, man. But let's just be honest, when I was growing up, right from the age of 9, I like Black American type of clothes a lot. That's just the truth. When I come across their program, I like them a lot. Even to today, I see my cars are still Black American cars. Even most of my t-shirts, but they're not anymore. But not the G-Stars and all those things are not from. Is G-Star from United States? I don't know.
Yeah, the thing is, some of these people won't tell us where they're from, but yeah, most of them are from the U.S. Carla, let me know what we want me to proceed with. It's 5:30, so if you want to shut it down.
It's 4:30. Yeah, I'm ready to cut out. We were 5.5 hours. I think we did a good show tonight.
Absolutely appreciate it.
It's cool, man.
Thanks, kiddo.
Nice meeting you, man. It's about 9 o'clock, 9:32 here in the Nigeria time, and man, I'm just laying on the ground. Just
so you don't have any furniture in the house. So you just
laying on the ground. You homeless, man? Come on, man.
No, you just what they have.
You don't say that, man.
But have you ever seen where you have a center rug that is so foamy that you just want to lay on that? After sleeping.
I don't want to lay on nobody's floor. I don't want to lay on nobody's.
No, it's not floor. It's not center rug. I'm not in boot
camp.
It's a very beautiful center rug. When you lay on top, you try to think what to do. You start. That's where I'm now with my laptop on my hands. You start. So I'm not just laying on another ground, just to lay on another ground. I have big bed. I have furniture in my bedroom. I have everything down there. If I go downstairs, I have my own sitting room. I have my study room. I have my kitchen.
Ola, when you gonna donate some money to the show? We're taking donations.
Yeah, because we don't have this thing here. We don't have what do you people have? We don't run prepaid things here. Really, I really want to give money out, but we don't have prepaid.
True. We don't have debit cards and all that.
Yeah, we don't have it here. So this, so even to get a credit card. My wife have credit card, but you can't really use it.
Brother, it's called having a bank account, and a bank account you get a debit card with the bank account. It's a simple thing that goes on everywhere in the world.
But in Nigeria here, we don't have
you don't have debit cards in Nigeria?
No, we just have a card you pin with. Those cards you go to the that's debit card anyway. You just pay, but they don't connect it to prepay, like what to donate money to your show. You know what I mean?
So basically, you just have a damn ATM machine card and that's it.
Yes.
What the hell, your color? That's a country we're supposed to move to.
Yeah, I can't do it, man.
I mean, what's up with that backwards guy, Dinus, telling people to move there? Brother,
no,
I need my debit card. I need my debit card to do things. I don't want to be going to the bank every time for money.
No. You don't need to go to bank. We have debit card, which is that card you go to the automat, you pin your money there, right? We have those things are existing here, but we don't have the extended one whereby you have like prepaid. You open the prepaid card.
You got a card. Whip out a card and give us a donation. We need to make our quota for donations. Other than that, we can't be up here for all these that long hours entertaining people.
Yeah, I'll find out. I'll find out to open an account with the prepaid. You understand? Then if I put that account with the prepaid, then I can easily donate. I was even checking out yesterday how to open an account with them, you know, because in Nigeria here, everything is so because of fraud and all these things, there are certain things that are being blocked. You understand? Be blocked totally. You know, my wife have credit card, but can't really use it here because if you make that mistake to use it here, man, just forget it. Where you use it, they will be the one that will copy your card and start burning it somewhere in Japan.
And that's an advanced civilization where you can't stop simple basic stuff. I get disappointed so much, and when I hear people talk about Nigeria, I'm like, people save me the drama. It's like it's just so depressing. All you hear is just excuses and reasons. You know,
no, Nigeria is no. Okay, Nigeria is sweet. We don't sugarcoat anything, but
it's sweet with a lot of impoverished people running around
because of the fraud, man. Because of the
everywhere
fraud.
and trash and dirt everywhere. That's people are rich.
But what do you mean by there's debt everywhere, man? What do you mean by that? You know.
I mean, I've been to some filthy cities and I've been to some okay cities. Not all cities are filthy. No, so if you're saying that the Nigeria main city is not filthy and not flooded with a bunch of impoverished people and a bunch of criminals and thieves.
But what you talk about United States? If you check Philly on TV, man, you'll be depressed.
Why do people just pick random part? We're talking about your main city in Nigeria.
That's Kensington. That's a white area that they all on drugs and everything like that.
In Nigeria, that's our areas, man. Yeah, we don't really have homeless.
No, I'm not just talking about any area, brother. I'm talking about the capital city. Well, not the capital city. I'm talking about the main city.
If you go to Abuja,
the main city, Lagos.
Yeah, if you talk about Lagos, there are some areas like that called slump areas. You know, don't really.
I mean, when I look at Lagos, it seems like the whole city is a slump.
Not really like that, man. Not what you think, huh?
With the exception of a few nice little neighborhoods.
No.
I don't care about nobody but themselves.
Just a small, tiny part is a slump in Lagos. You have to understand. Lagos is also owned by indigenous people.
Is he pulling my leg? Isn't it the opposite?
Well, all that thing about Lagos is this: they gotta get that electricity. Remember, John Cashin was there, right? And every time I would call him one night, I hear, "What the hell's that in the background?" It's a generator one night, you know.
Yeah, if you talk about generator is there, you have to say Lagos is an old city. Why we call Lagos slump because it's so overcrowded. But it's not just tiny part is a slump. It's not like
why don't you just knock it down, evacuate everybody and knock it down and rebuild a brand new city because you're the great Nigerians.
That's why they have all this island that there's Ikeja, Jaroe, there are other beautiful areas in Lagos. You have to say Lagos also be owned by indigenous also. Tribes also own Lagos. So you cannot just some of these people are tribal people also. So you don't just start knocking things down. But really, the tiny part of Lagos is a slump, very tiny part. But if you say is Lagos overcrowded, oh yes. Hold up will freak you out. If you're not from here. There are a lot of things that is going on here that is a little bit different, But we have other beautiful cities also. If you don't want to stay in Lagos, there's Port Harcourt, there's Benin, there's Kano, there's Calabar, everywhere.
Now Calabar looks nice.
Yes.
Calabar looks nice. I give you that. Yeah, it looks nice. But nobody's there though. It's empty.
No. People are there. People are there. Not everybody love Lagos, really. Not everybody love Lagos like that. Nigeria is not a tourist center. Nigeria is not a tourist place because the communication, the hold up in some of these big cities, and if you have to go to the villages and all this, but what Ghana is having, where you can just run around circle, you're in the area. No, in some part in Nigeria, from one place to that place, take you hours, and they don't understand how can you make money through tourism. People that are coming to Nigeria, neither they are friends, marriages, or girlfriend or boyfriend or acquaintance. It's not really people visit Nigeria who just let me see what is there, but it's not a tourist center whereby you have tourist buses, pick you from one zone to another zone. They're not used to that. It's not part of it. More than 30 million of Nigeria live outside Nigeria. You know, so those ones alone that are coming, it's even enough, sir, for Nigeria to say, okay, our diasporas are coming. And these diasporas are falling in more than $52 billion every year to Nigeria. You know, so we don't really need tourism like that to really survive. You know, it's not really
It's not about being tourism to survive. It's about bringing bridging the culture and connecting people to your culture and things like that, and having an easy, smooth way for people to come in. So it makes me sick to my stomach when I hear Nigerians talk about the reason why they don't have basic things as far as basic tourism, and they want to have the respect of a superpower. No wonder BRICS didn't invite y'all. I wouldn't invite y'all either to anything. You know what I mean?
Don't be surprised. Like 2 years from now, 3 years from now, don't be surprised Nigeria will be in the BRICS, though. You know, only Nigeria is still leaning towards the American ways. That's just the truth. Nigeria is still leaning towards the Western.
Kyle, are you buying this Nigerian? Are you buying these Nigerian excuses? Probably not. We probably just need to get off because all we hearing is excuse. First, we hear all that garbage from Navigate. Now we hear Ola talking about that stuff about Nigeria. Ola is gone. Anyway, family, appreciate you joining us on Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. And we're going to close out. Join us. And I'll play us some closeout music.